Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Luffy met Harly Quinn and married her? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Manny for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Of course, reincarnation. At least what else could this be? I've always had the question, when you're reincarnated, is this new life better or worse than the previous one? And honestly, I have yet to figure out the answer to that. In my old life, I was an assassin, but that doesn't mean that I was some girl who lived in darkness and doesn't know anything. So when I was reborn and saw weird things like snail phones and how my name is Grant D. Luna. From there, it was easy to figure out that I was in the One Piece world. At first, it was a real shock. I never thought that I would be in a story, a comic, or that it even exists. Though it's not a story anymore. The moment I saw my little hands and noticed that I was a baby again, it was definitely not fiction. No, this is my new reality. It might have taken some time for me to figure out that I was reborn, which is the weirdest feeling in the world, but I did. I am. Nevertheless, thank God I read the manga. Thanks to it, I already knew quite a bit about this world. In fact, the last I remember reading the Straw Hats were in a country called Wano. Then again, it was mostly about the Straw Hat Pirates, so maybe I didn't know too much. See, who I was reborn as and when I was born were very important. Not to mention, how my entire life now has to deal with the underworld. Why wasn't this place ever mentioned in the story before? That's not the only thing I'm upset about though. I'm also upset that I died before I learned what the hell the One Piece even is. Oh, and now that I'm also AD, I really wonder about the meaning of it too. What's its meaning? Why in the world did I have to die before I learnt these things and was reborn into this world? Those were the thoughts I had while I cried as a baby. Not thoughts a baby should have, I might say, but they're a good reason to cry, right? 17 years later, XX. Empty eyes stared back at Luna from the mirror as she thought of her past. It might not be seen at the moment, but there was still a fire within her. A long time it's waited to be relit, and soon perhaps, that time will come. She thought of her family for a moment. In her previous life, she was an orphan. So she was happy that she had a family here. And Luna really loved them despite everything. Her life wasn't peaceful. Far from it actually, it was very bloody. But even in her previous life, she wasn't a saint. Both lives, actually. A self-deprecating smile appeared on her face. Did this actually make her twice the bad person? Luna turned her head to the big windows that replaced one of the high walls and of this bedroom, and watched the full moon for a moment. The fingers of her left hand unconsciously drifted to her right forearm and lingered there for a moment. 3 dark letters were tattooed there. She loved her family. At some times, they were like a fairy tale, and others they were like a nightmare, but so long as there were times where she was happy, Luna could hardly care about the bad times. Now it was gone. The life she loved was gone. Her sun and her snow. Now, all that she had left was a hell. It was a hell that she couldn't help but love sometimes, but she still wanted to be free of it. At that thought, a small smile grew on her face. It was time she broke free from this hell. With a final glance at the mirror, Luna turned and walked towards the large, heavy door of this bedroom. It was time. XX present XX. It's only been a year, and yet Luna hadn't a clue on how it could have turned out like this. That stupid whirlpool, she thought, then let out a huff in annoyance. She decided that she would live in Shell's Town for a little while since she really wanted to see the start of the crew. Only it was boring for her to stay in one place like that all the time. Luna much preferred traveling to being still and left often to compensate for it. Shell's Town remained as her main home though, and she kept everything she owned in her single-room house. 2 days ago, she heard that Roronoa Zoro had already been captured for a week. She rushed to return, but then, that stupid whirlpool, she grit her teeth as she cursed the thing. She had woken up too late to change the course, and now, here she was, laying on some piece of driftwood. It was all that was left of her ruined rowboat. There was a clear, blue sky above, and she watched it as her anger and annoyance changed to boredom. Then a song popped into her head, from her previous life, and with nothing else to really do, she sang it aloud. The first song was that Titanic song because it fit perfectly. She even felt like she was Rose. Except, of course, she couldn't get in the role much, since she was alone, the sky was clear, and she was absolutely not freezing. Soaking wet? Yes, but not freezing. She stared at the sky while her left fingers absently traveled up to her right forearm tattoo. Then a song from that Jack Sparrow's movie, Hoist the Colors, came to mind. Perhaps it was because of the situation, but Luna wasn't sure as to why this particular song came to mind for her to sing. Then again, she had thought that if she were to die for a second time, this was certainly a stupid way to go. The first time she was on a mission, but this? Starvation, really? Almost a full day and a half have passed, and she hasn't eaten anything. Her stomach grumbled and her mouth was parched. Why did she always end up in this kind of situation? At that moment, her observation hockey suddenly alerted her. She was glad that she learned it, even if it wasn't very good at the moment, and was all that she managed to awaken currently. Almost at the same time that her observation hockey alerted her, she heard a voice call out, "Hey! You really have a nice voice. Are you a musician?" Startled by the sudden random person's question, Luna turned her head a little to look at him. It was a guy. He wasn't too far away, and he was on a little sailing dinghy which kind of looked like hers before it got wrecked. Instantly she recognized him, and he sounded excited. She guessed he would be, though. He's really wanted a musician from the very start. Still, really? This wasn't how she wanted to see him for the first time. So he hasn't met that Kobe kid yet, she mused thoughtfully as she noticed that he was alone on his boat. "No, I'm not a musician," came her blank response as she stared back at him. The other 17 years old looked exactly as she thought he would. Shaggy black hair, wide black eyes and a slim, yet muscular body. Even his trademark straw hat was atop his head. "Oh, you're not?" He sounded a little disappointed before he went on. "That song sounded like a pirate song, though. I've never heard it before. And what are you doing there?" He laughed at her when he was done, and Luna stared incredulously. "I'm floating." He tilted his head, a confused expression on his face. "Floating?" "Yes, floating." She thought it was rather obvious. 0. They stared at one another for another moment. Then, just as he looked like he would speak again, Luna suddenly rolled off her broken piece of wood and went into the water with a splash. "He's heading to Shellstown anyhow, so it should be fine," Luna thought as she swam towards his little boat. In a single heave, she pulled herself up and into the sailing dinghy. It is a pirate song. It's from an old story about a pirate who fell in love with the sea. She spoke without a care as she sat down across him and squeezed the water out of her hair. Not seeming to care that she suddenly joined him in his boat, the other teen looked at her with excitement at the new information. "Really? There is a story like that?" he asked, which caused her to smile a little. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes at her companion's excitement, and she smirked. "Yeah, do you want to hear it?" she asked, and flicked her damp hair back over her shoulder. He nodded furiously. "Yeah." She chuckled at his childishness a little as there was also some amusement in her eyes. "You see, it was a long time ago." She then went on to tell the story of Davy Jones and Calypso to Monkey D. Luffy as though it was some kind of a legend. "Wahoo, that was an amazing story." He laughed when the story finished. She laughed too. "I know, right? But it's just a story. No one truly knows what happened to Davy Jones. Everyone says different things too. Some even say that he never existed," she added mysteriously. He blinked at her, then they both cracked a grin. As though it were a funny joke, they burst out laughing. "Wait, this isn't how you start," Luna suddenly thought, which made her look at her impromptu companion. "By the way, who are you?" she asked. He also stopped, then blinked twice before a big smile formed on his face. With confidence he declared, "I'm Monkey D. Luffy. The man who will become the Pirate King." "Really?" she questioned with a tilt of her head. "Really," he gave a sharp nod. She smiled a little, but it was an honest smile. So much better in person, she thought. Then aloud she said, "I see, good luck then." Luna didn't think it was possible, but his smile seemed to grow even bigger at her response. "Thanks. What about you?" he asked, curious eyes on her. "I'm Grant D. Luna. It's nice to meet you," she said with a smile. "Yeah. By the way, what are you?" At this, Luna blinked. "Eh? What does he think I am?" she questioned herself as she gazed down at herself. People told her she got her looks from her mother. Her long white hair went down to her hips, and had golden highlights that glinted in the sun. Around her face were 5 thin French braids that kept her hair out of her way when she was fought, while the rest was left loose. Wide ocean blue eyes that perfectly reflected the sea inside them told anyone who looked that she had been through a lot. Yet, at the same time, just like the ocean, no one could truly know all of the sea's secrets. They were deep, and if one wasn't careful they could drown. As though kissed by the sun, her skin was naturally tanned. And her hourglass-shaped body was perfectly fit, muscle tones lean yet soft. A white, long-sleeved shirt with the sleeves folded to her elbows fell loosely around her body due to its basic design, even with the ties that were at her throat to try and make it fit better. Black, high-waisted, short shorts were tied with a blue sash that had gold floral engravings on it was around her waist. A bullet holster went across her chest, to hold her party bullets. And her modified grenade launcher for said bullets hung in a holster strapped to her right arm. On one side of the launcher's barrel were words that spelt Fun Gun on one side and De Luna on the other. And beside the words De Luna were some stickers and doodles. On the back of her chest holster were 2 vacant spots that would hold her baseball bat and mallet, but she didn't have these items with her at the moment. Hung at her side was her katana, its handle and sheath a pitch black. Strapped to the mid-thigh of her right leg was a tiny black dagger. Around her hips, just hidden under her blue and gold sash, was a thin leather belt. It held 4 black throwing knives and a light blue pouch. Around her right wrist was a silver skeleton bracelet. It was a heavy piece of jewelry, and like everything else on her person, was made of sea stone. Though, over the years of owning the bracelet, Luna hardly ever noticed its weight anymore. Above it, on her forearm, was her 3-letter tattoo in a deep black ink. It was a name, Leo. Her left forearm held a blue diamond bracelet that was shaped like a dragon who had bit its tail. And just above her dragon bracelet, on the underside of her wrist, was a small ice blue snowflake tattoo. On her feet were white, 1-inch high-heel ankle boots. Confirming that, yes, she was still herself, Luna looked back up at Luffy with a confused tilt of her head. Human? Luffy burst out laughing, and Luna frowned. Is he mocking me? She thought, suddenly annoyed. Not that. I know that. I mean, you have a lot of weapons. Are you a pirate too? He glanced at her weapons curiously. Ah, that? She laughed at this, no longer annoyed. Luffy let his head in his confusion, having no clue as to what was suddenly so funny, but kept the smile on his face as he waited. After she calmed down a little from her laugh, "Ah, sorry, no, I'm not a pirate," she explained, which had him blink at her. She couldn't blame him that he thought she might be a pirate. She was carrying a lot of weapons. Sometimes I fight with pirates and bandits for their bounties. She gave a shrug at the statement. Oh, but I'm not a bounty hunter either. I'm just a normal person who needs money, Luna finished with a nod of her head. She didn't have a specific reason for it, but she didn't really want others to know her as a bounty hunter. Luffy nodded sagely at this, as if he had known all along, but then suddenly looked at her with a little tilt of his head. Why do you want their bounties? Do you really need the money that much? He asked. Not every girl would carry a bunch of weapons and go after wanted people without a specific reason, though he didn't know that she would do so just to have a little bit of fun. Luna looked at him, assessing quietly. She might not know him personally, but from what she could remember of the story, he had good character. Luffy wasn't the type to gossip about others. He didn't know anything about her, and maybe knowing things about him that he hasn't told anyone else because of the show made her feel a little guilty. With a small sigh, Luna turned her eyes to the ocean waters around them. She wouldn't see him again after Shell Town anyhow. As he watched her, Luffy caught the longing look that Luna had in her faraway gaze towards the sea. I wanted to see the world freely, with my own eyes. Her left fingers unconsciously went towards the 3 black letters on her arm. Luffy followed the movement with his eyes as Luna kept looking at the sea. My brother and I made a promise when we were 10 years old, at our mother's funeral. We would run away from our father, and everything else, to see the world for ourselves freely once we became 17. She smiled a little at this. It was a promise he had forced on her when she gave up at that time. Luna knew of Luffy's story with his brother, and the promise they had was a little similar to her own. Maybe that was the reason why the words began to come out of her mouth like this, after such a long time, and without care. She felt like she knew Luffy for a lot longer than just a few minutes as she talked with him like this, and knew he wouldn't judge. He might even understand her a little. You see, my family was from the underworld, and my father was someone really important there. He would do illegal things like drugs, smuggling weapons, slavery, and a lot of other bad things. A lot actually, she grimaced before she went on. My brother was supposed to take over at 17, and I was to support him. Father would send me on a lot of missions for me to learn how to become the perfect weapon or the perfect shield. At least, that's what he wanted me to be. A small sigh escaped her as she said this, gaze still on the sea, and a sad smile was on her face. As Luffy listened quietly, a slight frown formed on his face. He didn't like it. Luna was okay with it though. Her mother and brother had been there for her. Plus it wasn't as though she had been born a saint, or anything. She had been an assassin after all. A small frown was on her face as she thought about her father. Her right hand went to her left and touched her dragon bracelet. With a relief that she didn't show on her face but couldn't hide in her eyes, Her hand slowly slid to her snowflake tattoo. With a small sigh, Luna's frown soon turned into a sad smile. My mother, she was an amazing person. She'd gather my brother and I close, and tell us stories about the world, be it through books or from what she knew. As she spoke, Luna could hear her mother's singing voice echo in her mind for a short moment. She would always say that, like how every snowflake is different from one another, no two humans are exactly alike. And she was right, like always. No matter how many people I've met, there really weren't any two that were exactly alike. Luna turned to Luffy then, finished with her story. But Luffy kept his stare, his eyes imploring. He knew there was more to her story, since she was alone now, and not with her brother. For a moment Luna thought that perhaps Luffy's mind had wandered to his own past as she spoke. When he didn't speak, Luna looked away from his eyes with a small sigh. Her eyes clouded, like a sea that was about to storm. We were 15. He was sent on a mission, but he never came back. My father said he was killed. I didn't believe it at first and waited for his return, but she paused a moment as she went on, pained. It took me months to do something about it. A year or so later, I left for revenge. I thought that was the only way I could move on. It's odd how fate works. Luna couldn't help but think then, revenge did nothing to help me move on. Instead, it was the people I met along the way that helped me. For a long time, I thought about running away to keep our promise. But so long as my father was alive, I knew I would never be truly free. He would come after me. Her eyes became bright, so when I became 17, I killed him. Destroyed everything and everyone before I ran far away. A relieved smile grew on her face at this, with a proud glint in her eyes. It's been about a year now. I couldn't decide what I should do now that I'm free. Where I should go first? For now, I'll just have some fun, save my money, and eventually I'll get a boat. Then I'll be able to keep my promise and see the world for myself. Luna gave a small nod to herself, satisfied with that decision, then seemed to remember that she wasn't alone. She turned towards Luffy and gave him a cheeky smile. Once someone has promised something, they should keep it, right? Dreams and promises are important. There was no response from Luffy when she was done. Surprised, Luna blinked, unable to see the other teen's eyes due to the shade of his straw hat. Wait. Luna's expression dropped. Did he seriously fall asleep? She opened her mouth about to yell at him for falling asleep when he suddenly leaned forwards to hug her. Startled, Luna froze. You're crying, he said, and his tone was gentle. A voice so weak that Luffy barely heard her response. Luna realized that he was right. Only now did she notice the hot tears that flowed down her cheeks, a soft sting where the salt water rolled on her skin. Her breath had begun to hitch, and a tight pain grew in her chest. As though he had read her mind, he spoke with a soft voice that she never thought she would have heard from him. It's okay, he said, and like it was all the permission that she needed, the tears suddenly started to flow down her face. She made no noise as the tears flowed, but her body shook just a little, and he tightened his hug in response. He didn't say anything, but she didn't need him to. They stayed like that for a while, at probably not even 5 minutes, but it felt like forever to them. With her head rested against his neck, Luna thought that it was surprising how much he smelt like the sea. Meanwhile, Luffy ran a hand through her hair soothingly, mildly surprised of how soft and silky it was. His other arm was kept securely around her waist. Eventually, Luna slowly raised her head. Luffy loosened his hold on her until she was finally let go completely. Eyes red and puffy, Luna looked down, not really wanting to be seen. As discreetly as she could, she wiped the last of her tears away from around her eyes and cheeks. She didn't want to be seen as weak to anyone. It's not really a story one wants to hear so early in the morning, sorry. There was a moment of silence that lasted for all of 2 seconds before I've decided. Join my crew, Luffy declared loudly and clearly, with a big smile on his face. Luna blinked before she suddenly lifted her head and looked at him with wide eyes, her hand still on her cheek to wipe away her tears. Surprised by his sudden declaration, a sudden laugh spluttered out of her. What? What are you saying? And she laughed. It came out quickly, like a funny joke had just been shared with her. Luffy pouted. Hey, I'm serious, he said, then grinned when he caught her eye. I mean what I say. Join my crew, Luna. Her laughter stopped short, and she stared at him. It was as though she were looking at a puzzle. Not once did Luna think that she'd ever hear him say that to her. But now, you're serious? It wasn't a question. Almost tiredly, Luna brought up a hand and laced her fingers through her bangs. She tugged at the roots of her hair gently as she kept her attention on Luffy. You're out of your mind. I'm telling you that I was some kind of an assassin. I did a lot of horrible things and I've killed a lot of people. Even though pirates are no better, I can tell you're a good person. I can't be on your crew." Luna let her hair fall through her fingers, then gave a small shake of her head as she spoke. Of course, she knew that it would be fun to be in his crew. They were funny, went on adventures, and they were all a little bit crazy, even the most normal of them. To join would be something that she would want to do, but her concern as to what her presence might change held her back. Luffy was supposed to be the pirate king in the end. What if something happened because of her to change that? Plus, things would start to change. The story wouldn't be the same anymore. Only, Luffy's expression became rather angry when he heard this. Your past doesn't matter. You want to see the world freely and go on adventures, right? Of course, you should join my crew. Against someone like him, Luna thought her reason felt rather weak. Luffy was a good person and pretty damn stubborn. He wouldn't care about the past, the present and future more important. This made her smile in her mind, but outside, no emotion was shown. They both stared at one another, either backing off in their stare-off. Luna felt a little surprised even though she didn't show it. Luffy was a childish person who does whatever he wants. When she thought of his past though, Luna knew that he could make this sort of expression. From what Luna could remember of the manga, he often surprised people with a sudden moment of maturity. She was certain that, while he might be childish most of the time, he was also mature due to everything that he had gone through up until now. Though, Luffy probably thought it was unnecessary to show it all the time. Eventually, Luna was the first to give in. "I've never thought about becoming a pirate before," she said honestly and sighed. They locked eyes then, and Luna's expression grew serious. She didn't know what to do about him. Luffy was pretty damn stubborn, but she did know one thing for certain. She would need time to think. "I was going to Shell's Town before my boat got caught in some stupid whirlpool and was wrecked. I have a house there that I need to get back to. As for joining, I'll decide for sure when we get there. Deal?" She was so proud of herself right now that she mentally gave herself a pat on the back. She could just disappear when they arrived, or she could think carefully until they got there. There was also the matter of Zoro, Luffy's first mate. Luffy smiled really big at this, like she had already said yes. He already had his mind set about her though, and there would be no escape. "Alright, it's a deal. Let's go to Shell's Town, so you'll join me," he went on to celebrate as though she had already agreed, which had Luna's eyebrow twitch in exasperation. "Hey, I didn't say that I will join. I said I will decide when we get there." Luffy kept laughing though, as if he hadn't heard what she said. She let out another sigh and moved to relax against the side of the boat before she suddenly made a face like she remembered something. "Hey, do you have anything to eat?" Luna questioned, to which Luffy stopped his laughter and looked at Luna with a sudden panic. I had forgotten. My food's been gone for over 3 hours already," he lamented, and Luna could see the tears forming in his eyes at the statement. He looked so upset as he held his stomach, "And I'm so hungry," his stomach growled its affirmation. Luna thought that maybe she shouldn't say anything, but it should be the one complaining. "Why don't you try to not eat for over a day and a half?" "I'm the hungry one," it slipped out anyways. Luffy looked up to her and blinked in the most innocent way. Instantly, Luna felt like she had just killed a little puppy. She sighed as she closed her eyes to let her anger fly away. When she next spoke, it was in a much calmer tone. "Whatever? I'm sure we will find something to eat soon." Luffy smiled brightly at this. "Oh, we will? Then do you know how to get to Foodland?" This time Luna blinked. "I have a compass." She reached for her long chain necklace, which was actually a compass, and stared at it for a moment. "But I don't have a map." Scanned the inside of Luffy's boat before she did the same for the area, and I have no idea where we are. She then turned to Luffy and stated, "I don't know how to get to Foodland," before she casually adds, "nor Shell's Town." They stared seriously at each other for a second before they burst out in laughter again. Unanimously, it was decided that they would go wherever the sea currents lead them. XXX. The day went on, and Luna found herself sharing stories with Luffy to pass the time. Luna explained to him her weapons of sea stones, her special bullets, and her modified grenade launcher. Luffy loved the idea of party bullets, as she thought he would. After all, who wouldn't? Naturally, Luffy wanted to see what these party bullets were about. But Luna said no, because that could be dangerous, which prompted Luffy to try and get her launcher to test it out for himself. In response, Luna whacked the black-haired teen on the head with her sea stone skeleton bracelet. With tears in his eyes, and suddenly terrified, Luffy asked her how she knew about the Fist of Love. Confused at the question, Luna asked him what he meant, which led him to tell her a little about his monster of a grandfather. He didn't say who his grandfather was though, and this made Luna remember the fist of love in the manga, while she mentally shook her head. Out loud, she decided to take the time to explain sea stones to him. He was also confused when she told him about her other two weapons. He asked why she was using babies as a weapon and looked even more shocked that she had babies in the first place. She accepted that it was her fault since the first thing she said about them was, "I also have my babies." It took a while to explain it to him, but he understood in the end. He laughed long and hard while saying that he should have known and wanted to see them too. Eventually, the topic of Shanks came up, and Luffy began to tell her about him. Luna already knew most of it, but not everything, and to hear the story firsthand was completely different from reading about it. "I heard that red-haired Shanks came to the East Blue, but people were shocked when he came back to the Grand Line to see that he had lost an arm and even his trademarked straw hat." She might have gotten a little too lost in the story because her voice came out in awe. Luna already knew about Shanks and how big of a pirate he is. Of course, she always knew, but living it was different. Luffy hadn't told her about his lost arm. He only said that he saved his life. And when she saw his smile change into a sad one, she suddenly felt very guilty, as though she shouldn't have said anything at all. "Shit, I'm a very bad person. What should I do? Should I give him a hug too?" While those panic thoughts raced through her mind, Luffy's sadness had already vanished. As shown within the books, he bounced back from sadness and into excitement with enough speed to give Luna emotional whiplash. "Whoa! You know about Shanks?" But then his expression turned into a somber one. "He lost his arm when he saved me, but that's why I promised him." He wasn't saddened by this fact, and that got Luna to smile back at him. "I see." There was a calm air around them for a moment, but it flew away as Luna yelled out suddenly, "Of course I know about Shanks. He's one of the 4 emperors." She felt rather insulted from the insinuation, which was probably why her voice was a little louder than intended and startled Luffy, who hadn't expected it. Looking like a little puppy, with his big innocent eyes, he asked, "Who's the 4 emperors?" Which had her bite her lip and look up in exasperation. It was too cute for her. Of course, he doesn't know even if it was early in his story. People usually already knew this. So with a calm, educative tone, Luna decides to tell him about it. "The 4 emperors, also known as Yonko, are the most notorious and powerful pirate captains in the world. Kaido of the Beasts, Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, the strongest man in the world Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and reed-haired Shanks. These 4 pirates live in and rule the second half of the Grand Line, which is also known as the New World." Excited as he listened, his eyes looked bedazzled and a way too big smile crept up on Luffy's face. "Whoa, Luna! You sure know a lot, and you're so smart. As I thought, you should really join my crew." Her eyebrows twitched again, but her voice remained calm as she replied, "You should know at least this much if you want to become a pirate king." "You know." With a sigh, she shook her head. "Information is an important power. You should know about the people you have a chance to cross roads with, or it could be your destruction." A somber thought, really, like Kuma or the admirals, but she quickly shoved it away. "It's not like I know everything, but I still keep up with the world. You should do that too." Luffy, on the other hand, laughed at this. "It's fine. I have you to do it for me, so I won't need to." Annoyed, "I told you I didn't." "Sigh, yes," she barked out. He kept on laughing, for he knew that he'd get her to join, not that she knew this. "Maybe I should just run away," she thought grouchily, but then gasped as she sprung up to her feet so fast that Luffy dropped his laughter and looked at her curiously. "What?" Luna pointed to a whirlpool just ahead of them with an angry expression. "That's the stupid whirlpool that wrecked my boat." And then she remembered, "Right, Kobe? Ship. And food." Luffy stared at it and laughed. "With the weather so nice, where did this come from?" Luna turned her head to him blankly. "I don't know," she answered. Now up on his feet, Luffy went to the single barrel that was on his ship. He took the lid off of it and hopped inside. "Come on, it should be fine if we're in this." It was the large smile on Luffy's face as he said this that suggested to Luna that he was happy with the situation. "No way we would both fit in that," she stated plainly as she studied the barrel. An idea came to her then, which caused a smirk to form on her face. She put her hand to one side of the ship and pulled. With a sharp crack that had splinters of woods fly away from her, Luna held a decent-sized piece of flat wood in her hands. "You say in the barrel, but I'm gonna swim," the white-haired teen decided then, and gave Luffy a smile when she noticed his stare from within the barrel. "I'm sure if it's in our cards, we'll meet again. Besides, if you want me that bad, I've already told you where I'm heading. Now put the lid on that barrel, or you really will die." With that, Luna jumped off the side of the boat and began to swim away with her new paddleboard. Luffy was frozen. Yet, as Luna wondered just how she had escaped from the whirlpool the first time, she heard him finally come back to his senses somewhere behind her. What? Luna snickered to herself at his tone. Kobe was in shock when he heard what the straw hat wearing teen said as he ate some meat. Never had Kobe ever thought that he could escape from here. Not once had he let himself even think it. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, the storeroom ceiling cracked, and a random pirate fell through. From the new hole in the ceiling, yells filled the room. That girl's crazy. Why is she suddenly attacking us? In fear, Kobe wondered what had happened. Then the teen who had introduced himself as Luffy spoke up. What's going on? He wondered and started to go up to the deck with some meat in his hands. Ah. Wait, Luffy-san. Kobe tried to stop him, but failed miserably. Eventually, he simply followed along, still curious himself as to what had happened. When they arrived, Kobe's jaw fell in awe as he took in the scene. Beside him, Luffy's eyes practically gained stars. Whoa! This is what she meant by party bullets and fun gun. He laughed while the other pirates were all over the deck. Some tried to fight, others tried to run. Most of them, however, stood around, petrified, absolutely horrified at what happened around them. There was a particularly fat woman with a large cowboy hat on her head who looked extra angry though, as she watched the pirates run around on the deck before her. Colorful smoke clouds erupted around the teen as bullets from her gun hit their targets and exploded. Men cried out in pain as they were hit, or stopped in awe as they were distracted by the colors. There seemed to be two main types of bullets. One was made to create smoke clouds, mixed with confetti, and often obscured vision. The other seemed to be paint bullets, which had glitter mixed within the colors, that usually blinded people or made them gasp out in pain as it hit them at full force. It was chaos and confusion all around her, yet the young woman only laughed. Steps light and movements agile, she twirled and spun as she dodged any attempts to attack her. It was as though she were at a party that had reached its climax. To those that she had stunned with her colorfetti clouds, Luna knocked them out with a sly grin. When she hit a target with her glitter paint, they usually went down right away, but she wasn't opposed to handing out accidental kicks as she passed them. Eventually, a few of the men gathered their wits enough to point guns at the white-haired teen. When they fired, she let out a laugh that almost sounded like a melody, and raised her wrist to let the projectiles bounce off of her skeleton bracelet. Someone came at her with a sword then, and Luna ducked. Then she swung her rifle, and her opponent groaned in pain as it hit his a snicker at the damage and chaos that she has caused. Luna danced away from any other attacks. Graceful and wild, Luna had her fun. Yet somehow, she still gave the impression that this wasn't her full strength. It felt as though she were toying with a lot of them. With an excited grin on his face from what he had seen, Luffy decided to call out to her, heart pounding in elatement. Luna! You followed me after all? Startled, Luna turned towards the voice. When she spotted who it came from, her mouth fell open just the slightest bit. Isn't he supposed to be at that pirate's island hideout? Luna thought furiously, now completely confused. What is he doing here, Luffy? Luna called back, unable to keep the stutter out of her voice in her surprise. What are you doing here? The chaos continued to ensue around them. Someone's hair had caught fire and they ran about screaming for it to be put out. Someone else ran about screaming while they held their eyes and paint covered their face, yet Luffy only shrugged, like it was just another happy evening, a relaxed smile on his face. Dunno, the barrel came here, he said, then gave a small pout. Then that means you didn't follow me? Well, of course I didn't. I told you I'd go on ahead. Luna huffed, then let out a tired sigh. Just when I thought I could get something to eat too. You know, these guys were so rude to me. I asked for food when I heard people talking up here, and they just attacked me for no reason. They did? And Luffy sounded very offended by this. He narrowed his eyes at the pirates who ran around the deck of the ship. The fact that he had pouted somewhat from the knowledge that Luna hadn't come here because of him only a moment ago was immediately forgotten. All through their conversation, Luna and Luffy had ignored everything around them. Kobe watched with large eyes that seemed to bulge out of their eye sockets, eyeing the two as though they were crazy. First was the black-haired teen, who appeared from within a wine barrel and said things that he will remember for the rest of his life as he ate meat from within the storage room. Now that he thought of it, had that meat even been cooked first? Then, a white-haired teen came and began to attack the ship because of some incident about food. They both did things that Kobe had wanted to do the most, all the while looking like they're having the best time of their lives. And if it wasn't shocking enough, these two somehow knew of each other too. He said he'd become the Pirate King, which means that he is indeed a pirate. Since Luffy knows this person, does that mean that she's a pirate too? Kobe thought despite his shock. Luna's eyes traveled to Luffy's hands and spotted the drumstick he still held tight. A glint seemed to appear in her gaze at the sight of it, and she looked at him sharply. There's still some left. Right. It wasn't really a question, though, and Luffy shivered at the sound. With a nervous gulp, Luffy gave a nod of his head. He knew she was hungry, and was suddenly glad that he didn't eat everything. In an instant her threatening aura disappeared, replaced with a happy one, at his affirmation. She gave him a bright smile. Awesome. I'll leave the rest of it to you, she said with a cheer and hurried along to get below deck. Luffy let out a tiny sigh of relief, which soon turned into a laugh. Luffy laughed, then shouted back, "Okay." After she left, they heard an angry yell. Who was that little bitch? And Kobe? Who is this boy? It was the cowboy hat-wearing woman from earlier. Though her body was so large and her voice so gruff, it was rather difficult to call her a woman. Over her shoulder was a spiked club and her black hair was rather greasy. She gave Luffy a once-over, as though to size him up. "Are you Roronoa Zoro? The pirate hunter? Did you finally come for my head, confused Zoro?" Luffy asked, a slight tilt to his head as he thought. Then a big smile appeared on his face. "Nope. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, XXX." Voices drifted down below deck from above as Luna found the storage room. She entered and immediately went about gathering food and drinks for herself. Unable to help herself, Luna munched on a random apple and drank from a particularly good alcohol bottle as she gathered and packed items for sailing. A sudden loud shout made Luna jump and glance towards the ceiling, before she shrugged and continued what she was doing. So Luffy and Alvida didn't meet up on her secret island to fight. Perhaps Luna should have been more alarmed that they didn't, that maybe she had changed something somehow, but she wasn't. Currently, all Luna cared about was not dying from starvation or thirst. Satisfied, Luna heaved a bag full of sustenance over a shoulder and turned to leave the room. On her way out, she spotted a stray apple and plucked it off its crate. The young woman hummed happily as she took a juicy bite of the fruit and made her way back above deck. A shout made its way down to her, and she briefly thought that perhaps Luffy had finished with his fight too. Though it was still weird to actually hear his voice instead of imagining one for him. Once she was above the deck again, Luna took in the men who scrambled to prepare a sailing dinghy, then the marine boat that was fast approaching. She took another bite of her apple. Hearing her, Luffy turned to Luna as she made her way towards him. His smile grew bigger when he spotted the bag over Luna's shoulder. "Luna, did you take food with you?" At his question, Luna beamed, "That's right," and walked right past him. She put a foot over the ship's railing and made to jump overboard, where her piece of driftwood awaited her. "So see ya." Before she could so much as jump, Luna watched in shock as a rubbery limb wrapped itself around her waist 3 times. Lucky her grip on the bag she carried was tight, as she would have dropped it from the sudden yank her body took when the rubber arm began to retract back to its owner. Her last word turned into a startled yelp as Luna was pulled towards a falling Luffy. He had jumped from the boat himself, only to land on the prepared sailing dinghy. Much more gently than he had Kobe, who had been nabbed by the back of his shirt and thrown on board. Luffy placed the shocked Luna down in the boat. Then he gave her a triumphant grin, to which she huffed and rolled her eyes when she finally snapped out of her thoughts to notice. XXX. "So who is this kid?" Luna asked as she drank some sake. When she looked at Kobe, unimpressed with what she currently saw, she couldn't help but think of how Garp will help him in the future. Currently, Kobe was rather short. His pink hair was in a horrible bowl cut, and behind the glasses, his eyes looked rather dull. Even his shoulders were slumped inward on himself, a clear sign of just how small his confidence currently was. And in the hours since they escaped from the ship with Alvida and under the radar of the Marines who had arrived, the pink-haired teen had yet to say anything. With a chunk of meat in his mouth, "Hugh? Ow, that Kobe!" Luffy swallowed. "He wants to be a Marine," and he took another bite of his drumstick. Luna nodded, as though she understood the whole thing, and turned to said future Marine. Kobe met her gaze apprehensively, then glanced away quickly to look down at his lap. His hands curled into fists around the fabric of his pants, as he looked to all the world a man about to receive judgment. "I see. Good luck, kid." "I'm Luna, by the way." Kobe's head whipped up to the white-haired teen, eye-wide in shock at her casual answer. He was so used to hearing that his dream would be impossible Kobe had stopped saying it out loud. Tears sprung up to the corners of his eyes, but with a sharp intake of breath, he managed to hold them back with a tentative smile. Thank you. It was always my dream to become a Marine," he admitted shyly, and Luna smiled in response. "Well, if it's your dream, you should make it come true," she encouraged, and Kobe felt something akin to awe. The way that both Luna and Luffy could just tell him to follow his dreams if he really wants to have them, it was inspiring. After a moment of silence, where Luna went back to her drink and Luffy continued to eat his food, a question he had thought of earlier came to Kobe's mind. Hey, are you a pirate too, Luna-san? Since you know Luffy-san dash but was cut off as both Luffy and Luna answered at the same time. Yeah, nope. The two paused, looked at one another, and scowled. Confused, Kobe watched as they had a silent stare-off, before Luffy turned to address him. She's part of my crew, he stated firmly, as though it were an obvious fact. This only irritated the white-haired teen though, but Luna took in a breath to calm herself as she turned to face Kobe herself. With an angelic smile on her face, I told him I'd think about it and decide when we got to Shell Town. I haven't actually agreed. Kobe nervously looked back and forth between them, unsure what to say to the annoyed teens. When they both began to pout in their own ways, Luffy angrily chewing food, Luna grumpily chugging her drink, he decided a change of topic was in order. Luffy-san, if you are looking for the One Piece, doesn't that means you'll have to get into the Grand Line? At this, Luffy brightened up and a smile that was all teeth appeared as he affirmed it. Yeep, but that place is known as the Pirates' Graveyard, Kobe stated, tone tinged with panic. Yeah, that's why I need a strong crew. I already have Luna, and Luna made a noise of protest at this, but it was ignored by the rubber teen. And we're going to check out the second member when we get to Shell Town. There's gotta be a reason as to why he was captured, right? Kobe gasped at this. You don't mean Roronoa Zoro? Luffy smiled as he said, if he's a good guy, I'll ask him to join me, and started to laugh. His laughs only got louder with every word from Kobe that said it was impossible. Kobe even went on to explain how Zoro is a demon, but the knowledge didn't seem to faze Luffy in the least. Unbothered, he kept laughing. Kobe looked like he could go crazy at any moment. With a jolt, as though he suddenly remembered something, he turned towards Luna with a hopeful look. Please, Luna-san, at least say something. At the mention of her, Luffy finally stopped his laughter. Attention on her and smile still on his face. Right. Do you know about Zoro, Luna? Luna thought about it for a moment, unsure as to what to say. She knew of him from both the story and from what she had gathered of the Straw Hat crew when she got here. But Luna's never actually met the guy personally. She decided to omit what she knew of him from her past life and go with what she knew from her current life. I've heard the same things Kobe's mentioned already. But they're just rumors. I've found no facts or incidences to base them off of, so we can't actually know if they're true or not. If you want to know someone, you should just go and see what they're like yourself. Then she glanced at Kobe with an earnest expression. The world is not always so black and white, Kobe. You should never judge a person on just what you've heard about them. You should be able to use your own eyes to see the world and then decide on your own. With her piece said, Luna ignored the beaming smile sent her way from Luffy and leaned back against the side of the boat with a small sigh. With everything that's happened today, she was rather tired. Swimming against the current of a whirlpool will do that to you, she supposed. And since Kobe was here, she figured that like in the manga he would get them safely to Shell's Town. He might still be naive and confused for now, but Luna trusted that Kobe would become a great marine in the future. Just before her eyes closed, Luna spotted Luffy again. Their eyes met, and there was some kind of understanding along with something she didn't recognize that passed between them. His smile turned soft, and that was the last thing Luna saw before her eyes closed for her nap. It was the gentle poke to her cheek that first brought Luna out of unconsciousness. Then a soft call of her name came, and she groggily opened her eyes. She met two inky black eyes, and her mind went blank. The two stared at one another for what felt like an eternity, though in reality it was less than a minute. Then, as though they had come to a silent agreement, they both drew back. Now sat up properly, Luna looked to the hand Luffy extended to her when he stood up. Accepting the offer, Luffy pulled Luna up to her full height as she looked towards the land they were currently docked at. We're here already, huh? Luna grinned. Yeah. Luffy then turned to her with his usual toothy grin. Let's go and find this Zoro guy. Luffy let go of Luna's hand as he hopped out of the boat excitedly. Luna and Kobe followed at a more sedate pace. But there was a soft look on Luna's face as she got lost in her thoughts. From what she knew of the story in her previous life, Zoro's character should be very similar to her brothers in the way that they both had big, soft hearts despite their want to hide it. Oh, Luna! You finally came back? An old fruit seller asked with a big smile after he spotted the white-haired teen. Knocked out of her thoughts, Luna sent a kind smile back his way. Yeah, I've just come back. She was handed an apple when she got close enough, and she accepted the offer with delight. Luna never got tired of the kind gesture each time that she visited the town, not to mention that free food was always nice. You know, Luna, old guy? Luffy questioned when he heard the conversation, yet his eyes followed the apple in Luna's hands. Then, does that mean you can tell me where I can find this Zoro? He was about to just take an apple, but Luna gave him hers before he could try. Gleefully he accepted and took a bite of the apple, never one to reject any type of food, but paused in question as the townspeople suddenly reeled back in shock. Everyone around them looked so scared and shocked after Luffy's question that Luna had a hard time holding back her sudden laughter. Luffy, on the other hand, looked rather confused. Kobe pushed at Luffy's back, eager to get out of there. He muttered something about how Zoro must have done something really horrible for the villagers to act in such a way from just the sound of his name. Luna gave the old fruit seller a tiny wave as she followed after her two companions. I heard that this town is under the protection of Axe-Hand Morgan, Kobe mentioned conversationally. Only this time, he was the cause of the townsfolk's funny reaction. Luffy laughed at this while saying what a weird town, while it was Kobe's turn to look confused this time. Zoro I get, but Morgan too? He questioned weakly. Luna put her hand on his head and ruffled his pink hair. There was a sad smile on Luna's face, but her eyes held a knowing glint to them. Kobe looked up at her, confused, but paused to take in her expressions. Ever so slowly, a determination came about Kobe, as though he understood exactly what Luna wanted to say without her saying anything out loud. XXX, I can't believe I'm finally here. After all that time with Alvida, finally, thank you. Luffy-san. Luna-san. Kobe turned to the mentioned teens with an overly happy expression, but they weren't there anymore. Instead of being on the road directly behind him, Kobe did a double take when he noticed his two companions had climbed up the wall just outside of the marine fortress. Wait! What are you two doing? Kobe yelled out. They both glanced back over at him. Their expressions were clearly unimpressed with Kobe's question. Climbing, both said simultaneously, which got Kobe to gasp in with shock. Luna stared at Kobe for a second, before she let out a small sigh. She had forgotten just how cowardly the pink-haired teen was currently. With a shake of her head, she turned her attention back to the wall. It was time for her to see Zoro for the first time, and that made her rather excited for the encounter. Is this Zoro? Came Luffy's curious voice from beside her as Luna finally pulled herself up to see over the wall. Probably. He matches the description that was given for Zoro anyhow. Luna answered him. Kobe popped up beside Luna, and cautiously looked over the wall towards Zoro. There is no way Zoro would be here. He's probably deep in the fortress, and kept in the prison cells only. Kobe swallowed his words as his eyes caught sight of the tall man strapped down to the cross erected in the center of the fortress courtyard. The preteen froze, opened and closed his mouth fearfully, before he lost his grip on the wall and tumbled backwards. With a front row seat to the sudden fumble, it somehow struck Luna as funny, and she couldn't hold back her sudden spurt of laughter. Luffy gave her a look, and Luna covered her mouth as she looked away, still shaking. After a moment the white-haired teen managed to calm down, and avoided the look Luffy still shot her way. With a small shrug at this, Luna turned her head back towards Zoro. He was a muscular man of average height with lightly tanned skin. He had 3 identical gold earrings on his left earlobe and a black bandana tied around his left bicep. Long black trousers, with their ends tucked inside of black boots, covered his legs, while a plain white shirt with 3 undone buttons at the collar covered his torso. Around his waist was a green haramaki which would hold his swords, though they weren't present at the moment. With a slightly closer inspection, Luna noticed just how bad of a shape Zoro seemed to be in. Under the hot sun, he looked exhausted as his skin tone changed to a clammy gray. He also looked very thin, obviously starved. Yet despite it all, the look in his eyes was of a soul who was set to see this through. He truly believed that he could do this. It was intimidating, all right, and Luna could see why Kobe had gotten so frightened at the sight. That type of rigid and unbroken spirit was not something that one often saw. Those ropes look pretty easy to break, Luffy commented, chin in his hand as he stared at Zoro. This time, it was Luna's turn to shoot Luffy a look to which he shrugged at. From the ground behind them, Kobe shouted up at the duo that they should stop playing games. Zoro could easily kill them if he so wished after all. As he spoke, Kobe climbed up the wall a second time. Hey, all 3 of them turned to Zoro, eyes wide in curiosity. Though, compared to the other 2, Kobe looked more scared than curious. HM? Luffy questioned and tilted his head curiously. Could you please come over here and untie me? I've been tied up for a long while, and I'm exhausted. Only he didn't look like he was actually asking for help. It looked more like a wolf had just called to some naive sheep to come be dinner. Look, he's smiling. Luffy sounded rather surprised by the fact. He talked. Kobe whimpered. Did you think he didn't know how? Luna questioned plainly, but Kobe only continued to whimper as a response. I can repay you. I could hunt down a fugitive and give you the rewards. I'm not lying. My word is my oath, Zoro continued, and Kobe's whimpers grew worse from between Luna and Luffy as his panic grew. Luffy made a movement to go forwards, and Kobe finally cracked. No! Don't do it, Luffy-san. Don't be tricked by his words, they're lies. When you free him, he'll just kill us in his escape. He squeaked, and his entire body trembled as he grabbed the side of Luffy's vest to keep him from going any further. He can't kill me, Luffy stated with a factual shake of his head towards Kobe. Because I'm strong too. Luna couldn't deny that Luffy was strong. And with the condition he's currently in, Zoro wouldn't be able to hurt the rubber captain even if he wanted to. Yet, Luna has always wondered what an outcome of a serious fight between the two of them would look like. Would Zoro win, or would it be Luffy? Though even if Zoro fought with his full strength and with Luffy's weakness of sharp objects too, Luna thought that it would probably be Luffy who'd win. On top of it, right now Zoro was rather cocky. She could see it in the way that he stared at them. And with a little disappointment, Luna realized that's probably how he would stay until he gets defeated by Mihawk later on. Ah? Zoro's eyes looked to Luffy sharply, and much to Luna's amusement, he seemed to have taken the black-haired teen's words as a challenge. A sound caught the group's attention then, and they turned to see what it was. Luna's expression went from surprise to worry as she watched. Rika, she thought, was she supposed to be here? I can't remember. She won't get in trouble, will she? It was a little girl. Short brown hair parted in two pigtails, and a parcel held ever so delicately in her hands as she climbed up a ladder to get to the top of the marine base wall. Luna couldn't take the worry anymore, as it was clear to her just where the girl was intent to go. Rika? She called out. The little girl looked towards the voice, surprised. When she noticed how it was just Luna, a happy smile broke out on her face. Big sister Luna, she greeted happily, but then seemed to remember where she was. With a single finger over her mouth to tell the others to stay silent, the girl proceeded to climb over the wall to get to Zoro. Ah! Don't do it! It's dangerous! Kobe whisper yelled in his panic, worry in his tone and on his face as he watched the girl go. Rika didn't listen to him though. Luffy turned to Luna then, but she kept her concerned gaze on Rika. Don't worry, I don't think he would do anything to her even if he could, Luffy stated, causing Luna to glance at him briefly. It's not Zoro that I'm worried about, she answered back quietly. It confused Luffy, but he didn't dwell on it too long after he turned his attention back towards the courtyard. Don't yell at cute kids, Zoro, Luna thought as she watched him do so when Rika offered him her rice balls. It irritated her enough to consider punching him, even though she knew full well why it had to be done. Roronoa Zoro! Don't pick on little kids. I will report it to my father, you know. Everyone present looked towards where the voice had come from. Instantly Luna got a disgruntled look on her face like she had just spotted a bug. The first time that he saw her on the island, he had asked her to be his. He even used the fact that he is Morgan's son to get her to agree, as though that fact were enticing. That idiot daddy's boy, she thought with annoyance. Luna always held back against him since she knew she shouldn't kill him since he was supposed to be a good Marine eventually. She also figured that she didn't want to cause trouble with the Marines here. But the urge to punch him, it was strong with this one. Ah. A weirdo's just arrived, Luffy commented, to which Luna gave a solemn nod. He must be someone important in the Marines. Thank goodness. The girl is safe now, Kobe said with relief. Do you know him? Luffy started to say before he abruptly stopped himself when he turned to Luna and saw her face. There was a look of clear dislike on Luna's face. For the situation or the Marine, Luffy wasn't certain yet, but he knew that something wasn't right as he turned his attention back to the scene before them. As Helmeppo praised his father like he was some sort of god, Luna gritted her teeth. The fact that Helmeppo currently thought that whatever status his father had gave him the right to stomp on Rika's hard work of a rice ball made her sick. So when Helmeppo ordered his men to throw the small girl over the wall, to distract herself of all the ways she could murder the man in her mind, Luna was quick to push off the top of the wall to catch Rika before Luffy could. Like an agile cat, Luna twisted in the air with Rika in her arms so that she could land on her feet. You alright, Rika? Luna asked when she had set the girl down on her feet. The girl stared at Luna in shock as she was checked over for any injuries. Kobe jumped off the wall then, and ran over to them with worry plastered onto his face. With a sigh of relief, Luna looked up when she was sure that the girl wasn't hurt. Her eyes met Luffy's. I'm going to take her to her mother. They live in the restaurant that we saw on the way here, she said, and a smile came to the Nwared's face. I'll meet you there then. Luffy responded before he turned his attention back towards the Marine base courtyard. With Kobe and Rika accompanying her, Luna led the way to the restaurant. She told Rika about how Luffy and Kobe had come to the island with her, and of how even though he was a pirate, Luffy was a good person. When she mentioned that Kobe was a good person too and that he planned to be a Marine, for some reason said Pinkett gave her a very happy smile. Luna really didn't understand why or how, but she had somehow made Kobe happy with the statement. An idea came to Luna then, and she smiled mischievously. On her way here, she'd thought a lot about joining Luffy or not. Now she knew her decision, and exactly how to execute it. In front of the restaurant door, Luna stopped and crouched to Rika's height. "Rika, can I ask you something?" she questioned in a whisper, like it was something top secret she was about to impart to the girl. Her eyes lit up. "What? What is it, big sister Luna?" Rika whispered back urgently, eager to know what Luna had to say. Luna smiled. "When that straw hat wearing boy comes here, if he says that he wants Zoro and his crew, tell him that I will join him if he can manage to make Zoro join him." Okay? Somehow, Kobe managed to look even more shocked than Rika at the statement. Luna wondered why that was. He had seen just how insistent the Straw Hat Captain could be for himself, after all. Maybe it was because of her condition to join the crew. Yes, that must be it. Kobe had been very insistent that Zoro was a bad person after all. Luna mentally nodded at her conclusion. "Are you going to leave for good this time? Become a pirate?" Rika asked sadly, which made Luna's smile soften. Luna gave a nod of her head, mind made up, and Rika let out a soft sigh. Then she brightened up and gave a nod. "Okay, I'll tell him." Luna leaned in and gave the small girl a hug. "Thanks, Rika," she said, and gave her one final squeeze before she let go. Then she straightened up and began to walk in the direction of her island house. "You make sure she gets to her mother, Kobe," Luna warned with a smile and wave at said Pinkett. As Luna turned a corner of the street, she heard him say that he would. Inside the restaurant, Kobe had sat down at a table. It was as he questioned Rika on where her mom could possibly be at the moment that the door to the establishment opened. Kobe stopped mid-sentence as he saw that it was Luffy who had just entered. Silently he watched as Luffy's eyes roamed the room, passing over him twice before they finally came to a stop on him. "Where is Luna?" was the first thing out of Luffy's mouth after he had joined Kobe at the table. "Big sister Luna went to her home. But I think she might come back later," Rika answered with a smile. Luffy opened his mouth to ask another question, but was interrupted when the back door opened. A woman came in with a worried expression on her face, before she let out a surprised gasp when she spotted them at the table. "Rika! I'd looked all over for you. Where did you go? And who are these boys?" She went towards Rika and shot a suspicious look towards Luffy and Kobe. Oblivious to the suspicion, Rika gestured to the two teens grandly. "Mom! These two are friends of Big Sister Luna!" she exclaimed. Almost immediately, the middle-aged woman relaxed. "Oh, they are?" she breathed in relief. Luna's friendship was enough for her apparently. The reaction caused both Rika and Luffy to laugh merrily. "Oh, you know Luna?" "I'm Luffy," he said with a big grin. "A friend of his friend is also his friend." The woman introduced herself. "She is Rika, Rika's mother, and the owner of this restaurant." Then she went on about how they knew Luna, of how Luna would be a waitress every once in a while and would sing, on rare occasions only though, for their customers. All in all, the teen was good at what she did. "Oh yeah, I like her singing too." Luffy grinned happily, but then pouted though. "She told me she isn't a musician." "No, she's not." Rika smiled as his pout seemed to deepen, if that was possible. "She goes to different places and comes back with bandits or pirates to take their bounties," Rika spoke excitedly. To her, Luna was so cool. Luffy grinned at the girl's enthusiasm, reminded of when Luna had told him of this herself earlier that day. "So she's a bounty hunter?" Kobe questioned with a tilt of his head, confused. "Nope." Rika giggled at Kobe's expression. "She just loves to fight, and the money's a great bonus. Then she usually always brings those she captures here because these Marines know her." This didn't help much with Kobe's confusion though. "Know her? Do you need to know the Marines to bring in a bounty?" This time Rika answered, "She doesn't want to be known as a bounty hunter. And for some reason, she doesn't want her full name to be known. Here, we know her personally, so we don't need to ask about her full name. The Marines know her as De Luna," she explained with a calm smile on her face. "De Luna?" Kobe repeated as he rifled through his memories. The name sounded familiar. Where did he? Abruptly, Kobe remembered how he had spotted the name De Luna inscripted onto the side of one of Luna's launchers. Appeased from the memory, Kobe nodded in understanding of Luna's actions. Usually, Marines would ask for all the information of the person who brought in a bounty. It was to make sure that they weren't about to pay a criminal for the capture of another criminal. Then, after several bounties had been handed over to the same individual, they would be addressed as a bounty hunter. If she didn't want to be a bounty hunter, and didn't want the Marines to know her full name, it made sense that Luna only brought her bounties here as they likely wouldn't accept them anywhere else on so little information. Ririka's words had Luffy think about when he and Luna had first met. She had no problems in telling him her full name, and just after they had met too. He didn't know much about the underworld, but after everything she's told him, he thought that it might be dangerous if she's recognized. Like Ace, he concluded silently. In the short time they were together, he noticed how she acted a lot like his brother at times. Maybe that's why. He only knew her for about a day, not even a full one yet. They had just met only this morning, just after sunrise. Yet he felt like they knew each other for longer. Suddenly Kobe's voice cut into Luffy's thoughts. So what really happened with Zoro? Why were you trying to feed such an evil guy? The Pinkette asked, which was received with anger by the little girl. He's not evil! Rika yelled. Zoro isn't a bad person. He saved my life. Interest peaked. Saved you? Luffy asked and Rika nodded. Yeah, you see, and she told them what happened. How Zoro actually killed Helmeppo's pet wolf because it was about to attack her and was now strung up in the courtyard as punishment. So, you're saying Zoro only got arrested because he killed Helmeppo's wolf? Luffy asked, annoyed that was the only reason. So what if Zoro has a bad enough temper to kill wolves? That isn't a crime. Kobe stated as thoughts of what Luna said on the boat rang in his ears at that moment. The world isn't always so black and white, Kobe. You should never judge a person based only on what you've heard about them. You should be able to use your own eyes to see the world and then decide on your own, she had said. The only bad guys here are Morgan and his goons. You'll get executed if you disobey them, so everyone is afraid of them. Rika spoke with anger, then settled with sadness as she continued. Only Big Sister Luna's not afraid, but she's not always here. Just as Luffy was about to speak, they heard the door open again. It was Helmeppo. He laughed as he entered the establishment, and sat down at one of the tables. Almost immediately Helmeppo hit the table with his fist to cause a loud bang that made everyone jump at the suddenness of the sound. Hey, waitress! What do you think you're doing, making me wait? Hurry it up and get my water already! He snarled at Rika, who hurried to complete the sudden order. As she scrambled off, Luffy, Kobe and Rika watched as Helmeppo leaned back in his seat and proceeded to kick up his feet onto the table. Heh. You know what? I think I'll just execute that Zoro publicly, 3 days from now. It'll set an example to not cross me. He even snickered as he said it. The air around Luffy seemed to turn cold as an icy fury built up in the pit of his stomach. 3 days, he stated quietly, voice rough. Then Luffy turned to face the son of the Marine captain, temper spiked. Didn't you say you'd give Zoro till the end of the month? At the sound of Luffy's inquiry, Helmeppo looked over to him. He raised a brow. What a rude tone. Do you know whom you're addressing? Who even are you? Then, as though he had only spoken to himself, his expression suddenly turned gleeful as his tone dripped with mockery when he continued. What an idiot! Who told you that I'd do that? I'm merely keeping Zoro on display until I find him worthy enough for the mercy of death. The world seemed to go white around Luffy, the only ones present being him, Helmeppo, and the rage that stirred within him at the words. Knuckles white, Luffy stood and strode over to Helmeppo. Luffy took a fistful of the overly smug captain's son's perfectly ironed white button-up, pulled him off his chair, and then punched him in the face with enough force to break his nose. Luffy-san! Kobe gasped before he ran towards Luffy and tried to hold him back. Stop, please. You want to mess with the Marines or something? But then Kobe froze when Luffy answered, voice hard with his resolve. Kobe. I've decided. What? Kobe stuttered, taken off guard. I'm gonna ask Zoro to join me. A wide grin of defiance appeared on Luffy's face as he said this, eyes locked on how Helmeppo struggled to sit up. The captain's son had fallen and knocked over the dinner table from the force of Luffy's punch. Other customers who were present stared at the scene in shocked silence from their seats, while the townspeople who had heard the commotion and decided to stop to see what had happened had the same reaction. No one was as shocked by this as Kobe though, as the Pinkette stared up at Luffy with clear disbelief. Throughout it all, only Ririka stayed calm. Her belief that anyone Luna considered as her friends were good people held firm. If Luna allowed this straw-hatted team to come here, to Ririka, there could only be one meaning. Why you hit me? Helmeppo's voice was riddled with disbelief as he brought a hand down from his nose to stare at the red glob of blood on his palm. Then he looked up to Luffy, face red with rage. You hit me. Not even my father's ever hit me, and he's Axe-Hand Morgan. Luffy moved to go hit the guy again, but Koby quickly placed himself between them and braced against Luffy's movements. No! Leave him, Luffy-san, they're Marines. Koby grabbed fists full of Luffy's button vest. Calm down, please. So what if they're Marines? Luffy growled angrily. A bastard is still a bastard, no matter who you work for. As soon as the words left his mouth, customers got up from their chairs, joined the outside crowd in getting away. Even Helmeppo's guards took a step forwards in an attempt to cover their charge from Luffy's view. Why don't you fight me yourself? Luffy demanded Helmeppo once the restaurant had emptied of everyone except for Rika, Helmeppo, Helmeppo's guards, Koby and himself. A frightened look seemed to come to the captain's son at the thought of fighting Luffy, and his hand went up to hold his nose again. Koby tightened his hold around Luffy. Luffy-san. Don't do this, he pleaded. Two of the Marine guards inched back from Luffy and began to help Helmeppo up, while the others kept their tense stares on the straw-hatted teen. You will regret hitting me. You'll get a death sentence for it. And my dad will be the one who executes you. Helmeppo threatened as he was carried out the door by his father's men. Luffy watched him go, then stopped fighting against Koby's hold. The pink-haired teen almost fell from the sudden loss of Luffy's weight against his own. A guy like that isn't worth being hit. Luffy decided then, despite already having hit him. He ran away, Koby murmured, and Rika walked up to Luffy. Her eyes sparkled in awe as she tugged lightly on the side of his vest. I was scared to death about what would happen to you when you punched him. But you were so cool, big brother. It made me feel better too. The girl praised, which got Luffy to grin at her. Really? I should have hit him a couple more times then, he declared loudly as he held up his fists, as though to hit an imaginary opponent in front of him. The action caused Rika to giggle happily. You said you want Zoro join you, right? Caught a bit off guard from the sudden question from Rika, Luffy paused. HM? Yeah. I've decided that Zoro will join my crew, he declared and gave the girl a wide grin. Big sister Luna told me that if you ever decided to have Zoro join your crew, that I should tell you something. Rika mentioned with a nod of her small head, which caught Luffy's attention all the more. Oh? What is it? Luffy questioned, his curiosity of where Luna had gone piquing all the more at the fact that she had left a message for him. She said that she would join your crew, Rika said excitedly, which got Luffy's eyes to light up. Just as he was about to celebrate the news, Rika continued, but only if Zoro says he'll join you. Luffy froze. He questioned, tone low and expression suddenly blank. Oh, that's right. Koby spoke up, and put his fist on his open palm as he remembered. Just before she left, she said that if you wanted Zoro in your crew, we should tell you that she will join you. But only if you manage to make Zoro join you. Luffy stayed silent for a moment, his eyes shadowed by with his straw hat. He stayed silent for so long, it made Koby a little worried. Then Luffy suddenly burst into laughter. She really said that? He giggled, and got nods from both Koby and Rika. Shishishi. Then she's gone to pack her things, he stated confidently. Koby gave him an odd look. What do you mean, Luffy-san? Then the pink-haired teen shivered at the look on Luffy's face as the Noiret finally lifted his face. Only that Zoro will join my crew, he stated lowly. Is that so? Koby whimpered, now scared for the bounty hunter. Somehow, the grin on Luffy's face almost seemed demonic in that moment. There was no way that the swordsman would be able to get away now. Are you okay, big brother? You're sweating up a waterfall. Rika gasped at Koby, before she noticed Luffy leaving and turned towards him. Wait. Where are you going, big brother Luffy? I'm going to fetch Zoro, of course. Luffy replied easily, as though said swordsman had already agreed to join him on his adventures. Luffy was very happy. He remembered how he had expressed the desire to see if Zoro would be good enough for his crew on their way here and was pleased to know that Luna approved of the bounty hunter joining. Now all he had to do was get Zoro to say yes, and Luffy would gain not one, but two crewmates because of it. The very thought thrilled him. XXX. Luffy, Zoro, and Koby were now all seated at the restaurant. When Luffy went to go get the green-haired swordsman, Captain Morgan showed up and they ended up in a fight with him. It was pretty sad how easy it was to defeat the Marines' captain, but the soldiers under Morgan's rule had rejoiced at their captain's defeat. Now, after being blackmailed into it, Zoro had joined Luffy as his first mate on his pirate crew. Since we're going to the Grand Line, how many people are already on our crew? Zoro asked around the glob of mashed potatoes he put in his mouth. Oh good lord, It tasted heavenly. Especially after no food or water in days. Luffy grinned, then pointed between himself and Zoro. You, me, and one other, Zoro choked. 3? Just a 3-person crew? Can we even call ourselves pirates? Why not? Luffy challenged with a laugh. We're all strong, so of course we can be pirates. Zoro was about to yell something again, but he stopped himself. He tilted his head as a thought occurred to him. 3? Who is the third one? Then Zoro's eyes landed on Kobe, which got the Pinkhead's eyes to widen. It's not me. I want to become a marine, not a pirate. Kobe yelled out, and rapidly shook his head and hands to try and get the message across. She'll be here soon. Luffy interrupted before Zoro could ask another question about it. Then the captain gave his first mate a grin before he returned his attention to the food in front of him, as though his words were a premonition. As soon as they were said, the restaurant door opened. When Zoro glanced over, he instantly recognized the team that stood there. She had been with Luffy and Kobe when they first arrived to see him after all. She was shorter in person than he had thought. Even with the high heels that she wore, she was shorter than Luffy. But it was her eyes that really caught Zoro's attention. They were as blue as the sea, yes, but it was the knowledge that they seemed to hold, the knowing that is there accompanied by something else, something hinged, perhaps, that made him second-guess her. Why would someone so young have eyes like that? With a calculating look, Zoro took the time to look over her. The weapons on her person, her jewelry on her wrists, how her white hair had golden strands through it, and overall, how intimidating she could be. Zoro knew from her build alone that she wasn't weak, that she probably knew how to kill a person with each one of the tools strapped to her person with swift precision. Especially that katana clad in black, that he could now see she had at her hip. That, and all the black knives that were in holsters around her hips. Luna! Luffy called out enthusiastically the moment he spotted her. Out of the corner of Zoro's eye, he could see his captain waving her over to them with a stupidly happy grin on his face. You ready to leave now? Zoro said yes. The corner of his green eyebrow twitched as Zoro was suddenly reminded of how he was blackmailed into saying yes again, but he let out a sigh as he knew there was no backing out now. He never went back on his word after all. When Zoro brought his attention back to Luna from Luffy, he saw the returning smile on her face, and was that a glint of enthusiasm in her eyes. How odd. So she's the third one, Luna, was it? Zoro thought as his eyes went back to her katana. Unconsciously, Zoro's hand went to his white katana, the Wado Ikemanji, as memories of Kuina popped up for a moment. A smirk made itself known on his face as he imagined himself in a spar against Luna. She might just put up a good fight, something he hadn't had in a while. There wasn't much in Luna's little house that she needed to pack. In fact, it would all be able to fit in her single steel blue backpack. First were her books. Some of them were notebooks, only 2 of which were still empty, that had been filled like a personal logbook that might have turned into a diary series. There were some informational books too, like her How to Exercise Properly for Dummies book, that she had gathered over the years. There was even this one book about the Grand Line that she had found a while ago. And now that she would join the Straw Hats, Luna planned to hand it over to Nami after the hour-long arc was taken care of. Besides, it wasn't like she understood much about what was written inside of it anyhow. Her clothes were next, not that she had many. They got tucked in the backpack, on top of her precious books. Then Luna picked up chests, all of which locked with a special key, and carefully hid them amongst her clothes in the backpack. The government and the world nobles have never liked those with the letter D in their names. They liked Luna even less. To them, she knew too much. Which was why Luna didn't want to catch their attention if she could help it. In fact, that was one of the reasons as to why she hid her name. Last to go into her bag were her babies. She placed each one in with care and love so that they wouldn't fall out. With one last sweep of the living space that she was in, Luna felt satisfied that she hadn't left anything behind. She went out the door, then took 3 steps back into the house when she spotted a bottle of whiskey, still full, out of the corner of her eye. Yoink! Luna grinned as she snatched it off the counter, then left once again. XXX. It was Luna's worry of joining the Straw Hats, the changes that she could already have created by doing so, that brought her to the rooftop that allowed her to overlook the Marine base. She tried to not be too loud when she witnessed Luffy actually blackmailing poor Zoro into joining his crew, and laughed. Then again, maybe her volume didn't matter. Luffy had already spotted her here a while ago. When she arrived on the rooftop, it was just as the Marines had arrived in the courtyard with Axe-Hand Morgan leading them. Her hand had gone to her kanata, and her body tensed in anticipation to jump in should there be any discrepancies that might not let Zoro and Kobe live through this. She was going to be part of their crew after all, and she protected her friends fiercely. Especially when she had the power to do so. Then, like a hot coal had lit up on the side of her head, Luna felt as though someone had spotted her. When she turned in the direction it came from, her eyes locked onto the dark orbs of her future captain. It looked like he had looked out the window before he decided to jump out of it with Zoro's swords in hand and spotted her while he was at it. It was only for a split second really, but it was long enough for her to get the message. He wanted her to leave it to him. Luna could see it in his pressing and intense gaze. And it wasn't a favor either, it was an order. Instantly Luna felt the need to rebel. "You're not my captain just yet." But figured that if she gave in now, how would she listen later? So instead, she took her hand off of her weapon and made a show of sitting down. Luna wasn't sure if the responding satisfied grin he shot her in return pissed her off more or reassured her that all would be fine. Or was he mocking me? Luna wondered irately as she watched Luffy slingshot himself out of the glass window and to Zoro's defense. Then she shook her head. "Never mind, I don't think he would try to mock people, or would he?" It gave her a bit of a migraine to think about it. She got out the bottle of whiskey that she had snatched from her house and uncorked it. From around the glass of the whiskey bottle, Luna watched as Zoro and Luffy teamed up to take down the Marines with ease. "They're a good team for just meeting one another," Luna sighed out after she had swallowed. She licked her lips and a smirk grew as she witnessed Luffy finally punch Helmeppo. "That's more like it." She took a victory swig. Then Luna almost choked on her drink when her gaze met Luffy's for a second time that evening. Zoro had fallen limply to the ground in his exhaustion. That's what happens when you don't eat, drink, or move for days on end, then suddenly decide to take part in a fight, and before Luffy turned to help him, he looked her way. A cocky smirk had appeared on his face, and he rose a brow at her as though to ask, "What did you think of that?" It was a look that Luna had never expected to see on the rubber captain's face, especially when she was expecting certain characteristics from him due to the story. Though surprises like this, the differences between reality and fiction when it came to personalities, always managed to amuse her, especially when she had been geared to expect certain characteristics from people due to the manga she read. In response to Luffy's quiet question, Luna rose her whiskey bottle in a toast and sent him a smile. She didn't think he'd be this proud over his actions today, but figured he deserved it after obtaining 2 crew members in one shot. The straw-hatted captain turned away, but Luna could hear his loud boisterous laugh from where she sat anyways, and from the looks on their faces, Luna deduced that both Zoro and Kobe both thought the rubber captain was mad in that moment. As the guys walked away towards the restaurant, Luna got lost in her thoughts. There would be no turning back for her now. She had already agreed to go with Luffy after all, and she planned to keep her word. At first she had been determined to stay away from the Straw Hats. She even wrote a coded book from her memories as an assassin to remember the main plot points to their story so that she could steer clear of them. But then she went out to try and fulfill her promise to her brother. Quickly Luna had realized just how lonely it was without other people with you. It was lonely enough that Luna knew she'd eventually go mad from it. Then she actually met Luffy, spent time with him, and got to know him somewhat. What she found was that the manga she read on his life and reality were 2 very different things. Sure, a lot of things that happened in the manga actually did come to pass eventually, but it wasn't exact. It wasn't perfect. Besides, for all she knew, a meteor could fall on the Earth just after Wano. No, they might even die there. Maybe the only reason they didn't is because people wanted the manga to continue and everything after that point was made up. A slow sigh left her as she shut her eyes. Luna probably didn't need to worry about her presence too much in the long run. She would take everything as it came, face it head on with her crew and do her damnedest to survive with them. Maybe it was because of the liquor, but the thought of surviving with them brought a smile to her face. Yeah, she would protect them. They're her friends now, after all. XXX. He's looking at my katana, Luna thought as a smirk came to her face and she put her hand on its black hilt. Will he want to spar? Zoro's eyes left her katana and met her own. His smirk grew in response. That's a yes. She grinned to herself happily, and briefly thought of the next place where they could do so. Hey, she greeted them with a big smile, and waved back before she joined them at the table. She put her backpack down on the floor beside her as she sat, then smiled and thanked Rika as the woman put some food and sake in front of her. Luna! This is Zoro, our newest crew member. He is a swordsman who uses 3 swords all at once. Zoro, this is Luna. Luffy introduced them with his never-ending, bright smile all the while he ate. How they understood him, who knows? Luna laughed and glanced at Luffy. Actually, Luffy, I'm the new crew member since I joined right after Zoro. This caused Zoro to look confused as Luffy blinked like he just noticed that. Then he laughed. You're right. Zoro. This is our newest crew member, Luna. Somehow, this seemed to make Zoro even more lost, and Luna burst out into laughter due to the look on his face. Kobe, Rika and Marika seemed to follow easily enough, and laughed with Luna and Luffy happily. What are guys talking about? How could she have joined after me when this is the first time that we're all together? When did this happen? Zoro questioned, still very confused. Kobe was the one who decided to explain. It was a deal between Luffy-san and Luna-san. Luffy-san was trying to make her join him for a while now, see? So after Miss Rika joined us, Luna decided that if Luffy-san wanted you to join his crew, then she would join after you had agreed. He smiled as he spoke, enjoying the incredulous look on Zoro's face. She was watching us from a roof the whole time, Luffy added with a grin, like the thought amused him. Luna thought that he really didn't have to add that she watched the whole thing. Eh? Luna-san. You were there too? Kobe spluttered in surprise, eyes wide with disbelief. Thought so, Luna thought with a mental sigh, then gave them a nonchalant smile. Yup. She confirmed aloud anyways. Kobe was no so easily appeased, however. You could have helped out though. He pointed out, and tears began to form at the corner of his eyes as he stared at her. Well, it worked out in the end, right? You should look at the future, not the past. Luna deflected with a laugh and took a drink of her sake. From that answer, Kobe looked like it was gonna drive him insane. Zoro still didn't seem to know what to do about this bet that had been made on him. And Luffy laughed merrily at Luna's answer while, somehow, managing to not choke on his food. What were you gonna do if he had decided that I shouldn't join? Zoro questioned suddenly, which got everyone's attention. Luffy stopped his laughter but didn't stop eating. Instead, a smile was left in place as he ate, as though he already knew what the answer would be. Luna put down her drink and lifted an eyebrow. I wouldn't have joined, obviously. She stated plainly, which got Zoro to smirk. The teen looked over Zoro appraisingly then. She might not know him personally, but she knew from the manga just how strong he would be, the potential he has. Even without the story, she had felt the determination in Zoro's words when he had spoken to them. At the moment, Luna wasn't sure who would be stronger in a fight, her or Zoro. He wasn't strong enough to take her on at full strength at the moment, so it might end up in a draw if she used nothing but her katana to fight. It was the future that she really looked forwards to though. When he finally learned Haki, he would be strong. She only knew a little Haki at the moment, so she'd have to learn some too. But that meant that they would both grow strong because Luna was not weak, nor would she tolerate herself being so, and their spars would become all the more interesting. The thought made her smile in anticipation. So you're after Hawkeye? Luna suddenly asked. She was a little excited, as she knew that they would see said legendary swordsman soon. Zoro's eyes grew a little wide in his surprise. Ho! Luna cut him before he could even ask, while she gave him a look that portrayed just how stupid she thought the question to be. I was on the roof, she deadpanned, which got Zoro to frown at her. You know him? He asked as he glanced at his white katana, which got Luna to think of how similar she and Zoro were fulfilling promises to dead people. I sailed to the sea to find him. He glanced at Luna with a glint in his eyes that lingered on Luna's black-sheathed katana for a moment. Then he brought his eyes up to meet hers. What about you? Luna laughed at this. Don't worry. I don't care about that title. I'm not a pure swordsman anyways. She dismissively waved her hand and looked at him with some amusement in her eyes. Zoro gave a nod at the answer, and if Luna hadn't been watching, she probably would have missed the way his shoulders sagged the barest amount at the omission. Had he been that worried to fight against a crew member for the title? Luna pretended like she didn't notice. I might carry a sword, but that doesn't mean that I want to be the greatest, you know? Besides, I know the guy and I couldn't beat him right now anyhow. And there are a lot of people out there who also know him, or know of him. Luna continued, her tone falling to be a little like a reprimand before she quickly lightened it. Is he embarrassed? Luna thought with a light-hearted chuckle as she spotted red on Zoro's cheeks when she had finished speaking. I wonder what he'd do if I cooed at him to not be. I don't know him though, Luffy commented sadly, almost sulking at the omission. Don't you worry, Captain. Luna turned to him with a smile, and he seemed to brighten up at the title. I can teach you everything that I know. Suddenly, Luffy's smile looked a little strained. Lessons, he thought with a shiver as traumatic memories with his grandfather popped up in his head. He blinked twice before he turned to Zoro, as though Luna hadn't suggested trying to impart knowledge to him. Zoro blinked in confusion but went with it while Luna let out a small sigh from being ignored. Luffy looked to Zoro then. Luna's pretty smart, you know. She already knows a lot, and she's really good at gathering information. The straw-hatted captain nodded sagely at his own words, proud of the way he had said them. Zoro's attention went to Luna then, and saw that she too now nodded sagely with the captain, clearly proud of herself and flattered from his words. The swordsman wasn't sure what to make of the duo as he sighed with exasperation in his mind. How long have you guys known each other? Kobe said Luffy was trying to make you join for a while now, right? He questioned wearily, but was shocked silent by their quick answer, one he did not expect for how they acted. We met this morning, they both said simultaneously, and Zoro nearly fell off his chair. Luna asked him if he was okay with a concerned look on her face, and he replied rather sarcastically that he was fine. Luffy laughed jovially before he returned to finish his meal. As they ate their food, Kobe brought up the topic of joining the Marines. He was worried they might think him a pirate because he had sided with Luffy and Zoro during the fight, something Zoro smirked and teased him about. Luna left it be, since she knew that Luffy could handle it, and entertained herself by a conversation with Rika. Luckily enough, it was just as Luffy was about to finish off his food that the Marines finally showed up. Luna took one glance at the door before she decided that it would be good pack up some food for later. As Kobe and Luffy got in their fight, Luna procured some alcohol from Rika and said her goodbyes with both mother and daughter before she joined her crewmates in exiting the establishment. When the Marines saw Luna follow the two pirates, they began to mutter amongst themselves and share uncertain looks. Then the vice captain of the Marines, now in charge since Morgan's defeat, bravely stepped forwards. Wait. Are you going with them, Luna? Yeah, I've decided that I would become a pirate, Luna said with a grin to him as she slung her bag of food over her shoulder. Like Santa's bag of presents, she thought briefly with amusement, over top her backpack. There was a pause as the Marines registered what she said. Then, I'm not going to say anything for now, but if I'm ever asked for information, I will use the name de Luna to refer to you. The vice captain informed with a shout as Luna left with Luffy and Zoro. The white-haired teen grinned, but didn't look back as she waved to them in thanks. De Luna, she considered. The name was only really well known to those in the underworld, or to those who shopped in the blank market. Otherwise, it was unknown. Admittingly, Luna was glad that one of the rules to the underworld was to never speak of what you hear here to anyone. It would keep her somewhat safe after all. Well, for now at least, it would be fine for the Marine to have that name. For the world to know her by it. Besides, it was on her rifle. Someone was bound to use it eventually. Now that she thought of it though, some of the Straw Hat's future enemies might know about her because of that name. They'd recognize her for sure then. Luna had made her own enemies too, along the way to get to this point in her life. They'll become part of the Straw Hat's enemies if she wasn't careful on how she handled them, but there wasn't anything she could do about that at the moment. When they reached the tiny sailing dinghy, Luna shook off her thoughts and hopped in. Zoro sat opposite to her and pushed off the dock so that they could get moving. Immediately Luffy went to the head, after he had unfurled the sail, and plopped down on top of it with a big grin. Let's go! Luffy shouted in excitement as he punched the air in front of him to punctuate the statement. The pirate crew of 3 turned at a sudden shout. On the docks was Kobe. He gave them a salute as he said goodbye, and soon the rest of the Marine platoon stationed at Shell Town appeared to follow Kobe's example. See you later. Even without Luna's knowledge of the future, everyone present somehow knew that they would see Kobe again. This was how my adventure with the Straw Hats began. It's been almost 2 hours or so now that Luffy, Luna, and Zoro left Shell's Town, and soon will be sunset. They were talking, getting to know each other more. Luffy was trying to take food that Luna was protecting while Zoro and Luna were talking about her weapons and his 3-sword style. Zoro was looking at her baseball bat. It has a good feeling in the hand, and it's rather heavy for a wood, was his thoughts. There were big letters on it that said good night, and little letters which he was reading it with a face that it was saying, what he was reading's absolutely ridiculous. I can understand the good night somehow, but why in the hell did you write a recipe and some song on your weapon? He holds it up, shaking which is a baseball bat. She was a weirdo, he was sure of it. She had an unimpressed face at this though. Looking at him with a deadpan look on her face says the guy who fights with a sword in his mouth, she said, causing Zoro to look like he was about to explode right that moment. Besides, I didn't have anything at that time, she added with shrug. He looked like he was about to yell at her before they heard Luffy's voice. So these are the babies you talked about? Luffy said, laughing while holding the mallet in his hands. Babies, she told them, saying that those were the first weapons that she just can't let go. Yeah, they are dash. She turned to Luffy but cut in half as Zoro also turned to him too, only to see that Luffy was swinging the mallet and was about to hit the boat's mast, causing Luna's eyes got widened for a moment, and in a second she was there, taking the hit to her right palm just before Luffy hit the mast. That hit could break the mallet. Zoro thought before Luna yelled at Luffy. Don't do that! Do you want to break the little mast? She hit his head with her bone hand while taking the mallet with her left hand and leaned it to her shoulder. Luffy had a little pained face as he was also pouting a little. Luna was already explained about sea stones to Zoro the first time she hit Luffy while he attacked the food. He was surprised because that was looked hurt, and he wasn't hurt with bullets, so he was asked, and she was explained. This time she didn't hit that hard though. I thought it would be funny, he was whining while holding his head as he also averts his gaze. He was looking like a little child. Like he had done something he shouldn't and his mother found it, so he was getting a scolding. Break the mast? I know baseball bat is heavy and it could break it, but the mallet? Zoro asked. Even though its head was looking strong, it had a rather thin handle. Luna threw it to Zoro after this, which he caught it with his free right hand. His eyes got a little widened for a second since it was as heavy as the bat. They were not that heavy though, since they were still wood, but he could tell that they were firm. They won't break that easily. If it was, they would break it long ago. Zoro looks at her after this as she was starting to sit now while opening a bottle of sake, also glaring at Luffy, who took a piece of meat the moment she opened the food pack. They are made from atom wood, Luna added after she took a gulp from the bottle. What's atom wood? Luffy and Zoro asked at the same time, causing Luna to look at them with a sigh as she looked a little thoughtful for a moment. Unknown to them, she was thinking if she should tell them or not. She decided that it's not that important if they knew though. Everyone with a little research could learn this anyway, so she explained treasure tree atom. It is the strongest and highest quality type of wood found in the world. She had a very educative tone while she was explaining to them that it was weird to Zoro, who examines her babies at that moment. She keeps going. They say a ship made of this wood is capable of withstanding cannonballs and gunfire quite easily, showing little wear over time. It is not completely invincible though. Even a ship like that need a good shipwright to look after them. She finished and took a gulp from her sake. Luffy was looking excited after this. Whoa, so we can have a ship like that? While looking like a child who wants a toy at Christmas, and Zoro was also looking at her as he thought that it would be a good ship to have like that. Luna made a mysterious smile at this though, which it was a rather teasing one if one would be to ask Zoro, holding her right index finger in front of her face, leaning forward a little, like she would give a secret, while Luffy was also looking eager, as he too leaned forward to listen. The only known ship that uses this type of wood is the Oro Jackson, she said, and leaned her back, clearly saying she finished what she was going to say while she was looking so proud what she said at that moment. However, Oro Jackson? Both Luffy and Zoro asked with tilted heads and confused looks on their faces. Blown away, Luna's proud bubble as her face dropped. She was looking at them with a face that full of disappointment, which made them taken back a little. One wants to be the pirate king and other one want to be the greatest swordsman, and yet, she said with a sigh, causing Zoro a vein popped out on his forehead, while Luffy was looking confused. Before they could say anything, I don't think our ship will be made from atom wood because the world government forbade it, saying that anyone who made a ship from it will be sentenced to death or go to the prison. She then adds nonchalantly, because Oro Jackson was the late pirate king's ship. She made a look that saying how could you not know while she was drinking her sake. Zoro's then made an understanding face. Even if it was a little, he understands her disappointment. He didn't care in a little bit though. He was looking for Hawkeye in the end, so, in his mind, there was no need to know this kind of thing. He also finally get his answer about what Luffy told at the restaurant though. He hummed a bit, so that's what Luffy meant when he said that she is perfect at gathering information and knows a lot. He thought. Luffy, on the other hand, didn't care anything he heard after learning Pirate King's ship, as he was thinking how cool it was, and he was bombarding questions to Luna which she was trying to answer as much as she could. Ugh, I'm so hungry, Luffy said, causing Luna to glare at him since it was his fault. She has protected the food really good, but it was all gone when they woke up. She should guess though. She couldn't wait for the day Sanji will join them, since Luffy was obviously eating a lot, but Luna was eating a lot too. If one would be asking Luna about the people who carry the D initials, she would say they eat a lot, since every D she knew was eating a lot, and Luffy more, as he was rubber on top of that. It's funny that you two have absolutely no navigation skills, Zoro said, causing Luna to glare at him this time, as she thought, that is this even coming from him? Why? I have always just wondering, Luffy said, while Luna had no energy to even say something, and she just keeps working on what she had been doing. She knew how to navigate, even if it's a little bit. They just forgot to take a map with them when they left Shellstown, and she didn't know how to get to Orange Town without a map, while she also couldn't take them to another place either. You're like us too, wandering and capturing hunted pirates for rewards. Luffy keep going, while Luna thought that floating was a bad meeting after all. In her mind, she wasn't wandering at all. I don't remember saying that. I live completely off of rewards. I told you I was left to the sea for searching that Hawkeye. But now, I can't find my way home, Zoro said as he looks up to the sky. I had no choice but to start hunting pirates for living, just to get a little bit for the living expenses. Oh, so you're lost? Luffy said as it sounded like oh you too? Shut up. You are the one who's lost. Zoro yelled, causing Luna to think that maybe Zoro should just make peace with himself in the end. You both lost, she said without looking at them as she still keeps going with her business that she was working on for a while now. You were lost too. You were floating, Luffy said nonchalantly, confusing Zoro. Floating? He asked with his confused face but got ignored. Luna's eyebrows were twitching. You can't call it lost. My boat was wrecked, of course, I was floating, she said with irritated tones since it was irritating for her to end up with this kind of situations all the damn time. Wrecked? Zoro asked again and got ignored again. You didn't know how to go home, Luffy said stubbornly. Both of them were thinking that they wouldn't be lost. This who is right? Match. My map was gone in the whirlpool and I woke up without knowing where I am, of course. I didn't know, Luna said stubbornly too, and Luffy was looking like he was going to keep going, but before him, Zoro talked again. Oh, so your boat got in some whirlpool. Get wrecked, so you were floating and met Luffy, he said, connecting the dots by himself since he was getting ignored as they were both being stubborn idiots. They both nod at this, and before they keep on their argument, what are you doing by the way? Zoro asked Luna, very obvious that he wanted to change the subject. Oh. Luna looks up at him with a mischievous glint in her eyes, something she said basically, causing him to sweat drop while Luffy was trying to touch the thing in Luna's hands, but she slapped his hand, causing him to pout for a moment. While she kept going with her something, we need a navigator. We can't go to the Grand Line like this. We also gonna need a ship and a cook, Luna said while Zoro was nodding at this. Oh right. A cook. And a musician too, Luffy said, counting his fingers with a happy smile on his face. Idiot. What are you going off on? Zoro yelled at him while Luna was humming. She couldn't say Zoro was wrong since with everything, a musician wasn't a priority, but when she thought about Brook, she wished that they could go there right that moment since he was alone for a very, very long time. They both laid down after this though, so hungry they said at the same time as Luna also nodded. Oh, a bird, Zoro said. Looks pretty tasty, Luffy added after him. Bird? Tasty? Luna also thought after them as Luffy suddenly get up his feet back. Let's eat that bird, he said with excited face to find something eat. Zoro, how are you gonna eat it? Asked from where he was still laying when Luna lifts her head to look at the bird. It's a pretty big bird, even though it wasn't very clear from where they were, but she thought that it would be tasty too. I'll go get it, Luffy said the moment he rocketed himself, causing Luna to let a sigh. She was saying herself to calm down since this would be leading them to Nami if she remembered correctly. Zoro, on the other hand, was completely Luna's opposite, which she couldn't really blame him. He was looking rather furious while rowing and he was yelling idiot to Luffy. He was rowing pretty fast if one were to ask Luna, why are you sitting there so relaxed? Zoro yelled / asked as he turned to Luna and looked at her, what the hell are you doing anyway? She was sitting there, looking like enjoying the ride as she was still playing with the colorful something in her hands. There is no way we can catch a bird like this. If you get worked up with everything so easily like this, you will get old early, Zoro, Luna said calmly as a little smile also formed on her face while she was thinking what a good breeze. Zoro wasn't in the same wavelength with Luna at that moment though. In fact, if it's possible, he was looking more furious, but before he could say anything they heard voices from the sea and saw that two men who looked like they were drowning, but Zoro didn't stop. He actually hit them, but they climbed to their boat, putting a knife on Luna's neck, but she didn't even look up to them as she was still going on with her something, leaving them to Zoro since he was the one who hit them with the boat. Zoro took care of them very easily and now was sitting beside Luna while the two men now were rowing instead of them, or just Zoro. They were saying that they are from Buggy Pirates and their captain was Buggy the Clown, the devil fruit eater pirate. Buggy, huh? I wonder if he still remembers me, Luna thought for a moment before she shrugs it off and listens to the story they were telling about a girl who predicted the weather and stole their boat and treasure with that trick. Hearing this, Zoro was murmuring to himself that if she would join them, making Luna smile a little. When they were finally getting close to the island, Luna has finished her cute little masterpiece as she was said and was throwing it to air and catching it. You worked like crazy all morning to make a ball? Zoro asked while he was looking at Luna as if she was crazy. Luna, though, had a mischievous smile while looking at him, and she just keeps playing with her ball without giving him an answer, causing him to sigh and shake his head a little. About 5 minutes later they were on the island. What's this? The village is empty? Zoro looked around. I can't see anyone, and he turned to two men as they start to tell him everything since they scared the hell of Zoro. He really had a bad reputation in the East Blue in the end. Zoro looks at Luna after he heard that all the villagers were run from buggy pirates. What should we do? How do we find Luffy? He asked. Luna starts to walk at this, rather happily since she was jumping while walking. I don't know. Probably the loudest place, she suggested, and after seconds later they heard a loud explosion voice, causing her to laugh as she pointed the place where the voice came there, and with a fast pace she starts to go there. Hey! Wait, Luna! Zoro yelled after her, but she was already gone while thinking finally food. Zoro was sure that it was Luna who's got lost since he was there, and she wasn't. He was going to laugh at her when he saw her. Zoro. So you found me? Luffy yelled out from a cage he was in with a smile on his face. What are you doing? First, you get caught by some bird and now you're in a cage? Zoro asked with a weird face as Luffy starts to laugh. It's a pretty interesting story actually. Where is Luna? Zoro looked around again after this and then turned to Luffy. I don't know, she went before me. I thought she would already be here. I think she's lost. He shrugged like it was normal, causing Luffy to blink twice before he starts to laugh again. I'm surprised that you didn't get lost with her too, he said while laughing, causing a vein popped out from Zoro's forehead. I don't get lost, Zoro yelled at him, which only made Luffy laugh more. While they were talking to each other, their surroundings were gaping with a shock since the infamous pirate hunter Zoro was there. You're definitely Zoro. Are you aiming for my head? A slim, blue-haired man with an appearance resembling that of a clown and a big, red nose on his face is, in fact, it was his real nose, asked Zoro. He had crossbones going down his face forming an X, and he also had 2 blue lines near both of his eyes, red lipstick and his Jolly Roger on his hat. He was looking rather happy and cocky as he asked to Zoro. No, Zoro said with an uninterested face and voice. I've no interest in that. I'm no longer a pirate hunter because I have quit. Buggy had an interest though, as he also states this fact and went to attack him, which ended up with Zoro cutting him easily, but it was weird to them as their captain was dead but his crew was laughing. Hey Zoro! Hurry and get me out of this thing, Luffy yelled out, getting Zoro's attention back. Okay, Zoro said as he started to go towards Luffy, but buggy pirates were laughing too much that Luffy, Zoro, and an orange-haired girl that Zoro saved when he came there were thinking what was wrong with them. It happened at that time. Suddenly, just a single hand stabbed Zoro and a flying little black knife also stabbed the hand before it could go deeper into Zoro, pinning the hand onto the wall. Never turn your back to the enemy, Zoro. Especially after you heard that he is a devil fruit user. They heard Luna's voice. The orange-haired girl turned to the voice and saw the most beautiful girl she had ever seen, even though she was eating a slice of meat with a careless attitude at that moment, which made her want to sweat drop with the situation they were in. She called Zoro's name, she thought, as she was also questioning that if she was the second member Luffy talked about since he was said that he had 2 crew members. Luna! Luffy and Zoro said at the same time. While Luffy said happily, Zoro said with a surprise as he also had slightly red cheeks, embarrassed that he easily let his guard down. Luna! Buggy on the other hand was shocked as he yelled out her name. He was much louder than them, so they turned to him. Almost every crew member of his was looking shocked too, just like their captain. Oh, it's been a long time, Buggy. You look like you're having fun, Luna said happily while looking around and saw that they were having another party. She was waving her hand that was holding a slice of meat, making Buggy to remember the bad memories. Luffy and Zoro blinked and turned to Luna after this though. You guys know each other? Luffy asked with a tilted head. Luna turned to him with her smiling face. Yeah. It was about 7 or 8 months ago, I think. She made a thoughtful face before she shrugs it off. We met at the sea and they invited me to their party and give me food. They even gave me money. She laughs loudly. This was what really happened in her mind after all. Oh. So they are good guys? Luffy asked while smiling big since anyone who gives food was a good person to him as Zoro looked confused. Orange-haired girl, on the other hand, was looking more shocked than anyone there as she thought they gave her money. How? What are you talking about? Buggy exploded after he heard what she was saying. We didn't invite you to our party. You came out of nowhere on our ship. Join our party and eat our food. He was yelling and was about to continue, but she cut in before he could. It was a good party. We told a lot of story to each other. She nodded happily as she took a bite from her meat. Buggy suddenly starts to nod too. He had a face like he was remembering that day while he was also smiling. Yeah, it was a good party. He didn't know why, but he turned to Luffy and Zoro and started to tell them how a good party it was, and even a couple of his crew members were suddenly laughing too, joining their captain as they were telling the funny things happened that day. Luffy was laughing with them too while Zoro was sweat dropping as he was also looking at them weirdly, and the orange-haired girl was lost at what was going on and was about to go crazy. Then suddenly, Buggy's smile fades away and a mix of anger and upset took its place. But then she tricked us. She said she would show us her fun gun, makes the party more fun, but it wasn't what she did. She attacked us and handed us to the Marines. Took my bounty, he said while pointing an accusing finger at her. They all turned to Luna with this while looking at her accusingly, even Luffy, except Zoro and the orange-haired girl. Zoro, if it was possible, was more sweat dropped at this even though he was having fun. The orange-haired girl, however, was still in a loss. She didn't understand a thing about what was going on. One moment they were fighting, then they were starting to tell stories and laughing, and now they were looking angry and upset somehow. Luna! How could you? Luffy asked with a betrayed look on his face, causing Luna to turn to him. Calm down, Captain, she said with a smile before she turned to Buggy again with a very angelic smile on her face. Looking so innocent. You escaped from the prison, right? She asked calmly with her smiling face, and surprisingly Buggy calmed down too. Yeah, as you can see, he nodded with a proud face as his chest also puffed up. How could you run if I told them about your devil fruit power, and that you could run away from prison very easily? She was looking like she had done something so good. I just needed the money, not your imprisonment. So even if I knew you could run, I didn't tell them anything, she said while she was nodding happily. Oh. So it's like that. Luffy was looking happy too and was nodding along with her, showing that he understands. Zoro gone pale at this though, thinking how in the hell they came to this situation, and how much of idiots could they be. Orange-haired girl, on the other hand, was waiting for the moment she could run as she thought pirates. Buggy was happily nodding along with them too. Actually, I see. So you didn't tell them? He was looking to understand what she was saying. I see. So that's why we were able to run. Then suddenly he starts to yell with an outraged face, don't joke with me. I was waiting for my revenge. Give me my bounty back. Then his body suddenly split parts. Bara bara cannon. His one free hand start to go towards Luna with a blade in the hand, and before anyone can react to what was going on and Buggy's sudden act, Luna jumped and somersaulted towards the wall, taking her pitch-black little throwing knife back while she was also fighting with Buggy's hands that holding blades with her dagger. As she looks at Luffy, they look at each other for a moment, and both of them had the same idea. Let's get out of here first. So Luffy yelled at Zoro, which he was fighting with Buggy's men at the moment. Zoro, run away. Zoro turned to Luffy with the sudden captain's order. What? He asked with a confused face, but after they look at each other for a moment too, Zoro gets the message in the end and made a smirk. Okay, he said as he turns and looks at Luna, and they too have a talk with their eyes before he made his way towards Luffy while opening his path from Buggy's men. The orange-haired girl was yelling at Luffy, saying that how he could say run to them when they came there for him in the first place. Not that anyone pays any attention to her yelling though. Just a moment Zoro lifted the cage that Luffy was inside and was ready to. Orange-haired girl suddenly felt a soft hand that grabs a hold of her hand and was start to pulling her. She immediately looks up to see who was it, scared a little that she got caught by Buggy's men, even though she knew there was no way those men could have this kind of soft hands. She was taken aback though, since the white-haired girl, apparently her name was Luna, was kindly smiling to her as she was pulling her towards Zoro and Luffy. When they were beside them, she pulled out a colorful ball that looked like made of some metal parts. Luffy and Zoro recognized it immediately since she was working on it all morning, but before they could say anything she murmured to herself, though three of them heard her clearly, good place to test it, I guess. As she murmured to herself while looking at the colorful ball in her hand, she raised her head and looked at Buggy before she suddenly throws it to him while yelling at him, Buggy, catch. Buggy ended up catching it with a stupid look on his face and start to look at what he exactly caught. What is it? He asked as he looks at the colorful ball in his hands. He was about to open his mouth to say something, but before he could, he heard a laughing voice like a that sounded so much of crazy children laugh that comes from a horror movie. He felt shivers down on his spine as he gets a bad feeling. Then suddenly, the voice stopped and the colorful ball exploded. Everything happened in seconds and four of them were looking at the scene with different faces while running away. There were colorful glitters that looked like a confetti rain, along with the little smoke that starts to surround the area with blue, red, and yellow colors while rising from the floor. If it wasn't the fact that it was indeed a bomb, one could say that it was beautiful and funny, though there were two people who were thinking it was funny and beautiful. Zoro was in between, made a smirk or gone pale, so that was a bomb, as he thought. He had flashbacks in his mind that she was playing with it like some kind of ball, and he was somehow glad that it didn't explode accidentally on the boat. The orange-haired girl, however, was completely pale. Who are these people? We are gonna die, she was thinking as she was also pulling along with them, and wondering how she was going to run now. Luffy, on the other hand, was laughing as he was thinking that it was cool. To him, Luna's weapons and her fights were always funny and were good to watch since she was able to surprise him all the time. That looks so fun. So you were doing this all morning? He asked, remembering that she didn't let him touch at all. Yeah. I was trying to make a bomb version of my bullets for a while now, Luna said happily while pulling toward the clueless orange-haired girl with her at the moment. What do you think? She asked with a big smile on her face, causing Luffy to think that she looks excited and happy. That was cool. You should make some non-explodes ones too. So we can use them at the parties too, he said with excited tone too with a big smile, making Luna nod. I can try, as she was smiling. Luna hummed when they were finally going away from Buggy Pirates, and they were still walking. By the way, Luffy, causing Luffy to turn to her while he was still sitting inside the cage. Who is this girl? She asked as she holds up her hand that was holding the orange-haired girl's hand. You take her with you even without knowing? Zoro asked, causing Luna to shrug. She didn't look like she was with them, she bluntly said as Zoro's sweat dropped at this while murmuring something to himself, but he turned to Luffy too. But right, who is she? He asked. She is Nami. She is our navigator, Luffy said with a big smile on his face, causing Nami to frown at him. I told you I won't become a peer dash. She was starting to yell at him, but her yelling cut with Luna's voice. Really? Luna turned to her while looking so happy and excited. Finally, we can go somewhere without Lost, sounding very happy while waving. They're still holding hands, causing Nami to sweat drop and smile nervously somehow as she also averts her eyes. Alright, she said. She was looking so happy that she preferred not to say anything at that moment. Luffy, who's nodding with a smile on his face all the while, suddenly made a face that he remembered something talking about Lost. He tilted his head a little with confusion. How come you lost while even Zoro didn't? Hey! I said don't get lost, Zoro yelled out. Lost? Luna asked at the same time with Zoro. Luna glared at Zoro for a moment. I didn't get lost, before she glares at Luffy this time since our food mysteriously disappeared at night, causing Luffy to avert his gazes. I went to look for something to eat, she said with a little pout. Oh. Both Zoro and Luffy said lowly, not even looking at her. They were finally arrived in front of some pet shop and decided that it was enough distance. Zoro dropped the cage and lay down on the street while he was looking so tired. Well, hunger, all that fight, the blood loss and carrying Luffy was tiring for him in the end. Not that he would accept that though. Luna was also already let go of Nami's hand at some point while they were walking, and she was gone in the blink of an eye. Luna goes and sits down cross-legged beside some dog in front of the pet shop. A dog? She said with a tilted head, trying to remember while Luffy and Zoro also look over there. Dog? Both of them asked simultaneously. Zoro lost his interest very quickly though. Luffy on the other hand was starting to poke the poor little dog and they were starting to fight somehow, causing Zoro to yell at him while Luna was trying to pull the dog. Luffy, what are you doing to poor thing? She was saying as she was trying to save the dog. He is the one who bites me, Luffy yelled out as he was trying to fight with the dog while he was still inside the cage, and all the while Luna was trying to let him go, and Zoro was yelling at them while saying, what are you stupids trying to do? You are the one who poked him. Luna yelled back at him, and after a couple of minutes later the dog let go Luffy as he has done the same, and they all lay down on their backs as they talked at the same time. Luffy was saying stupid dog, while Zoro was saying I don't have the energy for this. After all the yelling he made he was breathless a little. Luna also adds after him, I need more food. After all, just a little piece of food wasn't enough for her, and they still didn't have a ship, so she was thinking to eat as much as she can before they set sail again, since she knew until they had a ship and a cook, mysterious food disappearing at night was going to keep happening. She was starting to think that maybe she was destined to die with starvation in this life of hers with everything she lived until now. You three, what on earth are you guys doing? Nami came as she asked with a sigh. If you just lie around here in the middle of the street, Buggy will definitely find you. Three of them look at her. Hey, our navigator, they said at the same time, causing Nami to yell at them this time. Says who? She yelled / asked before she pulled out a key. I just came to give you this, causing them to look at her with confused faces as she throws the key in front of Luffy. The key? You stole the cage's key? Luffy said happily as he was reaching out his hand to the key, even though she was the reason that he was inside the cage from the first place. While Nami was talking about how she couldn't steal any of treasures and at least took the key, Luna was looking at her. She was a slim young woman. She was at the same height with Luna, and she had short orange hair that particularly curled strand over the left side of her face and brown eyes. She was pretty. While Luna was looking at Nami, the dog ate the key. See, that what happens if you disturb the poor little thing, she murmured to herself as Luffy started to strangle and shake the poor dog while yelling that give him the key back. You people, they all look at the voice that suddenly come out from nowhere. Don't do anything to Shoo Shoo, he yelled with anger. Shoo Shoo? Luffy asked with a confused while Luna and Zoro was looking at the old man with tilted heads. Who are you, mister? They asked at the same time. I'm the village's leader, or in other words, the chief, the old man declared, somehow proudly. Luna and Zoro were in the chief's house since Zoro was wounded. He was wanted to lay down and take some sleep while saying that he will be fine with just that. Luna, on the other hand, told the chief that the wound was not that deep and she will take care of it. So now, Zoro was laying on the bed while Luna was taking care of the wound. He was saying that he didn't need it, but after Luna slapped his wound and told him to lay down and be quiet, he let her do it while murmuring how devilish she was, though Luna was thinking how good she was. Is it okay to let Luffy there alone? He is in a cage, you know, Zoro asked, causing Luna to think that like he wouldn't if she wasn't there. It's fine. He is not alone, and he will be fine, Luna said with a smile on her face. Alright. Done. As she gets up with a big and satisfied smile while Zoro was murmuring thanks. Do you want something to eat or drink? She asked as she starts to walk towards the old man's kitchen. It's not your home, you know, Zoro said with a sigh before he lay down more comfortable. Sleeping position. I'm gonna sleep, but if there is sake I could drink it. When I woke up and went to sleep instantly without even waiting for an answer. After Luna found something to eat and prepare for herself, she also found some sake and she went to sit on the floor beside Zoro while she starts to eat and drink. Her peace and happiness didn't last long though, since the house they were in suddenly blown up. Grr, even my house, the old man chief said with anger and sadness clear on his face while Luffy was made a shocked face. Oh. Luna and Zoro were in there. Luffy yelled out with worry and shock as they looked at the houses that blown up with the cannonball. There was nothing left except rubbles while the dust was surrounded the area. Are they dead? Chief asked with sadness clear in his voice, the kid with the waistband and the young girl with the white hair, as he looks at his now destroyed house. Hey! Luna! Zoro! Are you two still alive? Luffy called out as he sounded very worried and stopped when he saw the shadows in the dust. Huh? He asked lowly as he looks there. Yeah, Luna and Zoro both say at the same time, but sounding irritated somehow. That was some bad way to wake me up, Zoro added while holding his head as he was sitting on the floor. Luna was still sitting beside Zoro. Why can't I eat something peacefully? Just once? She adds too, sounding like she was complaining, and she was looking very disappointed somehow while holding a bottle of sake in one hand, the only thing she saved from the explosion. Oh! Luffy let out a sigh with a big smile on his face, clearly relieved. You're alive, with a laugh as he starts to walk towards them. One could hear Nami's voice that sang, and just how is it that you survived? No one was listening though, and she was sounding mostly to herself anyway. Luna turned to Luffy after she looks around for a moment. Don't kill us that easily, she said while Luffy was looking at her for some kind of injury. Though there wasn't any, he had a glint in his eyes that one could be missed very easily since there were much more happiness and relief. He holds up his hand to Luna as she takes it after giving the bottle of sake to Zoro, which he took it with a happy face. While she was trying to shake the dust on her with her free hand, she looks at Luffy with questioning eyes. What happened? She asked with a tilted head. Luffy was about to answer her, but before he could, Chief starts to yell out, saying that he is going to fight with Buggy, all the while Nami was trying to stop him, saying that it was reckless and he would die. I know it's reckless, he yelled as he turned towards them with his teary eyes, but there was determination too. Then he turned back and started to run towards where Buggy pirates were. You just wait, Buggy the clown. The chief was crying, Nami said slowly, but there was a hint of sadness in her voice. Luffy let go of Luna's hand before he smiled a little. Oh really? I didn't see anything, he said. For some reason, this is starting to feel more fun, Zoro said after Luffy with a smirk on his face and take one last gulp from the bottle in his hand. Sahihi, I agree, Luffy said with a laugh while Luna also laughed and started to stretch her body. Nami wasn't in their wave line though. How can you still laugh? She yelled / asked with an anger that was coming from not understanding them even a little. Luffy only smiled big at her, not budged from her yelling. Don't worry, I like that old man. I'm not going to let him die. Where the hell does your confidence come from? Nami yelled again with a frowned face. Our destination is the Grand Line. Now we're going to steal that map again. Luffy turned to Nami. Will you join us? Holding up his hand as he was asking. You need the map too, don't you? And the treasure. I'm not going to be a pirate, she said before she slaps his hand. Rather than partners, let's just say we're cooperating, helping each other to achieve our goals, she adds with a smile, causing all of them to smile as they start to walk after the old man chief. They were walking on the street, going towards the pub's roof that where Buggy is before. Luffy and Luna were walking side by side while Luffy was looking to his back. You are going too? What about your stomach injury? Nami asked as she looks at Zoro's injury. Luna healed it already, Zoro answered nonchalantly like he couldn't care less about it with the chance of fighting. It's not what I had done though, Luna also said nonchalantly. knowing that Zoro would be fine and the wound wasn't even that important. Nami was already thinking that it was a bad idea to go with them in the end while Luffy was laughing. When the four of them finally arrived, they saw the old man chief was struggling in Buggy's separated hand while he, himself, was sitting on his so-called throne on the roof of the pub. Without losing any more time, Luffy forcibly took the hand that wrapping around the old man's throat and held it while glaring up at Buggy that straw hat. Buggy yelled out in anger with seeing this. "I have come to beat you," Luffy declared as he let go of the hand, which went flying back to Buggy the moment he let go of it. While Buggy was speaking his speech that saying he will kill them, Nami turns to them. "Listen, I don't care whether you fight or not, you guys do as you wish. I'm here for the map and the treasure," she said as she points a finger at them. "Yeah, we know," Luna and Zoro said at the same time while smirking. Just then, the old man chief starts to yell at them that this was his war, and they should not interfere with this. He was shut up though, with Luffy knocked him down while slamming his head to the wall of the house beside them. While Luna and Zoro was saying it was a good idea, Nami was yelling at Luffy with shock and anger. Luna, on the other hand, was looking at Buggy. She was wondering why, since she was remembering what Buggy had done here. Even though he was angry at Shanks, which was ridiculous if one were to ask Luna, he should know that the Straw Hat has belonged to his old captain, so why did he do that? Why was he so happy to kill Luffy at the same place his captain died? She knew he loved his captain since he was there and crying when Gold Roger executed. She loved Roger Pirates and was their fan, but for the life of her, she didn't understand this guy at all. If anything, the only thing she knew was that he was so damn lucky. Her thought cut off with Luffy's sudden yelling voice, "Big Nose," causing her to laugh with seeing their face, though Buggy was the complete opposite of her, as he fired a buggy cannon with outraged face. Nami runs away immediately while Zoro was yelling at Luffy to dodge as Luna was still laughing at Buggy. "Hey, Luna! Stop laughing!" Zoro yelled at her as he was looking rather furious, and was trying to pull her out of the way. Luffy used his gum-gum balloon technique to bouncing back the cannonball. Everyone was looking so shocked, and Zoro was murmuring could have said something sooner, causing Luna to pat his shoulder with an understanding smile on her face as he turns to look at her while letting go her arm. "You knew he's gonna do this?" he asked. "Nope," Luna shrugged. She smiled big. "It was obvious he was gonna do something though," she added with a laugh while Zoro let a sigh. While Nami was living the shock of her life and was questioning Luffy as she was demanding to know what Luffy was, and Luffy was somehow explaining that he ate a devil fruit and is a rubber man now, smoke from the explosion dissipated. Buggy was standing there while holding up his two men in front of him, clearly, the men he used as a shield. He throws the weird-haired guy, which his name was Moji, towards them, but Luffy took care of it very easily while yelling at Buggy that he is the one he wanted to fight. Then the bike guy, Kabeji, say to Buggy that he would take care of them before jumping off from the roof. Zoro looks at Luna for a moment. His eyes were clearly saying that he wants to take care of him, and understanding this, Luna just shrugs like saying sure, as she wasn't interested anyway since she was already beat all of them long ago. They were watching their fight without doing nothing or saying anything until Zoro get irritated and cut himself, causing Nami to start to yell at them to do something and Luna to click her tongue with anger and irritation that even Nami surprisingly stopped her yellings for a moment. "My handiwork," Luna said with twitching eyebrows before she let a sigh. "Now, I have to do it again," which she caused Nami to yell again after she gasps in shock. "Is that what you worried?" Luna turned to her after this, not budged from her yelling and finding it actually funny. "Weren't you gonna steal the treasure and the map?" Luna asked blankly, causing Nami to gasp as she remembered. "Right," she yelled with realization before she starts to run off. "I wish you a good fight," she called out as she waved her hand. "Thanks," Luffy said to her while Luna also smiles at her before they both turn to Zoro and keep watch his fight. When Buggy getting enough and was about to stab Zoro from his back again, Luffy stopped his hand while stepping on it as he was also yelling at Buggy to as not to interfere Zoro's fight. Luffy dealing with Buggy's hand, Zoro fight freely, and it was ended after shortly also was saying that they're not thieves but pirates before he suddenly lay down on the street and told that he will sleep, causing Luna to let a sigh and go towards him. "I will stay with Zoro and look at his injury," she said as she looks at Luffy with a face that was saying is it okay for him. Luffy smiled at this before he tells alright, leave the rest to me, and turn back to Buggy while Luna also turns back to Zoro and focus his injury. It wasn't a bad one, but it was still needed a stitch, though she didn't have anything with her right that moment, so she just focused on stopping the bleeding for a moment, or at least reduced it. When she heard Luffy's yelling, she turns towards them to see what's going on, and saw that Buggy's hand was flying towards Luffy's hat. Seriously, this guy, she thought before she took one of her throwing knives and throw it to his hand, pinning it to the wall again. "I would be glad if you let go of my captain's hat, cabin boy," Luna said with a smile. Her voice was sounding teasing at the last part though, causing Buggy's eyes to widen with fear while he was also yelling that his hand was hurting. Luffy turns to Luna, who smiles softly to him, knowing that his hat was important to him, but before either of them could say anything, "Captain," they turned towards the voice. "You reject me when I ask you, then handed me to the Marines, but you joined him?" Buggy yelled out, looking very angry. Luna was taken aback with this though, since she didn't know he was this angry at her, let alone that she even thought that he cared. Well, she knew he was a revengeful guy though. She remembered the time she met with Buggy for a moment. It was around the first time that she came to East Blue, and she was going back to her home after one of her business, and saw his ship. They were having a party, and she could smell the delicious food, so she was just joined them. They were really had a good time, and she was thinking Buggy was an actually funny guy, an idiot but funny kind. She was even told him that she knew that he was a cabin boy in the late Pirate King's crew. He was so panicked all the while Luna was having fun with him. That was when she was starting to call him a cabin boy. His crew was asked about what she means, and Buggy was just panicked, and said that it was a joke between them. They were even told stories to each other a little, and to Luna, it was a good day, really. But she needed the money, and she knew he would escape anyway. "He asked you to join him?" Luffy asked without looking at Luna, sounding blank somehow. "Yeah," Luna said slowly before she turns towards Buggy, "and I told you that I don't care about the treasure, and I have no interest in raiding villages. Staying like this in one place is just too boring," Luna said bluntly, causing Buggy to gasp for a moment, as boring word echoed in his ears with her voice. "Who the hell are you calling boring?" He yelled at Luna before he grunts, and he was about to continue, but before he could he saw Nami from the corner of his eyes, and suddenly he launches an attack to her while yelling that it was his treasure, causing Luna to stop him with the last minute with her dagger. She turned to Nami with a kind smile on her face. "If you're not going to fight, go hide somewhere." Nami looked at them for a moment before she runs off again while yelling thanks to Luna, as Buggy was also yelling, but he then made a weird and painful face, causing Luna to blink and turn to look at Luffy as Buggy started to yell out with pain. Luna wondered that if Buggy will have a child in the future after this. With Nami stealing Buggy's body parts and tied them up with ropes, the fight was over way too quickly as Luffy flew him to the sky with Gum Gum Bazooka. Luna walked towards to Luffy while he was taking his straw hat from the ground and examining the scratch on it with a sad face. Even though Luna was saved from knives, the hat was still damaged since Buggy was thrown it to the ground and stepped on it over and over again. She pinched his cheek, causing him to raise his head and look at her. He didn't even bother to smile since she knew the story of his hat and how important it was to him. He was looking at her with his eyes. "Don't worry, I will fix it for you," Luna said with a soft smile on her face, causing Luffy to look at her with a slight surprise before his eyes also softened, and even if it's just a little he smiled too. "Thanks, Luna." She knew it wasn't a thanks for just because she was going to fix the hat, but she didn't say anything except smile at him. While they were looking at each other, Luna turned to her left side as she felt that Nami was coming, making Luffy also turn towards there. "So you are joining us?" Luffy asked Nami, and while Nami was saying that it was cooperating and she will come with them because she was thinking that she will earn a lot with them, Luna starts to walk towards Zoro. With Luffy and Nami come too, Luffy patted Zoro's head with a little force as he was trying to wake him up. After Zoro wakes up and Luffy helps him to stand up, the villagers suddenly came out from nowhere, and after the funny scene with villagers and running from them afterward, they finally set sail with two boats. One was their boat, and the other was Nami's, though she stole it from Buggy and had his flag on it. They said goodbye to the old man chief, and somehow the goodbye ended up with Nami trying to drown Luffy for him letting the half of the treasure to the villagers, which Luna and Zoro laugh at them a lot. After they left with two boats, Luna was stitching Zoro's injury, which it was full of Zoro's screams that yelling crazy woman or evil woman all the while because Luna was angry at him that she has to do this again, very shortly after. So she didn't show any mercy at him at all and treat him rather devilishly. When she finished with Zoro, this time Luffy came to her while holding his hat with a big smile on his face. Zoro was asking Nami for some food if she had, while Luna was fixing Luffy's hat as she was also lowly humming a song, which Luffy was quietly listening to her as he was looking around the sea. She was finished quickly to fix the hat since there wasn't any big damage and put it on Luffy's head, who's watching the sea, and before he could even say something to her, she turned towards Nami and asked some food too, causing Nami to yell that they were underestimating the sea, all the while Luna was laughing. She really found Nami's yellings amusing. After a while later, Luffy saw an island and Nami was saying that it's unpopulated island so there was no point to go there, but they didn't listen to her as they suddenly start to row toward the island. Luffy was saying that maybe they will find some new crew member while Zoro was looking at Luna from the moment they heard it's an unpopulated island, thinking that it was a perfect opportunity. "What do you say?" he asked as his hand was resting on his katana with a smirk on his face, making clear what he was asking. Luna raised an eyebrow at this for a moment. She would never back off from a challenge, so she smirks right back at him as her hand also holds her katana. Luffy, who's watching them, understand what they were talking about right away since they were looking like how his brothers looked when they wanted to spar in the past. What about your injury? Luna asked while looking at his injury. It's just a small wound. Let me sleep a little and I will be fine, Zoro said while waving his hand dismissively, not caring at all as Luna looked at the island. It was still far away, a couple of hours then, he said as she looks towards the island while Zoro was also looking at the island and nodded his head a little. Oh? You guys want to spar? Luffy asked, causing both of them to nod at him. They wanted to know how good they are since either of them never saw each other in a good fight. Luna knew Zoro was good, but living it was different in the end, and she wanted to test herself too. Luffy had a small smile at first before turned to the island while he was still rowing. Let's go then, with a big smile on his face this time. Luna smiled too before looking up at the sky as she closed her eyes and started to humming another song while Luffy was listening to her. Zoro was already asleep after he nodded at Luffy, and Nami was following their boat all the while she was complaining. It was a peaceful moment. Luna was eating a bread that Nami gave it to her while Zoro was still sleeping. Luffy and Nami went ahead since Luna told them she will wait and wake Zoro up after she ate and come to the island with him. She was giving him time as long as she could, even though she knew that the injury wasn't big and not that important to Zoro, but she still felt bad a little. While she was moving towards Zoro to wake him up after she ate her food, Luffy and Nami were going to treasure hunt with Gaiman and his weird animal friends. Luna and Zoro were looking for a good spot when they encountered with Luffy and Nami. There was also Gaiman, pear-shaped faced, green hair, and a pronounced uni-browed man. His body was irreversibly compressed into a treasure chest, leaving only his head, hands, and feet free. He had a shrub-like appearance. Much to Luna's amuse, she asked why there is a bush here, talking and walking, causing Gaiman to yell at her that he is not a bush, only making Luna laugh though. After Luffy told her and Zoro what happened, which Nami was sad that there was no treasure, Luna patted his head while saying sorry, Mr. Bush, with a sorry face. She was sad that the bush man's dream broken into its pieces after waiting for 20 years. I told you I'm not a bush. Gaiman yelled at Luna again while he was also weirdly blushing. Luffy and Luna laughed at him while Nami let a sigh. Just then they heard Zoro's voice. Hey Luna! I find a good place, he called out. Oh? Luna blinked before she starts to walk towards the direction where she heard his voice while others were following her. A good place for what? Nami asked with confused. Spar! Luna said basically with a smile on her face. Spar? What spar? She asked with her still confused face, but she didn't get an answer. It was a good spot for a sword spar. There was an empty space center on trees that big enough for them. Luffy sits under one of the trees that weren't so close as he was giving them a spot. He was also telling to Nami and Gaiman that Luna and Zoro were going to spar with swords, causing Nami to gasp as she was starting to say that he should stop them since Zoro was injured and Luna could get hurt, but Luffy didn't listen to her, saying that they will be fine. Luna takes off her chest hostler that holds her bullets and her rifle and puts it beside Luffy. Since it was a sword spar, she didn't want them to be in her way. They would only make her slow down, and she couldn't move as freely as she wants. She told Luffy not to play with her rifle and the bullets, as also threatened him that if he would, she would really punch him, causing Luffy to agree right away. Her punches remembered him his grandfather in the end, and that wasn't something he wanted to remember. Luna and Zoro were finally standing on the center. Both of them were looking at each other, as they were also sizing each other. Zoro was only going to use his pure white katana but unsheathed the three of them the moment he saw her eyes that telling him don't you dare to insult me. She too unsheathed her pitch black katana, and after a second later, with one last look they throw at each other, both of them moved forward. Luffy, not seeing a good sword fight much, was eager as he was watching. He knew Zoro was strong and his injury didn't matter much right that moment, and he wasn't concerned for Luna either. Even though he didn't see her using her katana before, he had a feeling she was good with it. And he was right. The moment their swords clashed with each other, they create a little shock wave around them. Luna had a smile and she was looking rather calm while Zoro was looking excited, as there was also a little bit of nostalgia in his eyes one could miss. The moment didn't take long though. They withdrew before their swords slashed once again. Luffy was surprised if one would be asked. Even if it wasn't that much, he saw how she fight before. He knew she was strong since she had strong punches and kicks. She was already strong in terms of pure power. She was also a good shooter from the way she used her rifle, though she wasn't using it to just shoot as he saw her that she was hitting her enemy with it, maybe a habit from her babies. He thought for a moment. It wasn't those the part that surprised him though, it was how calm she looked right now. Is it the sword? He thought as he looks at her carefully. She was a wild fighter that she was even laughing while she was fighting, looking like she was having her best time, and he knew she loved to fight. It wasn't that she wasn't wild right now too though. Even it was calm, there was still a smile on her face, and she was moving much more different from Zoro. She was jumping high, making slashes from up to down on Zoro, and she was using her body in many different ways. She was looking like she was one with her sword, or she was the sword. She was also quiet. There was no sound coming from her, as the only voices were the sounds of her sword made. It was elegant. What made it wild, however, was her eyes and the power she put it in her attacks. Luffy couldn't see much, only a little moment, since she was moving consistently and fast, but a moment was enough. He was noticed the moment they met for the first time, but her eyes were really like the ocean. And right that moment was a stormy and wild sea in her eyes. Nami, on the other hand, was thinking, how could Luna keep up with Zoro? She knew Luna was strong. She was, after all, took care of Buggy and his crew all alone, even though she tricked them from what she understood, but it was still shocking to see it for her. From what she could say until now, Luffy was an idiot but strong, not as strong as Arlong in her mind though, but strong, and he was a good person. Zoro wasn't exactly like the rumors said either, especially after she saw how Luna treated him, and he didn't say anything besides crazy woman, but he was also strong. Luna, however, wasn't looking strong like them to her, even though all the weapons she carried, and she knew she was indeed strong, but with one look she couldn't say. She was a beautiful girl with her perfect body and beautiful face and all, and she could live her life in many different ways. Apparently, she could protect herself perfectly too, so she was in wonder that why did she even become a pirate with them. It wasn't that much they met, but Luna was always smiling at her, and from what they talked until now, she knew they were at the same age. She knew that they would be good friends, but there was something in her eyes that looked like she sees her everything, which made her uneasy with Luna, but at the same time, there was also something familiar that made her relaxed around her. Poor Gaiman, however, not seeing a lot of people for 20 long years, was watching them in awe and having his time. After a while later, they were looking at each other again. They were purely throwing cut at each other, but both of them were unharmed, not a single cut on them, since either of them couldn't find any opening. Their swords passed an inch from their target all the time as they blocked every attack they tried to make, and now, they were both decided on one last attack. Both of them were looking excited and happy for finding a good spar partner. Zoro was taking his position for his last move, Onigiri, but he was taken aback a little when he saw Luna's posture. Her knees bent a little and her left arm was open up a little too, as her left palm was facing to the ground. She had revers grab on her katana and was holding it at her back and high. It was somehow looked like a scythe, and he could feel the heat was rising around her too. Not much, but he could feel it, and they moved for last time. It was at the last move that they had ever heard a sound from Luna. It wasn't loud and wild like Zoro's, but it was a tone one could call a calm temper. Onigiri, 8th circle, Mugen Jigaku. It was fast as their swords clashed one last time, but now they were standing their back against each other. It was quiet for a moment, but of course, until Luffy break it. Whoa! That was cool! He came towards them excitedly. So who win? It's a draw, Luna and Zoro both said at the same time as they turned towards Luffy. Both had smiles on their face. Luffy laughs while saying it was an amazing spar, while Luna was walking towards the tree and putting her hostler back, and Nami was yelling at them all the while, saying that how reckless they are and what if something happened. Luna was laughing at her though, telling her to calm down, but it wasn't working at all since Nami just kept yelling until she let a sigh and said, "Do what the hell you want. I don't care if you die," though she was looking rather cared. "Come on, let's go," Luffy called out happily as he starts to walk back to their little boat, eager to go to find a new friend. While Luffy and Nami were saying goodbye to Gaiman and taking some fruits he gave them, Zoro and Luna looked at each other for a moment, while both of them smirking at each other. They were already talked with their swords and both of them were happy about the result. Zoro was remembered his old days with Kuina, and how they would spar all the time and he couldn't win against her at all. After the spar with Luna, he knew she was good like he guessed, but he also knew there was something with her katana that he felt, and he was wondering, though he would wait for her to tell him since he also knew that she knows that he sensed. Luna, on the other hand, was happy since Zoro was a good swordsman, and she knew he would be a good spar partner for her. She had her katana for close to 3 years now, and she didn't have much time to get better. She mostly used it to kill, not for a good fight, so she wasn't that good. She also knew Zoro felt her katana and she didn't mind telling him, Though she was wondering if she should tell him his katana too, she knew he would learn it in the Log town, so she shrugs the idea. We should bandage the cuts, Luna said with a smile while walking towards the boat as Zoro nodded. Though he was thinking there was no need, it was a little burning and he knew she would do it even if he said no anyway. There was only one cut on both of them, from the last attack that each had a one horizontal, little cut on their right arm. After they all get in the boats, they set sail once more. It was a good night as they were sailing in the silence under the starry sky. A little while ago, Luffy fell asleep and his head was somehow on Luna's thighs. Nami was also said that she would sleep and went into her little cabin. Zoro and Luna were the only ones who left, and even though Zoro's eyes were closed, she knew he was still awake. Naraka, Luna said, not so loud, but Zoro heard it clearly in the silent night. He opened his one eye to look at her to see that she was looking at him back, making clear that she was talking to him. My katana's name, it's Naraka, she said with an add before she looked up to the stars. What it's mean? Zoro asked with a calm voice, but there was also curiosity. Hell, I named just after I made it, she said to him, not taking her eyes from the stars as she was thinking. T was such a fitting name that time. At the corner of her eye, she could see that he was surprised. You made it on your own? He asked with surprise, causing Luna to nod, slowly and a bit quietly. The feeling you got? Luna said before she stopped for a moment as her hand involuntarily gone towards Luffy's hair that it was surprisingly soft and silky. I was lost someone very important to me when I start to make this katana. Her mind went back with this. It was only blurry and there were just flashes from that month. She was worked on her katana non-stop for a whole month with anger, sadness, grief, hunger, and madness. She could remember that she was asking Seastone from her father while she was holding the bars, smiling like an insane person while saying that she wants to make herself a weapon, which he was so happy to give her whatever she needed. As he said that, she finally starts to find herself. Her father was overjoyed to see the madness in her eyes for Luna. It was the end of the fairy tale. First was her mother and then her other half, her brother Leo. It was the beginning of her hell, and she has created her katana in that hell. It should be impossible, or close to impossible, to make that kind of sharp katana from seastone. She was thought that maybe the masters in Wano could after all, but she was used her knowledge from her previous life to make it somehow. It wasn't easy to make it, she remembered that much, but no matter what, she couldn't remember everything. I don't know what happened or how happened, but when I finished it, I could feel something evil and crazy in it, she said with narrowed eyes a little. That's one of the reasons she was calming herself when she was using her katana. It was mad, evil and hungry for blood. After a while later I figured it was so much like me. I'm still not sure, but I had a feeling that somehow a part of me or my soul is inside in it. It's like it copied me in that time. A sword, have the same character with its creator. She turned to Zoro, which he was listening curiously and intensely. That's probably the feeling you got. It's still not that strong. It's been only 3 years and I didn't use my katana much. But the heat and the reason your scar's burning is different. She smiled a little before she added, did you ever heard of 16 Hell Circle? She knew he didn't though. This is from her old life and she actually stole it. Her sword style was coming from someone she knew from her previous life. She would watch him and she knew how his moves worked. It was strong and was coming from nature and his very own soul, so she thought it could work in this world too, which it worked. She was hoping that he would forgive her little thievery. No, what is it? Zoro asked as she was mentally clasping her hands like praying right that moment for forgiveness from that old man, which she was sure that he was dead long ago. 8th hot hell and 8th cold hell. There were some people who believe in this old religion, says that you will go one of them considering your sins. My sword style is brought those hells to the earth. His eyes widened, causing Luna to smile a little as she shook her head slowly. None it exactly brings the hell, but more like a little bit of its power? She asked with an unsure tone, since she wasn't completely sure either. She never saw that old man using it with full power, and in this world, everything could happen. The rising hot air around you, Zoro said slowly as his hand gone to his bandaged cut. Yeah, it's still weak though, and I can't still use any of cold moves too, she said, causing him to make a thoughtful face for a minute before he asked, where did you learn something like this? Luna smiled softly at this for a moment from an old man as she looked up at the sky again, thinking her past life he was living in isolation, away from everyone. He was living in some forest, in China actually. That old man, she thought with a little smile, while her eyes were looking far away to the past. I met him by chance, he saved my life and I stayed there with him for a while until I healed and could leave. She turned to him again. I would watch him all the time and he would tell me a lot of things. More like she would ask him endlessly and he would answer to her because he wanted her to shut up. Well, not that important now. She thought again while she was also believing that the old man wouldn't tell her or let her learn his sword if he really didn't want. I learned how to calm down myself and do meditation from him too. She had a soft and thankful smile while she was talking about him in the end, which made Zoro to made a slight soft smile too. I see, he said slowly and lowly, and after a minute pause later, if you improve it, it would be really strong. Even now, that cut from your katana still burns a little, causing Luna to made a little painful face. Sorry, she said, but he raised an eyebrow like saying, I know you don't mean it. Well, I'm happy you're here. With a good spar partner I'm sure I will improve, Luna said, which he answered with a smirk, but before he could say anything, Luna changed the subject to him with you using 3 katana. You had a lot of choices too. How about something like they talk about the possible future moves he could work on a little? And Zoro also asked Luna her other moves and what they do, asking if every one of them burns like that too, which Luna's answer was of course not, as she started to explain her other hells. After a little longer later, Zoro fell asleep really this time, as she could sense with her observation, like she also sensed that someone else was not sleeping. It's not a good thing to listen to others' conversation like this, Captain, she said before she looked down at him as her fingers were still running through his hair slowly. Luffy was looking up at the sky like Luna, and he turned his eyes to her after she moved her head down and looked at him. I didn't listen on purpose. I woke up but didn't want to interrupt, he said slowly and sleepy, making her smile a little. She already knew he woke up while they started talking, and he acted like still sleeping. Sorry to wake you up, she said with a sorry voice as she was taking her hand back and thinking to go to sleep until Luffy suddenly caught her hand. He put it back to his head as he kept looking at her with those black holes of his. It was like before, they were looking at each other just for seconds, but it felt longer, making Luna wonder why as she started to move her fingers again before Luffy closed his eyes with a little visible smile. She raised her head up to the sky again, and without knowing, fall asleep while watching the stars. It's been 4 days now that they were sailing. Luna was take off her chest hostler long ago now and put it in her backpack carefully. She was making more bullets for her fun gun while eating some fruit that Game Man gave to them. Zoro was laying quietly and Luffy was eating an apple while Nami was reading a map, which they all turned to her when she hit her hand to the map she was reading on some barrel. We can't go to the Grand Line in those conditions. No way we can survive there like this, as she started to yell again. Yeah, we need more meat, Luffy said, taking one last bite from his apple. Yeah, I want to eat real food, not some fruit anymore, Luna added after him with a calm voice unlike Nami. And some booze, Zoro also added after them, causing Luna to make a remembering face as she nodded. Shut up, you 3. She threw an apple at Luffy's head with another yell, which Luffy caught the apple and started to eat. Grand Line is a dangerous place. There are pirates with real ships. We can't hope to survive there with these boats this time. Luna nodded at her, as she thought that she was right and decided to help her. She is right, Luna said as she raised her head from her work on the bullets, let alone survive there. We can't even get in the Grand Line with these boats of ours anyway, she calmly said before she let a sigh. We need a ship and a cook, she added. Nami was nodding happily at this. Finally, someone says something makes sense. Yeah. We will need a cook and a musician, Luffy added happily, causing Zoro to laugh. A musician again, causing Nami's short happiness to fly away instantly as she was starting to yell again while saying shut up and be serious, and Luna was laughing at her unsuccessful efforts. Luna asked Nami after a while, laughing, that if they were close to an island, and after Nami looked at the map for a while, there is an island a little north from here with a village. Maybe we can get a boat and supplies we need from there, Nami said thoughtfully and hopefully. Yeah. Meat, Luffy said happily, and booze, Zoro added with a smirk. I vote for both, Luna added after them with a smile too. Is that all you think about? Nami yelled while looking she was about to go crazy again, only making Luna laugh more. When they were finally arrived at Gecko Island, instead of her rifle, Luna took her baseball bat with her since she knew that there will be some kind of fight there, and she was still making bullets, though she didn't remember much at that moment, since she wasn't minding. Bullets, I wonder if I should ask help from Usopp in the future for make stronger bullets. He was good at those things, was her thoughts while she was stepping out from the boat, and she was placed her bat back of her neck while her arms hanging from both sides. She started to stretch her body. Zoro was also stretching his body while he was saying HGH, it's good to be on land again. Luffy turned to Nami as he also stepped out from the boat. So there is a village here, right? Causing Nami to look at the map again before she put it back to her pocket. A small village named Syrup, she answered. Oh, meat. There must be meat. Let's go to eat meat, Luffy yelled out excitedly, and was about to jump out and go, but Luna held him from the back of his shirt. Wait, Luffy. We're not alone, Luna said as Zoro also noticed this. His hand went to his katana, and after a second later, a lot of lead balls suddenly landed at Luffy's feet, and after that, A dozen pirates' flags raised from bushes from the hill. Then a slim tan-skinned teenager with medium-length black woolly hair, prominent lips, and a long nose, which it was remembered so much of Pinocchio to Luna, appeared from the top of the hill with a slingshot in his hand. "I'm Usopp," he said loudly, "great pirate fleet leader of 8 million men, who is in charge of the security of this village." With a big smile full of pride, "I'm also known as Captain Usopp." They all look at him with unimpressed faces. "It's awesome." "Well, not all of them," as Luffy declared. "Do you really think we're going to believe that there are 8 million men in this small island?" Nami said while Luna was shaking her head slowly, embarrassed for him. Usopp's all demeanor changed instantly. I found out as he started to panic. Luna was though that, if it was other pirates who are not like them, he would belong death right now. "Well, now you said that, we know you lied," Luna said while smiling happily. Even though Usopp was a liar, after years in the sea he was made most of his lies to come true some way or another. Usopp was holding his head. How could I be so stupid? With his still panicked state, while Luffy was sad that it was all a lie and Nami was laughing too. "Shut up, pirates!" He suddenly yelled out. "Maybe I don't have 8 million men, but I still have a lot of strong men under me," causing them to look at bushes before Nami said with a rather smug face, "You mean 3 children? Which she only makes." The poor children yelled out with horrifying faces. "She knew," and run in a flash. "Hey, wait! Where are you going?" Usopp was yelling after them while Luna was bent down, "and take one of the lead balls." "A pirate with a slight shot and a lead ball," she said with a thoughtful face while Nami was also looking at it. "I never heard of that before," she added after Luna. "It's cool," Luffy said with bright eyes as he was also looking at it. "That's enough," Usopp suddenly yelled again with an irritated and anger-mixed face, though his legs were trembling. "Shut your mouth or I'll shut it for you. I'm a proud man and I won't let anyone insult me. This is your last warning," he said as he held up his slingshot and aimed it to Luffy's head. "That pride of his, well, let's not think the future right now," Luna thought as she shook her head mentally. "And look at Usopp, you've already seen how good I'm with this. I can easily compete with a gun," he declared. "Now that you've drawn your weapon, are you willing to use it?" Luffy said in a low and serious voice. His hand was on his hat and his one eye was shadowed, causing Usopp to become more nervous and start to sweat. "Guns are not for threats, they're for action." Luffy's voice was cold and calm, taken aback others for a moment, since it wasn't like Luffy at all and they never heard him like that before. "Are you willing to risk your life for it?" Zoro looked at Luffy for a moment, trying to understand what was he doing. Then he made a ferocious smile and tugged one of his swords. "We are real pirates, not some children," with a chilly voice. Luna also made an evil smile, still holding her baton behind her neck. "If I were you I would think twice before you don't even had a chance to regret." Usopp seemed even more scared with every word he heard. He was shaking a lot and after a moment later, he dropped his slingshot and fell on his knees. "Man, real pirates really have a more impact in what they say because they are able to put threats into action," he whispered in awe. "Somehow it's so cool." 3 of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. When Luffy calmed down a little, "I was bluffing," causing Usopp to blink stupidly for a moment. "I stole these words from Red Hair Shanks, a pirate I know," Luffy said with a smile on his face. "What?" Usopp's eyes widened at this, though it's normal for anyone who heard about Shanks. "You know Red Hair Shanks?" His face was changing to "Are you still bluffing?" to shock and awe, but mostly it was a shock. "Yeep," Luffy said before he made a big smile. "Yasopp, right? Your father's name." Per Usopp was so shocked that he fell from the cliff after hearing that. When he got up his feet back a little, "That's right, my dad's name is Yasopp," he said while he was trying to calm down. "But how do you know that?" "I met him long ago," Luffy said with a huge smile. Well, considering the fact that Yasopp never shut up about his son. Even though Luna never met with Yasopp, she was heard about his son since he was talking about him whenever they throw a party. "But before that, do you know if there is somewhere we can eat meat?" Luffy asked. They were sitting around a table in a small restaurant called Meshi. "So, how do you know about my father?" Usopp asked. Luffy, not stopping eating even for a second. "I met him when I was a kid with his mouth full with food." "Wait a minute, is it true my dad knows Shanks?" Usopp asked while looking very excited and happy. "Know him? He was in his crew." Luffy gulping his food. "I'm sure he's still with him," he added, causing Luna to nod as she also added after him while she too kept eating. "He is. I can't believe it. He had a found look. My father travels the sea aboard that famous ship. He's the best sniper I've ever seen." Luffy took an apple as he had a smile on his face while looking like he was remembering the past. Then he started to tell about how they met and how a good sniper he is. He said that Yasopp could shoot in an apple core, and he could even aim the antenna of an ant to at least 100 km. After Luffy finished his story, Usopp, who's listening everything with intense attention, suddenly stood up. "I'm so proud of him. He's gone to live the life of a pirate, He chose a life of a real adventure, he said with puffed out chest, causing Luna to smile while looking at him. He was looking so proud and she wondered how it would be when they finally meet. Maybe a good snipe match? Nami decided to cut in though. Maybe you can help us? She asked with a smile on her face. Usopp get out of his dreamland and sit down again while looking at Nami. Do you know anyone who can provide us a ship? Nami added, causing Usopp to let a sigh. Well, this village is really small. I'm sorry, I don't think I can help, he said while looking sad that he couldn't help, and Nami was looking disappointed while Luna was sweat dropping at Nami's question. It wasn't like anyone would give them a ship out of nowhere anyway. People were not that good to the strangers, especially towards pirates, and no one owned anything to them. What about the mansion at the top of the hill? This time Zoro asked while drinking his sake and pointed at the mansion with his thumb, that they could see from the window. Oh. Do you know them, Usopp? Nami asked with a new hope that suddenly came. Her disappointment was fly away instantly. With all their money, they can help us. She clapped her hands looking very happy. Usopp on the other hand suddenly stood up and raised his voice. Don't go near that mansion, causing them to look at him with surprised faces, blinking at his sudden change. Usopp realized his sudden behavior too as he also blinked. I just remembered that I have things to do. He grabbed his little bag and run towards the door. Everyone knows me here, so stay and order as much as you want. And he's gone without even looking at his back. Oh. What a good guy. We should eat more then, Luna said with a big smile on her face and clapped her hands, which Luffy also joined her with, nodding. Nami was still looking at the door though. Where do you think he's gone to? Zoro shrugged at her and kept drinking his sake while Luffy and Luna was ordering more food, and after a little while later they heard voices. Usopp's pirates are coming. They turned to the voice and saw the 3 children from earlier. They reached their table and start to whisper to themselves while saying their captain was not there. The brave one, Pepper, speak. What are you pirates done to our captain? Luffy, who pats his belly while looking like he was finally full. Ah. That was good meat, said, causing them to make horrified faces as they murmured meat slowly and lowly. Zoro also decided to join and have some fun, resting his cheek in his hand and make a very wicked smile. Your captain, he started slowly, scaring the kids more with his psychotic face. He was delicious. Ayaha. Cannibal, they yelled out with terrified faces while looking at Nami, causing her to yell back. Why are you looking at me? While the children faint, Luffy, Zoro, and Luna burst into laughing. Shut up, you stupids, Nami told them while folding her arms. You couldn't shut your mouth, don't you? She murmured to Zoro. Ah, come on, they were so cute, Luna said, causing Nami to murmur something again. Not that anyone heard it though. After the children recovered and they explained that they didn't eat their captain and he's gone to somewhere, they lead them to where he might be gone, which it was the mansion they talked about before. The children told them that he was coming there to lie, causing Nami and Luffy to say that it was a bad thing, but they explained Kaya's situation later, which ended up Nami feel bad for her and probably gave up to steal anything from the mansion, and Luffy deemed that Usopp is a good guy and it was all he needed since he stretched his arms and grabbed the bars of the mansion. While the kids were screaming with shock, Zoro and Luna let a sigh. Well, hold on tight, Zoro said while he was looking like he gave up any hope, causing Luna to think that this was probably only the beginning of his misery. They hang on to Luffy while he was rocketing himself inside the mansion. For Luna, it was like doing bungee jumping without a safety. She always loved this kind of things in both of her life. After they start to fall, she positioned herself for a better fall, which she landed perfectly in the end. Better than the one who rocketed himself at least. She was crouching down as she fell beside Luffy very closely. She turned her head and looked at him. He was laying on his back. Being rubber must be nice. He can land however he wants, was her thoughts before they look at each other for a moment with rather blank faces. Then Luna got back to her feet up and hold up her hand for him. While he takes and gets up, she noticed that they are still looking at each other, so she turned to look around and saw that expect Zoro, who's landed on his feet. Everyone was moaning in pain on the ground. Oh God! Are you alright? Luna let go of Luffy's hand as they all look up to voice. She was a slim and pale-skinned girl with blonde hair, and she has wide brown eyes that are of a sort of lighter shade. She was looking at them with concern and shock from her window. Don't worry about them, Kaya, Usopp said from where he was sitting, which it was a tree branch that closes to Kaya's window. To Luna, he looked like a Romeo. These guys heard my reputation and traveled this far to see me here and wanted to join my pirate group. No way, Luna said calmly and lowly. Nope, Luffy said while smiling big. I came to see you, miss. I have a request from you. A request? From me? She asked with a surprised face and voice while Luffy's nodding and asked about a boat, but a sudden voice stopped him. What are you doing here? You can't just barge in a mansion like this, he shouted out, causing Usopp to look another way as he lowly said, "Ugh, that butler." No one cared at the moment though, as they look at the tall and slim man with glasses and slicked black hair. He was wearing a black suit with 2 golden markings on it over a white shirt with a curious collar, with spiral-like protrusions on the edges, and a standard black tie. Kaya was about to say something, but she cut off from the man, causing Luna to narrow her eyes. She was thinking that he was playing butler there, and no matter how close they were, he had no right to talk to her like this. "Go away, right now," he yelled out again before Kaya tried to say something, but he shut her once again, causing Luna's eyebrows to twitch. "All of you, go now. Unless you have something to say to me," he said as he looked at them. "Okay," Luffy happily said as he looked at him. "We want a ship." "No," he basically said with a strict attitude, causing Luffy to pout in disappointment, as Zoro was patting his shoulder for consolation, while Kuro was finally noticed Usopp. After that, he started to insult Usopp and his father, and Kaya tried to stop him. Not that it worked though, making Luna wonder why she can't see this guy's true face, as she was also thinking what an irritating man he was. While they were all watching the scene, just Usopp was about to punch him, Luna suddenly went there and stopped his punch, taking his hit to her palm. She thought that it wasn't good for Kaya to see that. If Usopp punches him at that moment, he could easily play the victim. "It's not worth to punch someone like him," Luna said with a lowly voice that only Usopp could hear, and gave him a look that was like saying calm down. He looked surprised, but not that calm though. But before he could even open his mouth, Luna pushed him a little back before she turned to Klahadore. "You know, you're a very ignorant man." He was looking smug at first and about to say something and also insult her too, but when he saw her eyes that looking at him so down, like looking at some bug which he was in her eyes right that moment. "What are you talking about?" he asked with a blank and poker face of his. Luna tilted her head a little and put an innocent smile on her face. "I mean, Usopp's father is one of the high-ranking officers in Yonko, Red Hair Shanks's crew," causing his eyes to widen a second, but he had a still blank face. "The sniper, actually. He is known as Chaser." Usopp wonder if you ever heard. She then made a surprised face this time, while her one hand holding her bat on her one shoulder, her other hand went to her open mouth, making a clearly fake shocked face. "Oh my. Sorry, of course, you wouldn't know. I mean, a little insignificant butler like you." Before she smiled again. "I wonder what he would think though, you know, if he heard some little kitten talks to his only lovely son like this, in his home." She put her hand on his shoulder heavily and squeezed a little, causing him to startle for a moment. "They don't call him Chaser for nothing, you know," she said a little lowly while looking at him in pity. Then she laughed while patting his shoulder heavily, and before letting him say anything, she turned to Kaya, who's watching with a shocked face. "Sorry for the disturb, miss," she said with a kind smile and voice before took Usopp's arm and pulled him outside the mansion along with her. Usopp followed her quietly since he was still in shock, but Luna let go of his arm and started to walk towards the town, without looking her back, and Usopp started to go his place with his shocked state, but he was still angry at Butler. Luna, by the way, was chuckling. She was thinking that maybe might a little overdo it there, since there was no way Usopp would hear this and come here. He probably wouldn't even know if his son were to die right that moment, but she had too much fun when she saw his face. He was a pirate too, so she knew that a man like him, who was scared of fame so much and run from the sea, would be more scared of this. So she could just let him believe whatever she wanted right now. After Luna left while also taking Usopp with her, Nami was asking what was that to Zoro, which he had no idea and just shrugged. "I don't know." He honestly didn't care much. To him, Luna was crazy sometimes and a weirdo. She was a clever girl, but like they say, there is a fine line between genius and madness, and he was thinking that there was no line when it comes to her. She could even be surprisingly stupid sometimes, so much that he thought she had spent a lot of time with Luffy. When they also got out of the mansion and start to walk slowly, Luffy already went after them the moment they get out. Luffy wasn't that surprised either. Luna was after all unpredictable to him. When he saw Luna was going somewhere, and Usopp was going another, he thought for a moment who should he follow, but he followed Usopp in the end since he wanted to talk to him. While Luffy was with Usopp, Nami was sitting on some fence and Zoro was sitting on the floor when Luna come back. "Where is Luffy?" She then looked at the children. "Why are kids laying here? They will catch a cold if they sleep here, like this." She was blinking as was also really wondering. "It's some weirdo's fault, don't mind that, and Luffy is probably with that Usopp if he wasn't with you," Zoro said calmly, unlike Nami who asked loudly like always, "Where were you? What was that there back then?" causing Luna to hold up her hand and shook. "I was shopping." There were 2 bottles in her hand. "What shopping?" Nami thought with an irritated look on her face. Luna gave one of the bottles to Zoro, which he took it with a happy smile while saying thanks. That was just what it was. Luna shrugged. It wouldn't be good if he hit that guy there. While the sick girl was watching, Nami made an understanding face, but before she could say anything besides "that guy just made me angry," He wasn't the one who says he is, Luna said as she took a gulp from her bottle of sake while the children were starting to wake up as she was talking. What are you talking about? Nami asked with a confused face, and just Luna was about to answer to her, they saw Usopp's running towards them. Luna hold her hand up and start to waving Usopp. Do you know where Lu dash? But he just passed them without even looking at them. That was rude. What's wrong with him? Nami asked as she was looking towards the way that Usopp run off. Maybe he is angry at me, Luna said, sounding more like a question. Wasn't Luffy with him? Zoro asked as he was also looking at the way he run off. Luna hummed for a second before she turned to the children. You guys know where he was coming from? 3 of them nod their heads when he wants to think or something like that. There is only one place he goes. While children were guiding them to the cliff, Nami turned to Luna. What did you mean before when you said that he wasn't the one who says he is? Luna looked at Nami with this while Zoro was also listening since he was wondering too. Luna then looked at the children and turned Nami again, talking in a hushed voice. Did you ever heard a pirate named Kuro? She asked to Nami, who's made a confused face a moment. Kuro, before made a face that's saying she remembered. Kuro of 100 plans, causing Luna to nod. What about him? I heard he was executed. Luna looked at ahead. Well, apparently he faked it, she said as she was looking far away and paused a moment. Since we saw him just now, she had then. Sometimes she could be dramatic. Zoro made a smirk as he had a feeling that things would get interesting. Nami, on the other hand, made a shocked face. What? Are you sure? Causing to children also looks up to them with her loud voice. Luna smiled at them while saying that it's nothing and she just loves to yell out of nowhere, making Nami gone red with anger as Zoro was laughing. Then she turned to Nami while making a shush with her finger. Yeah, I'm sure. I remember seeing his wanted poster. 16 million berry, I guess? She said with an unsure tone since she wasn't sure about it as she wasn't interested in the past. What is he even doing here then? Nami asked when they finally came to the cliff. Luna shrugged at her again. Who knows? So where is Luffy? She went to the edge of the cliff while children were saying to be careful to her. She smiled to them saying that she will be fine and looked at the down, and saw a red and blue thing. Looks like we need to get down, she said before she turned to them and started to walk down there, which they followed after her. When they finally were down of the cliff, they found Luffy as his head was buried to the ground and his butt was on the air. Oh no! Did he fall down from cliff? Onion said with a horrified face. Is he dead? Is that why Captain run away like that? Carrot yelled out, causing the other two to also yell with shocked and terrified faces. Luna laughed at them though. No way. He is a rubber man. He can't die like this. While she was saying this, Zoro was poking Luffy to wake him up with one of his swords, which he wakes up immediately as he sit up and start to yawn while saying it was a good nap when he finally noticed that everyone was looking at him. Hi guys, he said with a smile as he held up his hand. Why were you sleeping here? You can't sleep like this or you're gonna get sick, she said with a frown before she let a sigh. What's wrong with this island? Everyone sleeps weirdly, causing Nami to sweat drops at this as she lowly murmured, it's not the island, you know. I was talking to Usopp, Luffy said before he blinked like he remembered something. Oh. Right, the village gonna be attacked by the pirates tomorrow, he said like it's nothing, causing them to blink too before they asked him to explain. So he began to explain that Clahador was actually a pirate named Kuro and he was planning to take Kaya's fortune by forcing her to write a will before killing her. Zoro and Nami already knew he was a pirate but they didn't know what he was doing there. What? The children and Nami yelled out with shock. Pirates are going to attack the village and kill Kaya. Yeep! Luffy answered while putting his hat back on his head. That's what they said. Children said that Usopp was probably gone to warn the village, causing Nami to relax as she was thinking that they will run and be safe. Kids decided that to go to packing their important things too, while Luffy was saying that the meat shop was gonna be close too and they should go and eat meat before that happens until Luna speak. Usopp will come back with a heat break, she said with a sigh. What are you talking about? Zoro asked while Luffy and Nami was looking at her with confused faces. Well, while I was taking a walk in the village, I heard that Usopp is a notorious liar, yelling everyday pirates are coming and having fun to scare the villagers. She answered them. Oh, then they probably won't believe him, Nami said quietly. She was thinking if they should go and warn them, but they could think that it was lied to, thinking they were Usopp's friends. Luffy was looking at Luna. You knew? He asked. He already guessed that she knew from the moment when he learned that man was a pirate, but still asked anyway. While Luna was nodding at Luffy, Zoro said, yeah, she already told us while we were coming here. I didn't exactly know what he was planning though. It wasn't a lie. She completely forgot about the will thing since it was a stupid thing to her. Why did he even spend 3 years anyway? He could just attack and steal the money and run away. Then he could go somewhere to start over his life. He is an idiot, she said while nodding sagely, causing Nami to gasp, "Are you brutal?" Luna looked at her weirdly, raising one eyebrow, spending 3 years, acting like he cares about her, and then force her to write a will before he kill her is way more brutal, Nami. She was looking at Nami like saying that you're the brutal one, which makes Nami's face went bright shade of red. "Shut up," she yelled, causing Luffy and Zoro to laugh at her. After they talk about what they should do and seeing the sun was setting, they decided that they would go and find Usopp. When they finally find him on their way, Usopp was trying to hide his arm and had a face as if he was in pain. The children were also looking for Usopp, run towards him, which caused Usopp to make a forced smile. Not that any of the children noticed that moment though, but as soon as he saw Luffy, his eyes gone wide with a shocked expression. What?" he gasped. "You're still alive?" "Alive?" Luffy asked with a tilted head a little, looking totally confused. "Yeah, I had good nap. He was sleeping all the time." Peeper explained to Usopp. "Captain, what are we going to do about the butler and his gang of pirates?" Carrot asked seriously, but when they start talking about villagers, Usopp suddenly said that everything was a lie with a big smile on his face. The children laughed too, but then, they turned their back and leave while saying that they had disappointed he lied about such an important thing. Luna let a sigh at this and walked towards Usopp. The moment she held his arm, Usopp made a yelp, surprising others. "You got shot, right? We have to take care of it," Luna said calmly before she started to work on the wound and others sit down around them. "So why did you lie to them?" Luffy asked with a serious face. "Because that's all I can do," Usopp said before he started to tell them that he went to warn villagers, but none of them believed him because apparently, Kuro had built himself a good reputation, while Usopp was known as Trouble and Liar Kid. He also went to the mansion, but Kaya didn't believe him either, and the other butler shot him to make him leave. They were already guessed that they wouldn't believe him from what Luna told them, but they didn't think they would shot him either. "There is no way they will believe me. Why would they listen to me anyway?" Usopp said with a sad sigh as his shoulders were down. "Because you were telling them truth," Zoro said as a matter of fact. "Well, the pirates are still coming, so what are you gonna do?" Luna asked after she finished her work while standing up. "What am I supposed to do?" Usopp asked nervously. "They will think I'm lying if I try to warn them again." Then he suddenly stood up like he suddenly decided to something. He tightened his fists, and there was a burning determination in his eyes. "They think I'm lying, and that's all they need to think. I will make this a lie." Even though he was saying this with determination, his legs were shaking. "It's my home," as the tears start to appear in his eyes. "I love everyone. I will protect them." Zoro smiled and put his hand on his sword. "You're a pretty good guy. You lied to your crew so that you can do this alone," with approving tone in his voice. "So you want help or what?" Luffy asked while holding up his fist. "You guys," Usopp said as he looked up at them from where he sits, "you guys are willing to fight with me?" He then added lowly, "Why?" while trying to get rid of his tears. "Because of the enemies outnumbering you," Luffy said bluntly while flexing his fingers. "You have the words 'I'm scared' written all over your face," Zoro also said bluntly while Luna and Nami was nodding. "Idiots! Me? Scared? So what if they outnumber me? They can't compete with me. I'm the legendary Captain Usopp after all. In my vein flows the blood of a courageous warrior." He starts with really bravely at first, but then his legs start to shake again. Luffy, Luna, Zoro, and Nami were looking at him with blank faces and raised eyebrows, not believing anything. "What are you guys looking at?" "They're Captain Kuro and his men." Of course, I'm scared. I don't need your sympathy. Go away now," he yelled in frustration while punching his legs, trying them to make not to shake. "We're not sympathizing with you. We said we will help because you said you want to protect your home," Luna said somehow gently. To her, even he was scared. He was willing to fight for them, even though after what they did to him. He was a good kid. "Do you really think that we would risk our lives out of sympathy?" Luffy asked in annoyance though. Usopp looked at them with teary eyes for a moment before he came to a resolution and wiped his tears. "I don't know how to think, but we have to go now. We had time until dawn. We have to set traps." And so, they start moving. 5 of them were standing at the top of the hill, where Luffy and Usopp had seen Kuro and Django talk. Usopp was telling them pirates will come at dawn, and the only way they get to the village is to climb that slope they were on. He was saying that if they take care of them in that narrow part, their number won't do anything. "Okay, that sounds easy," Luffy said, since it was truly an easy plan. "Yeah, but victory is also about our strength, so what can you do?" Usopp asked. "I slice," Zoro said while his hands on his swords, smiling evilly. "I stretch," Luffy said, holding his fist up. "I'm freestyle," Luna shrugs as she was holding her baseball bat on her one shoulder. "I steal," Nami said as her hand was resting on her hip. "I hide," Usopp added after them, causing them to yell at him. "You will fight too," 4 of them yelled at the same time. "I was joking, really," Usopp said while waving his hands. After that, He came with several oil barrels and poured it down to the slope. Nami was saying let's hope we won't slip on it too while Luffy was checking the oil with his foot. It was a good plan if it would actually work. While Luffy was telling Usopp how dirty he fights and Usopp was saying of course with the proud, Luna was in her world. I feel like I'm forgetting something. She didn't remember this oil thing at all. She comes back to real world with Zoro's voice. Though it's almost daybreak, they are coming, he said seriously as he was looking at the horizon. All of them were watching the beautiful sunrise, but it wasn't time for that. Where are they? Luffy asked the question that everyone had in their mind. He was actually pouting though. I thought we were gonna fight. So where are they? He added. Maybe they oversleep? Zoro said with a shrug. No, they will come. A lot of them, Usopp added after him with a very sure voice and hard face. They wait a little bit longer before Luna's eyes widened for a moment. Hey, she said slowly, causing them to turn towards her. Isn't there also a shore like this? You know, where our boats are. Everyone's eyes widened at this, and Nami put a hand behind her ears before she yelled out that she could hear voices from north, and Usopp was also saying that there was an identical shore on the north side of the island. We are on the wrong side. Luffy yells, grabs his head. This is bad. Usopp also yells. This was where they met. I thought they will come from here. We need to hurry. Where to? Luffy yelled / asked Usopp. North. Usopp hurriedly said if you run, you can make it in 3 minutes. That place is almost the same with here, so we have to stop them at the slope. Oh no! Nami suddenly yelled out in panic, causing them to turn to her. If those pirates are at North Shore, then they already have seen our boats, and they'll steal my treasure. After she yelled, this time Luna added, they better don't touch my babies. Her voice was low, but it was a cold voice. I'll be there in 20 seconds. Luffy yelled before running off. While Usopp was complaining about how the oil plan was useless now, Luna also ran off. Nami was about to run off after Luna, but she slipped on the oil and grabbed Zoro, and while she was deciding to sacrifice Zoro, Usopp was run off too and was thinking how fast Luffy and Luna, since he couldn't see them as he ran. Nami finally walked over Zoro and run off too while Zoro was yelling that he will kill her and was trying to get out of the oiled slope. Nami was angry at Usopp when she saw a pirate was holding 2 bags in his hands. One hand was holding Luna's backpack, which inside there were a lot of important things that they didn't even know about, even Nami, at the moment. Nami was only seeing his other hand though, since that hand was holding her treasure. Usopp was asking where the hell others, and she was saying that they probably got lost. That was a weird thing for Luna though. Nami knew she was a clever girl from the days they spent at the sea together so far, but she was so bad with directions that she was carrying a compass as a necklace. She learned that when she asked why they were wandering and getting lost until they found Nami while she had a compass with her. She was answered we didn't have a map, as she was also said that I also needed if I can't find directions. She was thinking how someone could be so clever and an idiot at the same time. When some pirates start to move towards them, thinking they are easy, and when some of them took care of them they would all go, they heard a cold voice from the cliff. How could you touch my belongings? Then she jumped off from cliff to slope and hit the pirates who go towards Nami and Usopp with her baseball bat. Luna was angry. Not that she made an angry face or something though. She had an emotionless face, but one look at her eyes was enough to say that she was so angry, and even though her face was emotionless, it was shadowed. She hated when someone she didn't approve of to touch her things, especially to her babies, since she either made them herself or she ordered how she wanted and see they made. She was not gonna mercy any of these pirates, especially the ones that touched them. When Luffy and Zoro finally came almost at the same time, they looked at the scene. Well, seems like Luna get rid of the weaklings, Zoro said with a smirk, while Luffy was nodding. She looks rather angry though, Luffy added after him as he was looking at her. All the weaklings were laying on the ground. Django was watching her while thinking who was she and why Captain Kuro didn't mention there was a group like this that would stand their way. Luffy was yelling at Usopp while Zoro was yelling at Nami when they heard Luna's voice and turned towards her. Luna was running, making her way to the pirate who's holding her backpack, all the while hitting the ones who stand in front of her. When Luna finally reached that pirate, don't you dare to touch my babies. She hit his balls with her bat so hard that the poor guy flew instantly. One could bet that he wouldn't have babies in the future. Luna finally made a happy face as she took her backpack back. While she made her way to their boat to put her backpack in, she saw Luffy and Zoro. Oh. So you guys finally came? I can't believe you guys get lost. She smiled big and waved her hand. All of her anger was now fly away. Luffy and Zoro smiled and waved their hands too, but their smiles were rather forced. They were actually wanted to make a pained face. Remind me not to touch her babies in the future, Zoro said in a low voice. I don't think she will mind us since we already touched them, so that's why she was angry. Luffy also said before she had he is not a man anymore, right? I don't think he is. While Zoro and Luffy were whispering to themselves, Usopp's face was pale as his hands were involuntarily covering his low parts, and Nami was yelling, "You were lost too." She gasped with the sudden realization. "And take my treasure to the boat too," she added, not wanting to go there since there were still pirates, and not everyone on the ground was unconscious. Luna was focusing to go to the one pirate after all. Luna looked at her with a confused face for a moment before she made an understanding face. "Oh. Right." She smiled big again. Sure. With a shrug she turned around and take the treasure bag too and made her way to their boats, happy that she got what she wanted. Nami was also happy with the same reason and was thinking if she could get to the Kuros pirates' ship so that she can steal more treasure from them. Django was trembling with anger and scared though since they had to go before Captain Kuro get angry. "I didn't know there was someone like you guys here," he started lowly voice. "That's enough." He then pulled out a chakram that he used for hypnosis. "Here," he said with a hypnotic voice to the pirates who were looking at him. "Stare deeply into this ring. When I say 1, 2, 3, Django, you will start to grow stronger. Your wounds will heal and you will not feel any pain anymore." "What is he doing? Like something like that would ever work?" Nami said before she swallowed her words. When Django said the magical words and the black cat pirates start to smile evilly, roaring like wild animals, and one of them punched the side of the cliff with so much force that it's cracked and collapsed. While the hypnotized black cat pirates start to run towards them, Zoro turned to Luffy asking what they should do, but the answer he got was a roar, just like the black cat pirates. Nami slapped her face. "I can't believe it," and yelled. She wasn't alone this time though, since Zoro also yelled he got hypnotized too, while Nami was also adding idiot. When Luffy started to run towards them, all the while roaring like some kind of wild animal, he used his gum gatling with a yell, and before anyone knew, they were all on the ground and laying there, causing Zoro to think that it actually might be a good thing while Luffy was tearing apart their ship's head. When he turns to them with the ship head he tore, making clear that he wants to hit them with the cat-shaped head, Django used his chakram again and Luffy fall asleep as the ship head fall on him, snoring like he was peacefully sleeping on his bed. While the black cat pirates think that it was a good thing that he is sleeping now and letting relieved sighs, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp couldn't decide which one was good. Zoro was saying, "Well, we should manage without him," while Nami kept going with idiot, and Usopp was in shock that they were so powerful. Luna, on the other hand, was in her own world. How can someone have so much willpower yet so weak against something like hypnosis? She was in deep of her brain, thinking a lot of things and making theories until she heard Django's voice. "Hey, Nyaban brothers, get down here!" With that, two weirdo came, jumping in front of Django. One of them, Sham, was a very skinny man of fairly tall height, standing at over 6.5 feet. He also had a hunched back that makes him look smaller than he actually is. He had a green hair that is parted to the side and curls at the end, with two other parts of hair on the sides of his head growing downwards in a curly-looking way. Other Butchie was an overweight man who wears an outfit based loosely on a black and white cat. He had pale skin, sharp teeth, tiny eyes, and was wearing cat ears on his head. When Luna saw their coming, she was moving towards Zoro, which he had a smirk on his face that Luna knew she won't like. "So you lost too?" She knew it. Zoro was waiting this moment to come for a while now. He was rejecting his bad sense, but Luna was the same. "Don't talk like you didn't," she said with an irritated face while hitting the pirates in front of her with her bat. "At least I found my way before you," she added with a rather pouting look on her face. It was rare to see her childish side like this, but before Zoro could answer, they heard brothers' voices. They were looking weak and scared, saying they don't want to fight. With the last order from Django, Sham and Butchie start to run towards Zoro, all the while yelling that they are not scared while they were looking scared, causing Zoro to let his guard down for a moment. "Don't let your guard down, Zoro," Luna said before she had something with their behaviors is wrong while looking at them with her narrowed eyes. She knew they were faking it. It was rather obvious to her, but they were also not strong for her either. While they were fighting, Zoro, who lets his guard down, lost his two katanas. Usopp was trying to hit them, but Zoro stopped him. While Nami and Usopp were talking about why he stopped him, Luna was finally get rid of the weaklings and get close to Zoro. Just Butchie was about to slash Zoro from his back. Luna hit him with baseball bat. It's very rude to attack a swordsman from behind when the fight was about to continue. "What is happening here?" Everyone stopped with the sudden angry voice and turned to the top of the hill to see Kuro. He was looking very pissed off, making Django start his apologies, but Kuro didn't even listen to him as he looked around and said that he gives 5 minutes to them to get rid of them, which made them go serious as their faces turned hard. Zoro, letting his back to Luna, start to focus on Sham, who had a drastic change with Kuros coming. He needed his other swords, which Luna knew this, but she couldn't leave Zoro with one sword against two enemies, so she looked at Nami and then to the swords. Nami, who saw that Luna was looking at her and was trying to understand why she was looking, followed her eyes and saw Zoro's katanas, as she also understands what she means and starts to go there. When Nami was about to reach the swords, Django suddenly threw his chakram to her. He sees them like this too, was Nami's thoughts as the chakram fly towards her, but it didn't hit her. Luna, who sawing that Django threw his chakram at Nami, hit Butchie while making him get off of her a little, which he was also got serious with Kuros coming, and throw one of her knives towards the chakram and stop it. Nami, seeing this, turned her attention to the swords again, and finally kicking them towards Zoro. While the swords flying at him, Zoro was yelling at her to not kick them, but he thanked her in the end anyway. Nami, also thinking to steal the treasure they had, made her way towards the ship, as she was also going to wake Luffy up since Kuro has come too, but Django, also seeing this, throw another chakram at her. It wasn't in her sight, so Luna couldn't stop this time Nami, so she just shouted out to warn her. It was all happening at the same time. Just Nami stepped her foot on Luffy's face, she heard Luna's voice and looked behind her to see a chakram flying towards her, again. Luffy woke up at the same time and get up while making Nami fall. Chakram was hit him instead of her, causing Zoro to think that if it was good or bad timing, but with the voice he heard, he turned his left and saw Luna while he also heard what he said. One look at her face was enough to make Zoro sure that she was beyond being angry, and then he heard the voice, like everyone there. Luna was let her guard down when she was warning Nami. She was watching what's happening there when she felt hands on her and breath on her neck. It's really sad that I have to kill such a beauty. It was a very sickening voice, and the scream after the sickening voice was a very painful one. Luffy was yelling at Nami not to step on his face and saying that it hurt, while showing the chakram, and Nami was also yelling at him that it wasn't her. But before they could continue their little argument, they also turned towards to see what's going on. When they heard the sickening breaking voice, they saw that Luna was holding Butchie's hands, which they were the source of the breaking voice, and he was on his knees as he started to scream in pain. Luna had no emotion on her face, and even her eyes were empty, looking down on Butchie. Just who do you think you are touching? With her cold voice that sent a shiver down on his spine. She was trying to calm herself as she didn't want to kill anyone there. So she just broke his hands that touched her. She next broke his nose that gave his breath to her neck. After that, she punched his jaw, making it broke too, because he said those words with that mouth of his, and with this, he was already unconscious. She was feeling better as she was also looking like herself again, smiles happily. He was made her remember that man she hated, just second after her father. Just think about it, the man said behind her, as she could feel his breath on her neck. Wouldn't be fun to see what would happen if we were to be together? He asked while moving in front of her and take her hand in his. He kissed her hand after he finished his question, then he turned and left with a loud laugh, leaving behind a very disgusted girl. It all took not even a minute. Kuro didn't even care what happened to his man and said 1 minute left, making Black Cat pirates scared, but they didn't want to fight, especially now that Luffy was wake up again. Zoro turned back to his opponent too, since he started to attack again after Kuro's warning, as Nami also started to make her way to their ship to look for treasure to steal. Luffy was still looking at Luna though. He could see that something else was wrong with her just now. Luna also came back with Kuro's voice and feeling eyes on her. She looked at her right side only to see that Luffy was looking at her with a blank face. When their eyes met, she made a smile like saying she was fine. She knew Luffy had a rather good sense, so she thought he must have felt something, but this wasn't something she wanted to tell him. She knew the time will eventually come though. She was wondering what she should do at that time. Their attention went back to the top of the hill when they heard the voices. While Luffy and Luna was in their own world, Zoro was beaten Sham and Kuro was making himself ready while putting his claw gloves, but then he turned his back while saying, "Don't ever sneak on me," flexing his fingers and making the claw's blades clink together. "Unless you want to die," he said darkly with shadowed face. "Kaya!" Usopp yelled in surprise. "Why Kaya is here?" was his thoughts before he ran to her without even thinking and take her before Kuro cut her. "Usopp," she yelled out in worry. "Kaya! Why are you here?" Usopp asked with a very worried face and voice. While Usopp and Kaya were talking, Kuro said she has to leave, and he admitted everything to her while Kaya was shaking. She pulled out a pistol, but she couldn't fire it in the end. He goes how pathetic Kaya was all the time, and Usopp, who's can't taking more, took the pistol she dropped and fired it, but Kuro used his pussyfoot technique and reappeared behind him in a matter of seconds while saying that he will make him regret trying to punch him that day, but he was stopped by Luffy, who throws a punch him with Gum Gum pistol. "If you don't like being hit, Then today is really not your day, Luffy said. Just then the kids came out of nowhere and start to hit Kuro without mercy, but of course, it didn't work. When Kuro gets back his feet, the kids went to hide behind some trees. He looked at them for a while but didn't do anything in the end, causing Luna to think so he wasn't that boneless. While Kuro turned his attention to Luffy, Usopp yelled at the kids to take Kaya and run, but with them rejecting, he yelled at them, "Take Kaya and get away from here," he said loudly, leaving no room to argue. "You must keep her safe. This is the reason we wanted to become pirates. To protect what's dear to us. Now do as I say and run." Gasping for breath, the 3 Usopp pirates were all nodding and understanding and start to run with Usopp's order, taking Kaya with them as they lead her into the forest. But Kuro wasn't going to let that happen, as he went straight to Usopp and with a hard kick, he slammed him to the ground before he turned his attention back on Luffy. Learning that Luffy was a devil fruit user, Kuro ordered Django to take care of Kaya. Usopp hit Django on the back with his lead ball and Django was looking ready to kill him, but Kuro yelled at him to continue while Luffy was slowly making his way towards Kuro as he was walking up the hill. Usopp tried to get back up to go after Django while Kuro was mocking with him and Kaya. "I'm captain of the Usopp Pirates," Usopp declared as tears suddenly came back to his eyes. "Brave warrior of the sea. I will protect everyone in the village even if it kills me." His voice was getting stronger. "On my word. You will never set foot in this village." Luna watched with a blank face as she looked at Usopp, who's trying to get up go after Django. He might be a coward and scared for a lot of time, but when it came to his friends he was always strong. Even in this condition, he was determined to go after Django and protect Kaya. Black Cat pirates, however, were all start to laugh at Usopp, causing Luna to look at them with an irritated face while Luffy was saying with a rather cold voice, "What's so funny?" he demanded as he stared at them with a wild look in his eyes, and then grabbing a boulder, he threw at them. Zoro was already there, picking Usopp up and carrying him on his shoulder. "Luffy, Usopp and I will go after him. Any problem?" "No, go." While they were leaving, Kuro was asking who gave them permission to go anywhere, causing Luna to think that if he was an idiot in the end. "I did." With this, Luffy launched an attack on Kuro, making him let Zoro and Usopp go. But he dodged. Luna, by the way, was starting to go towards the top of the hill since she knew their fight will be on the slope. She didn't want to be in the way. Kuro was asking why strangers like them were butting their butts in this village's business. Luffy made a mysterious smile. "Because there is a man in this village that I don't want to let die." Kuro starts to laugh, asking if he's sure this is enough reason to die. "I'm sure," Luffy said before he also added, "but I'm not going to die." They keep fighting after that. Black Cat pirates start to cheer on their captain, but Kuro shouted at them with a wave of anger, saying that never call him captain. He also tell how tired he was for having to plan for everything for a bunch of idiots who only think about going on treasure hunts and goes. "This guy is talking so much that he bores me. He wasn't made for become a pirate. At least he understands that. He is an idiot. He should just have to have plastic surgery and all of his problems would go," Luna thought as she listened Kuro while she was also nodding sagely at her idea. "My plan will not be disturbed by a brat like you." She came back from her thoughts with his yelling and keep watch what's going on. He was holding up his claws while running towards Luffy. Luffy stretches his arms and grabbed the rock he has thrown away and uses it as a shield, blocking Kuro's claws inside. Luna, who's watching the fight when it comes to fighting Luffy, is rather fast thinking and somehow genius. "I don't think anyone except Luffy could use rubber fruit as he did." "You know what?" Luffy suddenly said as he was glaring at Kuro. "If you don't want to have a reputation with all his strength," he slammed the boulder right into Kuro's face, "then don't be pirate." The Black Cat pirates start to cheer their captain again, but when he gets up with not being able to control his nerves, he says he will kill them too, saying that he already planned to kill everyone who knows his true identity, which he shocks every one of them. No one knowing my true identity can be left alive." "Why you plan to kill every one of us from the very beginning," said one of the pirates, while start to looking pale. Kuro chuckles darkly at this and confessed everything, looking like an insane man who enjoys what he was planning as he talked. "You guys are so dumb," Luffy state while looking at the pirates. "The most uncool pirate crew I've ever seen." He was looking so disappointment. "We are uncool?" Kuro asked like he heard the most ridiculous thing. "Pirates are nothing but more than brainless savages. Without me, what can they possibly do? They wouldn't even have food in their hand. A crew doesn't mean anything to me. A crew member is just a pawn in his captain's game." As Kuro kept going, Luna was thinking why these bad guys always tended to tell their plans and the things they had done in the past. She was angry at how he was thinking, but she was just watching everything with a blank face. Though she really didn't understand why. Is it overconfidence? Were they thinking that they can get away with it? Luffy was staring at Kuro with anger, disgust, and pity when he was saying that the crew members exist to die for their captain and do whatever he says, but suddenly, Luffy smiled. No matter how many of men dumb enough to follow you as their captain in the future, you'll never be as good as Usopp. You fool! Kuro yelled in anger. Are you telling me that I'm inferior to a kid pretending to be pirate? Yeah, that's what I said, Luffy said without a doubt in his voice, but Kuro suddenly laughed and started to ask him how can Usopp be better than him because he's got a heart. A guy like you doesn't know what a true pirate is, Luffy said with a big smile of his before he launched an attack Kuro again, but it wasn't enough yet as Kuro dodged it. Kuro said he will teach him about true pirates, and he had that first lesson is fear before he began to slouch back and forth repeatedly, scare the hell out of his crew as they were looking terrified and start to beg to Kuro not to use his out-of-the-bag technique. What's their problem? Luffy asked himself with a confused face as he saw them. He is just wobbling back and forth. Luffy! Be careful! Luna yelled at him from the top of the hill, causing him to turn his gaze towards her with more confused, but just then the wind blew, ruffling his hair, and Kuros disappeared between Luffy and Luna, leaving dark purple whips of smoke behind, and suddenly pirates start to fall down with cuts on their bodies. Luna saw that Nami finally steps out from the ship to its deck with a bag of full treasure, and was watching in shock what's going on. Luffy, what is he doing? Said with a surprised face when he turns his back to see what's going on. While claw marks start to appear everywhere, more pirates start to fall while their blood was splashing around everywhere. One of them was begging for Kuro to stop, and the other one was shouting at him that it was impossible to make Kuro stop in this state of his because this technique was so fast that even he didn't know where and what he was attacking. To Luna, it was stupid. There were a lot of people out there that much faster than him. He was fast though, but he was just a lazy overconfidence idiot that he probably didn't even think to improve himself and his technique. She looked at Luffy again with her still blank face. Luffy didn't move an inch since the start, and was watching what's going on, and he didn't even care him being slashes too. His eyes were shadowed with his hat, and he was clearly shaking with rage as he finally snapped and screamed out, "Don't you have honor? Those men are your friends." In the blink of an eye, Luffy found Kuro and grabbed him before he threw him to the ground. He really had good senses. Luna thought she could sense Kuro easily with her observation haki, but Luffy was still an East Blue pirate, who's just starting to set sail. He was still at the beginning. She wondered if those senses were also the reason for the voice of all things, making his senses stronger, and Luffy was always good with animals too. "I found you," Luffy said, causing Kuro to look much angrier. "Thou Kuro keeps talking his nonsense." Luffy just glared at him without saying anything, but his eyes were saying a lot of things actually. Kuro also seeing this but not understanding what he was saying. "What? Do you have something to say?" yelled Luffy, not taking his gaze from him even a little as he looked at him in the eye. "No matter what happens to me, I'll never be like you," he declared that with a smile on his face. "Of course. Someone like you can't be like me," Kuro said as he didn't understand the real meaning of Luffy's words and start to use his movement again. Luffy throws himself on him, but it was too late, and Kuro was disappeared once again. Luna thought that it would be good if Luffy could use his second gear at that moment, but his body was still not ready, and it won't be ready when he found out that too, making her wonder just how much time of his life took these techniques of his, but knowing that she can't stop him using these was more irritating to her now. "I have to stop thinking about the future," she thought with frustration as she shook her head mentally. Luffy was standing there as he was trying to sense Kuro, causing Luna to think that it was looking like an observation training. When Kuro tried to slice him, he took a step back and caused him to miss his slice, once again making Luna wonder if Luffy's prone to observation haki in the end. Luffy finally caught Kuro and wrapped his limbs around his body, stopping him completely. While Kuro was yelling "let me go," in frustration and things like that, like Luffy would because he said, Luffy sent his head back and was yelling to the pirates to not cheer him since they were starting to cheer him for a while now. Then finally, Luffy's head came back to Kuro while Kuro was stupidly yelling, "My plan will not fail." Luffy yelled out "Gum Gum Bell" as his head collided with Kuro's, breaking his glasses into pieces and sent him unconscious. Luffy let go of him and landed on his foot softly again as Kuro fell like a sack. Black Cat pirates were in awe as they were watching Luffy while saying that he beat Kuro with amazement-clear faces. One of them was asking who he is. "I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who is going to be the Pirate King," Luffy declared, causing Luna to smile a little when she heard that as she was walking towards him. When she took his hat from the ground, Luffy was throwing Kuro to them while yelling at them that take him with them and never come back. Well, they didn't need to tell that as they were already starting to run. Luffy turned his back after that to look at Luna since he knew she was there. She was looking at his cuts while walking in front of him. "We should load dash before she can continue," He leaned his forehead to her shoulder. Tired, he said lowly. Luna knew that he didn't mean physically, at least not exactly. Luffy always cared for his crew and his friends from the very beginning. Even now, or even when he met Zoro and knew him only a little, he helped them all while putting his life on the line. He cared so much that thinking about them saved him from a mental break after his brother's death. Luna shortly wished that she could have someone like that too when Leo died, since she was all alone at that time, and there was no one who could save her mind. Well, after others came, we can go and eat something, she said with a soft smile while sitting down. She looked up to him like saying he should rest a little, to which he understood and lay down beside her, and she put his hat back on his head. The moment she put it on, both of them frowned at the same time. She didn't know why he frowned though, and he didn't know why she frowned too. While she was about to reach to his mouth, Luffy put his head on her thighs, causing Luna to think that maybe the ground wasn't comfortable, and that's why he frowned. She reached out again to wipe the blood at the corner of his mouth with a frown. To her, he was always fighting carelessly. Nami also came when Luna's eyes were traveling rest of the cuts while she was wiping the blood from his mouth. They should be fine in a day, or so was her thoughts as she was looking at the cut, making Luffy think that, so that's why she frowned. Nami sat down beside them with her treasure bag in her hug. I suppose even you would be exhausted after such a fight, she said while looking at the sea. Tell me. Nami hesitantly started. Why were you so angry earlier? Causing Luffy to turn his gaze from Luna and look at her while Luna was also taking her hand back from his mouth. Because I don't like people like him. They are wrong, Luffy said blankly before he had crewmates shouldn't be treated that way. What are you talking about? Most pirates are neither brave nor honorable. Kuro was more of an average pirate, Nami said as Luffy glanced at her blankly before he closed his eyes. I want some meat, he said bluntly, making Nami get angry once more. Unbelievable. I would hit you if you weren't on Luna. She yelled as Luna started to laugh. He is right though, a good meal would be good after this now. She had after him, only making Nami snap at her too. I changed my mind. I'm gonna hit you both, she yelled while they kept laughing. Zoro and Usopp come back after a while later. Usopp was beaten up a little bit, but they said that Kaya and the kids were fine and they were back at the mansion. Thank you guys, I would never have been able to protect the village without you, Usopp said with an honest face that made clear that he was really thankful, and he had a relief aura around him. Just give me some sake, Zoro told him while smirking. Luna also nods at this with a smiling face. Yeah, some sake and some food would be good. Yeah, meat. Luffy adds after them too while Nami was hugging her treasure bag dearly. Who cares? I got my treasures, I'm the happiest, she declared, causing Luna to laugh at her while Zoro let a sigh, and Luffy was looking at her weirdly. Usopp was laughing too before he started to look at the sea with a serious, but a longing expression on his face. Everything that happened today helped me make a really important decision, causing Luna to look at him and smile a little, knowing that he was actually part of the crew way before he decided his important decision anyway, since it was Luffy who really decides. They spent 2 days with resting and healing from their wounds, though it wasn't that they were wounded seriously and Luffy's wasn't that important, but they were actually waiting for Usopp to heal. Not that anyone actually said that, but they knew somehow. Luna, not doing what she was doing with Zoro until now, helped them to heal their wounds kindly, causing Zoro to get angry at her while yelling, why am I the only one treated like that? He didn't care that much, thought was rather irritated nevertheless. Luna told him that was because he was stubborn and was making her handiwork gone for nothing all the damn time, and she also told to Usopp and Luffy that if they were made new ones before these ones are healed they would share the same fate with Zoro, which it caused Zoro's anger gone fly away as he smirked at them, like waiting and wanting them to do and share the same fate with him. They were sitting around some table at the same restaurant, which was the only one, drinking their drinks just after the meal. Now that everything here is done, we should probably go now, Zoro said. Yeah, Luffy also said after him, but before anyone can say something else, Kaya came into the restaurant. She was looking much more healthy now and with short, happy greetings later. You all did so much for me that I can't never thank you enough, she said with a kind smile on her face. I have present for you guys for how grateful I'm for everything. I would really be happy and honored if you accepted, making Luna think about the going merry, and even though she already knew about it, like others she also followed her with curious face, since the ship, after all, was a ship with a soul, and it's another of their crewmate who was joining them there. When they came to the east coast of the island they saw the little ship with a sheep head. It was bigger than what Luna had imagined though. A caravel, Nami said happily while clapping her hands while others were also looking out with happy faces. Are you really giving this us? He asked while his eyes were shining with stars, and Kaya nodded. They were all went to explore the ship while Nami was listening to Mary's explanations about how the ship works. Luna was thinking that it was really a little cute ship, and the only difference was probably now that there were 2 beds in the girls' room along with 2 bookshelves too, each beside the bed. She was thankful that most of her important things were not so much important to Nami's eyes that she didn't have to be so careful since Nami was only seeing shiny things right at that moment. Her eyes slid to her left forearm for a moment. She knew that Nami was looking at her diamond dragon bracelet sometimes. It wasn't that she could steal it from her arm as she never took it off or she would want to steal it after Arlong, but she thought that maybe she should explain to her so that she would stop looking like that, with belly sign eyes. With the scream she heard, Luna went outside and watched what's going on as she leaned on the railing. Luffy and Zoro's foot was on Usopp's face. Thanks, I guess, Usopp said while he was whining a little. Anytime Luffy and Zoro said in a monotone voice before Luffy gets on the ship and order them to get on too and get ready to go while Usopp was saying goodbye to Kaya. Luna could hear him promise to her that he will come back to tell her all about his adventures on the seas, and this time they will be all real, not a lie. She smiled at them a little as she was sure that he will have a lot to tell. After his goodbye to Kaya, Usopp turned towards them. Take care of yourselves, you guys, he shouted out while waving his hand with a small smile on his face. I hope we'll see each other again sometimes. Why? Luffy asked with a confused tone. Huh? Usopp frowned at him as he too sounded very confused. Why, you ask? I am taking off for the life on the seas and I hope we will meet again. Having enough already? What are you talking about? Get on already, Zoro said in annoyance, confusing Usopp again as he started to blink this time. Luffy getting bored and wanting to already. We are friends, aren't we? So get on, said in a monotone voice. After hearing Luffy, Usopp stood there for a moment, trying to progress what he heard before he jumps in joy and shouted out, I'm really a captain now, don't be stupid, I'm the captain. Luffy yelled back at him too as everyone started to laugh. Usopp then came to aboard with a huge backpack of his and was saying their goodbyes to Kaya. They set sail for the first time with the Going Merry. It was already night time, and everyone was gone to sleep in their room. Luna was placing her books to the bookshelf after placed her clothes. She felt eyes right when she was putting the little dark brown chest under her bed. She was feeling that eyes while she was putting the other two chests either. There is nothing shiny in them if that what you're wondering, Luna said with a little smile. It was true though, not exactly, but one of them was full of notebooks while the other one had only one den mushi in it, and 4 different notebooks, and all their of the chests were locked. She knew no one could read what's inside of those 4 notebooks though, since she wrote them in a language that doesn't exist in this world. So even if Nami would open it somehow, she wouldn't understand and she wouldn't care about the den mushi, the third one. However, well, she just shrugged it off mentally. I wasn't looking at it, Nami said a little loudly, cause Luna accused her, causing her to smile and go to the bed while she was getting ready to sleep. She touched her bracelet, and this was my mother's gift. Nami was looking at Luna as she didn't deny it this time after she looked at her with a look that was saying I know you had eyes on it. It was her first and last gift to me. After the stories she read, and after her time in this world, she would always want to see a real dragon. Who doesn't? She didn't even care if that dragon was Kaido. That was how much she wanted to see, and she would always tell her mother how it would be amazing to see them if they really existed in the end. Then one day, she came and gave that bracelet to Luna while saying I hope you can see the real one day, with a smile that Luna always loved to see. Nami was looking upset and somehow guilty after seeing her sad smile. What happened to her? She asked. She passed away. She got sick and weakened after giving birth, Luna said while she was looking at the bracelet with a little smile on her face before she lifted her head and looked at Nami. She had deep eyes like she was seeing her very soul. I feel like I'm looking at a mirror and see my past self when I look at you sometimes, causing Nami to flinch for a moment. I'm not going to ask or meddle with your business as long as you don't want, Nami, Luna said with a smile like giving a promise, assuring Nami, but don't forget that we're friends. And I really hope that you also find your freedom one day, causing Nami to look shocked this time. But before she could even say anything, Luna smiled kindly at her for the last time before she got in the bed, turning her back to her and fall asleep. She really hoped that they would get rid of Arlong soon, and she too would be free. It was 2 days now that they left Gecko Island. Zoro was training. Nami was laying on her lawn chair while she was looking at her maps, checking their next destination. She and Luna acted as if they had never talked that night. But now Nami wasn't looking at her bracelet with berry sign eyes. In fact, if one would say, they actually became even more closer, not that they noticed that though. Luffy and Usopp were playing with the cannon. They were testing it if one were to ask. Luna was doing some gymnastics. She smiled a little when she saw the mark on the flag and sail. That was a good historical moment for her. Even with Luffy's horrible paintability, she enjoyed every moment. She was flexing her body to back with an impossible angle right now. She was looking like boneless that it was a shock to Luffy at first, telling her she was looking like she also ate the rubber fruit. She was thinking of what a calm and relaxing morning until she heard a cannon voice. With Luffy's miss, Usopp took over the cannon and fired it again. He was hit the target, which was some rock, and he was looking shocked that he hit it. So that's settled, you'll be our sniper, Luffy said with a big smile, causing Usopp to look surprised. What? I don't get to be captain, looking shocked as he looked at Luffy. No, I'm the captain, Luffy said loudly with an annoyance in his voice. Isn't it good, Usopp? Luna said from the position she was in, which is half her body was between her legs. Her elbows were on the floor while her hands on her face looking up at them with a smile. I mean, it would be so cool when we met your dad at the sea, and you two made a sniping match. Luffy, liking the idea that would be cool, said with a big smile, causing Usopp's jaw to fall on the floor. He wasn't thought that they had a chance to meet with his dad at the sea, let alone thinking a sniping match with him. While they were discussing that, Nami take all of them into the kitchen. Whatever, I'm leaving for now, Usopp said with a defeat as they sit down around the table, but the minute you do something cowardly, I'll take over the position. Sure, Luffy said with a shrug, not that worried at all. To Luna, if anyone would be except Luffy, Usopp would be long gone from the ship. He was still thinking this is some kind of a game. Well, they didn't encounter anything until now, so it's normal for him to not understand yet. Just they were sitting and relaxing, they suddenly heard someone shouting, "Get out of here, pirates!" causing Luffy to get outside instantly as Zoro and Luna start to keep looking at each other. "You go," was what they were telling each other with their eyes. Zoro then made a smirk and hold up his hand that was holding a bottle of sake. Ugh. Really? Luna said as she got up, clearly understands that Zoro was relaxing with his bottle of sake and had no intention to go out now. Luna would do the same if she were to him, so she just went outside. Just the moment Luna get out of the kitchen, Luffy was throwing a man. She looked at the scene, thinking what the hell? She didn't remember this man, so she thought it must be unimportant. When the guy was on the floor, Luna looked at him. It's very rude to come and attack suddenly like this. You know, when she gets closer to him, she smiled down at the man, who's laying flat on the floor now. Calm down and talk with your mouth nicely, okay? Asked with a tilted head and smile. She had a face like saying, if you don't do what I say, I will kill you, while smiling like that, but the man didn't see it like that. He was blushing while getting up and looking at her stupidly. Seeing this guy doesn't say anything, Luna raised an eyebrow like saying so? Luffy, on the other hand, watching this happening, had enough and put a hand between them, cutting the guy's look. Okay, that's enough. Who are you? He asked with a frown. Just the man was about to answer to Luffy. Johnny, is that you? Zoro's voice heard. He was also come out the moment he finished his sake, and the moment he saw the man, his eyes were gone widen. The now named Johnny looked at Zoro with a big shock on his face. Big bro Zoro, he yelled out in shock, why are you on a pirate ship? Causing Zoro to sigh before he answered him. Calm down, where's Yusaku? He asked while walking down the stairs, causing Johnny to suddenly tear up and run over to the railings. He is over there, as he pointed out beside the Mary. They go there to see this Yusaku and saw a man laying on a small boat. He had a grayish face, and he seemed to trouble breathing while the bandages he wore around his chest and stomach were stained with blood. Johnny then explained he is sick, and Zoro patted his shoulder to comfort him while Luffy was bringing the guy to the deck. Usopp and Nami, also seeing this from the kitchen's window, come out to the deck too. While Luffy and Usopp start to say sorry when Johnny told them they were on the rock, Luna sighed and kneeled down beside Yusaku and began to check his eyes and tongue. Hey! What are you? Just when Johnny began to yell at her, Luna stared at him with a pissed-off look which shut him up immediately. As Luna got up to her feet, don't worry, he will live, she said with another sigh before turning to Luffy and Usopp. Can you two go to the kitchen and get some limes? With a slight smile, causing Luffy and Usopp to nod and run towards to the kitchen while Luna goes to sit on some barrel on the deck. Nami walked up to Yusaku and looked at him before she turned to Luna. Scuvy? Asked with a raised one eyebrow as Luna nodded before she turned to Johnny. It's caused by the deficiency of plant-derived nutrients like vitamin C, she casually explained, eating more fruit in the future. He will be fine, she added with a shrug. Just Luffy and Usopp came back from the kitchen. Johnny looked at her with big, happy, shiny eyes and go to hug her while saying thank you, big sis. As Luna stopped him from hugging to her with her index finger, she put his forehead. It's alright, Luna said with a tiny smile. She didn't like surprise hugs from strangers, even though they were Zoro's friends. Nami came at that moment and started to scold him about what could happen if they wouldn't find them. Usopp and Luffy, meanwhile, were squeezing the lemons into Yusaku's mouth. Luffy looked up to Luna while drowning Yusaku with lemons. You're like a doctor, Luna. You even know this, with a big smile on his face. Luna looked at Luffy with a blank face. No, I'm not, she said casually with a shrug, but before she could say anything more, Nami yelled out, every sailor should know about scurvy, causing Luna to nod as she was laughing at Nami. It was just so amusing seeing Nami like this all the time. Just then, Yasaka suddenly sat up as colors were returning back to his cheeks. He blinked a couple of times in surprise and saw Johnny. They stared at each other for a while, and in a blink of an eye, they were hugging each other, dancing and singing, happily yelling he is cured, causing Nami to yell out again after she got over her shock with Yasaka's sudden wake. You can't heal that quickly. They stopped dancing and turned to them, with serious faces, one hand resting on their elbow while grabbing their chin with the other. They start to introduce themselves. He is Johnny, Yasaka said. And he is Yasaka, Johnny said then at the same time. Together we are the best duo of pirate hunters in the world, they declared with proud faces. While they were talking about their past with Zoro, Luna's sweat dropped at them while thinking why they don't introduce themselves but others. She came back from her thoughts with Yasaka's fall tough. While Johnny was panicking, she sighed and grabbed Yasaka's arm as she started to drag him into the kitchen. He needs rest, let alone dancing. Idiots, she threw him to the couch as everyone also followed her inside. This should be a lesson for all of us, Nami said while everyone was sitting around the table again. Yeah, and now we have a kitchen. I think it's time to look for a cook, Luna added after Nami. Luffy, who was eating some food, suddenly, with a big smile, yes, a ship needs a cook, stated loudly, causing everyone to look at him in silence for a minute. Luna smiled and nodded with an agreement as Usopp stand up with excitement. Good idea! We will have delicious food every day. After this, Johnny informed them that he knows the best place for what they are looking for, and telling with a smile that a certain Hawkeye is rumored to be around there recently, causing Zoro's eyes to burn with excitement, while holding his pure white katana. Luna also smiled while thinking about a lot of things at this. Our destination is the Sea Restaurant, Bar Thai. Johnny spoke with a big smile on his face. Deep in the West Blue, there was an island named Diu. It was a closed island to the world, and only the invited and the ones who given permission could get on this island, as even the Marines couldn't get close. If one were to try to get in, there was only two ways to get out. You would either caught and be a slave, wait for to sold, or dead. Inside this island, there was a kingdom like nothing else. The citizens of this kingdom weren't normal citizens. They were all assassins, hitmen, mercenaries, murderers, spies. Even the servants were professional killers. There was no child or normal happy laughings on the streets. There were cries of the slaves in the little cages that were placed on the streets for showing them to the visitors. Openly built factories that produced drugs and chemical weapons. Their rest spots weren't fancy restaurants but bars with people using drugs, kill each other for stupid reasons freely, and casinos that ones do a lot of illegal deals inside them. There were people too, kill each other for cheating at gambling. It was a country that you could do any crime freely. All because of the king, who's living in the big castle at the high center on the island. Just because he sits on some throne and lives in a castle doesn't make him a king. He is just a big criminal who leads other criminals, was the thoughts of the 16-year-old young girl, who's right now standing up in the middle of the big room, waiting for the servants to prepare her. Today, important guests were coming, so her father wanted her to get ready. The girl had long white hair with golden glints inside them. Her ocean blue eyes were full of madness. She was wearing a simple black dress with a short front and long back. It was showing her collarbone, and its arms were made of lace, adorned with a lot of diamonds that were long and tight, coming to her fingers. She was wearing a lace pantyhose that was also full of diamonds along with the black high heels. Her hair was free, and there was no makeup on her face. She had shiny nails though. She always loved it. Just as one of the servants was coming to place her long, purple cloak with gold engraving on it, and the mark of the country on the center, which it was a one-eyed symbol, the big and heavy doors suddenly opened loudly, showing a middle-aged man. He had dazzling golden hair as if it were made from gold itself, and golden eyes that were glowing with madness just like the young girl. His hair was long, covering his forehead, and he was a build-up man. Even without seeing, one could say that the man was full of muscle. Everything about the man was screaming danger. He was wearing a black suit and a similar cloak to the young girl. Is my little daughter ready now? He asked loudly and with a happy smile on his face. This man was the second king of the Grand Kingdom, Grandee, Luca, and the one who turned this country in this state of it. Yes, I'm ready, father, she answered with a smile too, while her servant, which they all had guns or knives on them, placed her cloak on her shoulders. Are our guests came? She tilted her head a little. Never breaks her smile. He reached out his hand for her to hold. They came now. He laughed, and she laughed along with him too while placing her hand on his before they began to walk towards where their guests were waiting. The guests were the Germa 66, the Vinsmoke family. They were there, in the west blue for a while now, and they were going back to the north blue tomorrow. The young grantee, Luna, was also going to go with them to north, to clear up some of their business there. The two families were doing their things in peace when they were in each other's territories for a while now, but the one who attends the meetings were always the previous heir, grantee, Leo. This was her first time to meet with the Vinsmoke family. The world would want Germa's technology, but they would also want the knowledge of the Grant family had. The first king, grantee, Lars, found this island and built the kingdom to protect the knowledge they had while operating in the underworld, away from world government's eyes, but his mad son, Luca, was opposite this. He wanted to use their knowledge against them and do whatever he wanted. He always sought out more. He built up himself an information network, had more knowledge, and became a more dangerous man. I can do what I want later, right? She asked with her smile and tilted her head while thinking the night before. XXX. So, you want me to go to the north for a month with them? Young Luna asked while sitting across his father. They were eating dinner, just the two of them in a very big room, sitting around a big and long table that was full of delicious and luxurious food. Yes, yes. Go and do some business there, would you, my little lotus flower? He said with a big smile, loud voice, and tilted head. I want to go to the new world after the north then, she said with a serious voice and face, causing Luca to look at her with his bright, full of madness, eyes. Oh? And why is that? He had an amused face and voice while tilting his head. You know why, she said, rolling her eyes, causing Luca to suddenly hit his palms to the table and make it broke. Don't roll your eyes to me, shouted out with an irritated look. Already used to this, Luna calmly got up and started to walk towards her father, with the high heels she was wearing. Her steps sound echoed in the big room along with Luca's heavy breathing. She stood behind his back, put her hands on his shoulders before she leans towards him. Her cheek was beside his. You know I want to kill them. She had a voice that sounds like a pouting child. It will be good. She walked in front of him, kneeled down beside him since he was sitting on a chair. You wanted me to prove myself to them more. If I kill the ones who killed Leo, they will get the message, she said with a happy face and a loud voice. It wasn't really the reason. Both of them knew, and they knew the other knew too. Both of them didn't care though. Oh, my little, manipulative daughter. He smiled again as if nothing happened just now. That's why I love you. He clapped his hands with a smile on his face. Fine, he said suddenly, causing Luna's face to go to a more happy one. 5 months until the new year now. You will come back at that time, just before 7 months before your crown day, with his never-gone crazy smile on his face. Don't worry, father. She also clapped her hands too as his smile looked just like his. It will be more than enough. And with this, the two of them start to laugh like maniacs. Both for different reasons, but who cares? They didn't. XXX. Yes, yes. You can do whatever you want, Luca said happily as they finally arrived the wide and long stairs. When they were going down the stairs, Luna gazed at their guests. Then Smoke Judge had a smile on his face with seeing his friend, if one could call this a friendship. His 3 sons had hearts on their eyes by seeing Luna. She lastly looked at their princess, Vinsmoke Reiju. Both of them knew the moment their eyes met, that they will be really good friends. Both of them felt like they were looking at a mirror. Never liking their family but playing along and enjoying for now nevertheless. Luna smiled. Everything after tomorrow will really be interesting, she thought. She had no idea while she was thinking this, but the moment she left the north and go into the new world, faith played its game, and everything began to change. Luna woke up from her sleep with a blank face. She saw a part from the past in her dream. Knowing that they going to Baratai and they will meet with Sanji there affected her. She was wondering if she could indeed recognize him the moment she sees him. They all had curly eyebrows after all. It was still 3 a.m. She looked at Nami's side and saw her sleeping face. She wasn't sleepy now, so she got out of the room silently. She was thinking she would hang out outside for a little, and then go make a coffee and read a book in her bed until morning. She also had to make her braids. Her hair was free now since she took a shower before sleep. She was wearing her pajamas, which was just a satin, baby blue short shorts, and a thin strap top crop, and she was thankful the weather is not cold. She had to do some shopping before the Grand Line. She walked towards the front of the ship with her thoughts, and came just beside the sheephead, and sit on the railing. While looking at the stars and the moon, she started to sing a song as she was being careful about not being loud for not wanting to wake up anyone. Luffy was in the kitchen and eating some food when he heard a low voice coming from the outside. Not wanting to wake anyone up, he opened the door quietly and get out of the outside, and heard her voice. Are you coming to the tree, where I told you to run, so we'd both be free? She is singing, he thought. Luna would rarely sing. He always wanted to ask her to sing, but for some unknown reason to him, he never asked. So, not wanting her to stop now, he quietly started to walk towards her. She really has a beautiful voice, how come she is not a musician? He asked himself. Just a wind came and ruffled her free hair. Her back was open and showing her tattoo on her spine a little. It was the phases of the moon. While Luffy was behind her as he was looking at her back, she was about to finish her song, but just then she suddenly turned to her back, which ended up her almost falling to the sea if Luffy didn't grab her from her waist and pulled her. She looked up and saw Luffy's bemused face. She also had a similar face though. "Luffy, what are you doing here?" she asked, but before he could even answer to her, she went on as she was still being careful about not being loud. "Are you trying to kill me?" She then suddenly made a sad and shocking mixed face. "Did I wake you up again?" She was about to go on with her questions, but with an amused smile, Luffy cut her. "Calm down, you didn't wake me up, I was already upset." Before he frowned. "I don't try to kill you, where did you come that from?" He was frowning with confusion. "You don't come to someone from behind like that," Luna murmured, causing Luffy to slightly smile. "Sorry," he said in a low tone as he was looking at her eyes. He then noticed that he was still holding Luna, so he let her go while asking, "Why are you up at this hour?" With a tilted head. "Are you up to eat something too?" he asked. "What?" "No, I was," Luna was saying before she cut herself, and began to blink before she stared at Luffy with a little angry face. "You didn't finish our food again, did you?" causing Luffy to gulp a little. Nope, he knew she would really get mad. He knew that until now, Luna was eating a lot too. Luna let a relieved sigh. "I just woke up and wasn't sleepy anymore." As she started to go towards the kitchen, "I was gonna make a coffee and go back to room," as Luffy also followed her into the kitchen. While Luna was making a coffee for herself, Luffy was sitting around the table and eating the food Luna gave him while saying that he can't eat more than that if everyone wants breakfast. He was watching her back with a thoughtful expression. "Why are you looking at me?" she asked, feeling like someone trying to dig a hole to her back. "Your tattoos have meanings, right?" Luffy finally asked, remembering their first met. Leo was her brother's name, he was sure, and the snowflake was about her mother if he remembered correctly, so he was wondering from the moment he saw her back. Luna turned her head to Luffy a little and looked at him with a rather blank expression for a moment before she turned back to her coffee and started to pour it to a mug. "Yeah," she said nonchalantly as her mind was wandering in the past. "What about the moons on your back?" Luffy asked while eating as Luna took her mug and started to walk towards the door slowly. "It has a lot of meaning, like the circle of life, rebirth, and even immortality," she answered. This was her first tattoo. She always thought it was fitting her just right, but Luna also means the moon, she continued, and just she opened the door, she stopped Luffy. She turned to him as he was already looking at her, stopping to eat for a moment. "What do you think to happen to the moon if its sun were to gone?" she asked with a slight smile. Her smile was looking rather sad as the moonlight was shining on her a little from the open door, making her white hair to get bright at the dark night. Luffy looked at her with a blank face. He was, a little, regretted that he asked now. He didn't know everything about her, but seeing her now like this, she somehow looked so alone. He wanted to go and hug her while saying, "You are not alone," but he didn't. Instead, "You are not the moon," he said as he still had a blank face, causing Luna to close her eyes for a moment before she laughed in a lowly voice and turned her back. Leo would say the same thing. Luffy heard her quiet voice, but before he could even say anything, she turned her head to him with a real but a little smile. "Now good night, Captain," she said before closing the door and leaving behind a frowning Luffy. They finally arrived at Bartai. After a good night's rest, Yasaku was on his feet again, thanking Luna non-stop as she was saying it's not important, and was looking at Nami and Zoro for help. Well, Zoro didn't care since it was amusing for him to see Luna like that. Nami helped though while yelling/scolding Yasaku, saying that they should know about this. After a couple of hours later from their little breakfast, they were all now in front of the ship, looking to the colorful big ship with fish head and a beautiful blue letter saying Barity. "So, what do you think?" Johnny asked as he showed the Bartai with a smile on his face. "Whoa! That's a big fish," Luffy said with a big smile and an excited tone. "It's the coolest restaurant I have ever seen," Usopp shouted out with wide open arms. Luna was looking at the restaurant with a smile while sitting on the railing, just where she was sitting at night. Her excitement was different from others, but she was also happy. "Johnny, who's looking proud exactly as I told, right?" he asked, but before anyone can even answer him, they heard loud bells and honking noises behind them. All of them turned to the voice only to see a marine ship was sailing beside them. "What marine ship? All the way out here?" Johnny asked with a shock. While everyone moved to the side of the ship, Nami and Luna stayed where they are and just watched what's going on. For Luna, it wasn't worth it, and for Nami she would stay where it's safe. While they were talking to a pink-haired marine man, who said his name is Full Body, a woman came out, and when they were about to go, Full Body noticed Johnny and Yasaku, and he insulted them, which ended up them to throwing a bunch of wanted posters. Luna's eyes fixed on Nami, who's bending down to pick up one of the posters. Her face was hidden with her hair, but Luna could tell there were anger, sadness, and hatred. It was Arlong's wanted poster. Luna wanted to go her side, but she held herself. Nami was strong. She held on all these years alone, and she never asked for help until her friends came for her. So, as she said to Nami before, she wouldn't meddle until she asked for help. She came back from her thoughts with the cannon voice. Zoro was about to draw his katana, but before he could leave it to me, Luffy said, but well, his hands slipped, and his target changed and hit the restaurant, causing Luna to sigh. The Marines quickly head off to the restaurant, while the cooks come out to see what caused the explosion of their roof. The moment they saw them, they start to yell at them. When they step on the deck of the restaurant, the chefs get a hold of Luffy and dragged him into the restaurant. Luna let a sigh at this again and turned towards Zoro. You guys go and sit. I'm gonna go and look what's going on, causing Zoro to nod his head. What do you want to eat? He asked nonchalantly, which she instantly answered. Something with a lot of meat and some good sake. Oh, and the sweetest dessert. With a huge smile on her face, causing Zoro to sweat drop a little, but he nodded before he joined the rest as she began to go to the upstairs. The moment she opened the door, she saw Luffy and an old man with a long chef hat. Luffy was kneeling while saying sorry, and when he saw his peg leg, his eyes gone wide and screamed in horror. Idiot old man shouted out while kicking Luffy and said that it's not Luffy who did that to his leg. Luna, of course, remembered this old man. Not just she knew him from her past life, and it wasn't like you could know everything from manga and anime, but she also investigated in this life of hers for Reiju. Seeing that they will cause even more damage, Luna cut them with a fake cough she made, getting their attention. Both of them startled a little and turned towards her. Why don't you two calm down and talk before causing more damage? She asked with a tilted head and a smile on her face. Luna! Luffy said with a happy voice while he was getting up from the floor, but then, he remembered the old man helped me. This old man says that he wants me to work here for a whole year, pointing a finger at the old man as he was literally complaining. The old man looked at the young girl from top to toe before he asked, and who are you, little girl? Luna made a big smile. I'm Luna. Nice to meet you, Red Leg Zeph, she said with a happy tone as she was waving her hand. Luffy blinked in confusion at this. You know him? He wouldn't be surprised if she knew him since he knew that she was wandering around a lot. She didn't say anything about coming here before though. I didn't meet him before, but I know who he is, Luna answered while looking at Zeph. Seeing he was about to say something, Luna talked before him, or who he was, with a slight smile. Zeph stared at the girl for a while before he let a laugh. How, a young girl like you even know me? He asked with a little amused face. I just keep up with the news. So, you want my captain to work for you for a year? She asked while looking at the damage. It wasn't worth that much. This old man, she thought before she chuckled a little. A pirate is still a pirate no matter what, huh? Hearing this, Zeph also laughed, causing Luffy to look more confused. But before he could ask, Luna turned to him, and they looked at each other for a moment. He had a bad feeling seeing those mischievous eyes of hers. Sure, she suddenly said with her big smile. Yeah. Wait a minute, Luna! Luffy cried out in shock. I can't work here for a whole year. We have to go to the Grand Line. While Luffy was crying out in panic, Luna came towards him and put her hands on his shoulders before she looked directly into his eyes. Luffy, she said with a serious tone, causing Luffy to also become serious and look into her eyes too. After a second looking at each other's eyes, she smiled and with a happy voice, don't worry. I'm pretty sure we won't be staying here for more than a week. While Luffy was blinking at her, what does that supposed to be mean? Zeph asked, not getting an answer though. Luna was thinking about the pirates who are going to attack there. She didn't remember who, but that didn't matter. For all she knows, even before a week, Luffy would be fired with his skills of his anyway. So, she just ignored Zeph and looked at Luffy. Trust me, Luffy. I had a feeling, she said with her not gone smile. Luffy looked at her for a while longer before he also made a smile. Okay. He didn't know, but Luna was the smart one, and when she said something like this, he would trust her. If she said 1 week, then it was 1 week, not a year. Zeph didn't understand anything about what are they talking about, and he was about to ask, but before he could, they heard a loud voice. 3 of them start to walk out of the room and go downstairs to see what's going on. Just when they were halfway downstairs, one of the cooks saw Zeph arrived and called him in desperate voice, Owner? Thank God. Do something. Sanji's gone again. Sanji was holding back by 2 cooks and at his feet, a one bloody-faced lieutenant full body. Luna studied at Sanji for a moment. Yes, she easily recognized him. Shit, it's going to be hard to see him other than Rage's little brother now, she thought, but she couldn't hold, and laughed a little. She would be happy to know her little brother became a good man now. Luna came back from her own world again with the voices. Zeph and Sanji were yelling at each other. She turned to Luffy to look at him, but he was already looking at her since she was laughing while looking at Sanji. Let's go and join others before your work start, she said happily, causing Luffy to make a pained face. Nevertheless, he still followed her. As soon as Luna and Luffy sit around the table, Luffy began to devour whatever in his reach while Luna was stabbing his hand with her fork every time he tried to take her food. So how did it go? Nami asked as she looked at them. Luffy explained that the old man wanted him to work for a whole year, and then Luna came and said okay, which he was looking at Luna with a pouting face, like a child, when he said that. They all turned to look at Luna with one eyebrow on the air. She shrugged casually. We're talking about Luffy, working in a restaurant, she said blankly before she made a big smile and added, I bet they would do anything to get rid of him in a week. Understanding what she meant, Zoro, Nami, and Usopp start to laugh as Luffy made a confused face. It didn't take long though. He shrugged it off and kept devouring the food. They were eating and laughing when they suddenly heard a very scared Marine Lieutenant full body. We have a big problem. As she was watching what's going on, what a funny restaurant, Luna said with a little smile as Luffy also nodded with an agreement. Sir, he escaped. Don Krieg's henchman attacked us and vanished, the Marine shouted out in fear while holding his bloody arm. Full body looked at him with an unbelieving face as he was saying that it's impossible, while the customers began to look terrified as they gasping. Just then, with a gunshot, the Marine fell unconscious on the ground. The one who shot him was looking like he was also on the verge of death. It looks like we have a new customer, Owner Patty said in a low tone as he glanced at Zeph. He would do well to remember his manners and not cause any trouble on my ship, Zeph answered as Jin staggered awkwardly and sat one of the tables, resting his legs on it and demanding food. Luna watched them with an emotionless face until the big man, whose name was Patty, started to mock with Jin and hit him as he fell on his face and kept laying there. She stood up from her seat and began to walk towards them. She walked past Zeph and Sanji, and she lifted Jin like a sack of potatoes on her one shoulder. It was a wonder to everyone there, except Straw Hat Pirates, how a little, fragile-looking girl like her could lift a guy like that. She stared at Patty with her still emotionless face. I wonder, could you still laugh if you stayed without food for days? She asked with a cold voice before she walked past him. Her shoulder bumped him a little since he was on her way, and since she was annoyed, that small hit was enough to make Patty fell on his ass as he had a shocked expression. After Luna went to the balcony behind the kitchens, she threw Jin to the floor and sat on the railings. Jin looked at her for a minute from where he was laying and began to sit down properly while saying, I didn't need your help. I could have handled it. Luna stared at him for a while. I didn't do it for you, said with a blank face, which it was true. She could be pretty selfish sometimes that she wouldn't even lift a finger for a stranger. Luna! Both Luna and Jin looked up and saw Luffy on the balcony above them. He was looking down at them with a grinning face. While Luna was taking Jin out of there, Luffy has also followed them. At the same time, from the kitchen door, Sanji also came. He was carrying a full plate and a glass of water and set it down in front of Jin. He leaned on the railings that other side of Jin and lit a cigarette. Eat up, he said casually. Jin's eyes were wide, and he was looking at the food with a hungry expression. He turned his face away for a while. Later, take it and leave me alone. I don't accept charity, he spoke loudly. Stop whining and eat, Sanji said with a harsh tone as he let a puff from his cigarette. For me, every hungry person is a customer, he added, causing Luna to softly smile at him as she thought, yeah, he really became a good man. I'm not hungry, Jin firmly stated, and being irritated, Luna harshly punched him from the head with her right skeleton hand. Stop being stupid and eat while you still can, idiot, she said with a very irritated tone as she clicked her tongue and looked another side. Man and their stupid pride, she muttered. Of course, this made Sanji notice that she was there. He looked at her for a moment, and blinked a few times as if he was trying to understand something. Then suddenly, his eyes turned into hearts, and kneeled before her. A goddess! I must be dead and gone to the heavens to be in front of such an angel, he declared as Luna looked at him for a minute while blinking dumbly. She was sure that it was genetic somehow. Sanji was much more on the kind side though. After a minute later, she began to laugh. Oh my! Such a gentleman, she said, all the while Jin was looking at them with a weird face. He suddenly turned to the food with a face that was saying all his will is broken. I'm sorry, he said while eating the food with tears. I'm sorry. Thank you so much. I thought it was over. I really thought I was going to die. I never ate something as good before, he said. Sanji turned to him with a huge smile and pride that was saying cooking and feeding people is all his life. Of course it is, causing Luna to smile kindly to him. I just find my cook, Luffy suddenly declared, causing the three of them to lift their heads and look up to Luffy, who has been watching the whole scene. You're lucky he fed you, you weren't looking so good, he added before he turned to Sanji. There was amusement in his voice. How about you leave this ship and join my crew, cook? He also added as he jumped off from the balcony and landed on the railing. Just beside Luna. I could use someone like you on my pirate ship. Luna laughed at this and turned to him. It's a good choice, Luffy. Luffy turned to her with a big smile too. I know, right? Sanji looked at Luffy up to down and raised an eyebrow. So you're a pirate? He asked as Luffy was nodding proudly. Yeep. He then put his arm around Luna's shoulders while making a 3 with his fingers with his other hand. Besides Luna here, I have 3 other members, he said, causing Sanji to push him furiously. How dare you to put your dirty hands on such a goddess, he shouted out, causing Luna to laugh. It was fine, but thanks. You're so cute, Sanji, she said as she was still laughing, clearly enjoying herself. Sanji, on the other hand, there was blood coming from his nose and was looking at Luna like he was bewitched. Any time for a goddess, he said with a dreamy look on his face. What a beautiful laugh. Like angel music, he went on lowly while holding his bloody nose. Luffy, though, he was pouting while murmuring cute to himself. After Sanji finally came back to the real world, he asked why he attacked the restaurant, and Luffy told him it was an accident. In any case, you really don't want to do anything stupid in this place, Sanji began with a serious tone as he was looking at the sky. The owner was once the cook of a famous fleet of the pirates. Luffy looked at Luna with this. There were questions in his eyes, and seeing them, Luna nodded her head, answering all of his questions. Sanji, who was still looking at the sky, told them that Zeph gave up from his pirate life and opened up this restaurant, and how important this place to him. He also said that other cooks there were all old pirates and likes. Luffy nodded while listening. No wonder he wanted me to work here for a whole year. So you are our new chore boy then? Sanji asked, causing Luna to nod her head. Yeep. He needs to pay for what he had done in the end. She smiled with a mischievous glint in her eyes while patting Luffy's head, which he was whining. Just a week, right? He asked her, wanting to make sure again. Yeah, don't worry, she said with a big smile that made Luffy smile too. A week? Didn't you just say a year? Sanji asked, wondering how they convinced the old man to this. Oh, that? Luna turned to Sanji and made a mysterious smile. It's a secret, she said as she put her index finger in front of her lips. Sanji's eyes turned into hearts again. Of course. You don't have to tell me, he said, causing Luna to laugh again. So it's okay then? You're joining my crew? Luffy asked excitedly, causing Sanji's eyes to turn back to normal in an instant. I'm sorry, but I refuse. There is a reason why I work here, so I can't leave, he said seriously, and in a blink of an eye, Luffy was in front of Sanji. Without no personal space, their noses were almost touching. No way, I refuse, he stated, causing Sanji to jump in surprise and blink a few times. What? What do you refuse? He asked as Luffy crossed his arms on his chest and answered with determination. I refuse your refusal. You are a good cook, so you should join my crew. He nodded sagely like this reason was enough. Luna was smiling though, remembering, he also said something similar to her. Listen to what I'm saying, Sanji began slowly as if talking to a child. I can't leave here, okay? What's your reason to stay? Luffy asked. Luna also looked at Sanji as she was wondering what he was going to say. I don't have to tell you anything, Sanji yelled out, causing Luffy to look at him with confusion. What? But you just told me to listen to you, he also yelled out, making Sanji's patience went fly away really fast. I told you no, and it's all you need to know, Sanji yelled out again while Luna was looking back and forth at them. Now take your stupid hat and leave me in peace, causing Luffy to go and grab Sanji's collar. You listen to me, you jerk, he yelled too. No one makes fun of my hat unless they want me to punch them. Having enough, Luna burst into laughing. It was amusing to see Sanji fighting with Luffy like he would be doing in the future with Zoro all the time. Hearing the laughing, Luffy and Sanji turned to Luna. I think you would fit in just perfect, Sanji, she said between her laughs. Now let go of each other and be good boys. Okay, she added with a smile that both had seen different things. Sanji, seeing an angel, yes, my goddess, said with hearted eyes while letting go Luffy. Luffy, on the other hand, saw that she would punch them any moment, so he also let go Sanji while averting his gaze from Luna and glare at Sanji. Watching them all the while, The forgotten Jin started to talk with a hesitant voice. Excuse me for interrupting you. 3 of them turned to him as they completely forgot about him. They blinked with blank faces. I'm Jin, member of the Don Krieg's pirates fleet. You said you were pirates too, right? What are you seeking? He asked. Also makes Luna remember Don Krieg. Oh, the One Piece. We're going to the Grand Line. Luffy answered happily, causing Jin's eyes to get widen at this as he was looking terrified. He gulped down. Your crew must be still few in the numbers if you're still looking for a cook, he said as he was sounding like he was asking. Nope. Luffy said honestly and pointed at Sanji with him. We're 6, causing Sanji to yell out again. I told you no. Don't count me in. No one listened to him though. The Grand Line is just a small part of the whole ocean. If you want to adventure, there is a lot of places to explore. You seem like a nice person, so let me give some friendly advice. If there is a place that you should avoid, that's the Grand Line. You're still young, you don't need to rush to death, Jin said with a painful, but a serious face and voice. I see, Luffy said, but it was clear that he didn't care. And a little you sound like you know about there, he adds. Jin began to shake his head. I don't know anything. He grabbed his head with his hands. I don't understand it. That's why I fear it. Luna stared at him in pity. They were really not lucky to meet Mihawk this soon. For a member of Don Krieg's crew, you're pretty wimp, Sanji said coolly as he looked at Jin. Who is Don Krieg? Luffy asked in confusion, causing Jin to look shocked. Wait, you never heard of Don Krieg? He asked, looking at Luffy like he is crazy. Nope. Luffy casually said before he turned to Luna. Who's that? Obviously believes that she knows. He is known as Foul Play Krieg because of his underhanded methods, like using poisons and lugging himself arsenal weapons, and his domination over a fleet of 50 pirate ships and 5,000 men. If I'm remembering correctly, his bounty is 17 million? Luna explained while looking at the sky as Luffy was frowning. Luna then turned to Luffy. Well, he is also known as an arrogant and overconfident man, waving her hand like it's not important. She then glanced at Jin, who's staring at her angrily for saying those words for his captain. I heard he went to the Grand Line. Jin startled a little after hearing this. Luna slightly smiled. It doesn't matter how much ships you have or how much men. Only the strong ones can survive there. Overconfidence is not a good thing, you know? Jin looked at her for a moment in silence. You sound like you went there, he said while looking at her seriously. Luffy frowned at this and looked at Luna too. I had been there a couple of times, she said with a tilted head, not understanding what's wrong. You were in the Grand Line? Luffy asked with a confused face and curious eyes. Jin was looking at her shocked while Sanji was looking at her with interest. Luna turned to Luffy, looking at him with a confused expression. Didn't I tell you before? She asked with a tilted head. Luffy blinked at this. No, he blankly said, causing Luna to also blink. I see, she said nonchalantly before she averted her gaze from him. Well, it was for some business, she said, a little lowly tone, causing Sanji and Jin to look at her with confusion. Luffy, on the other hand, looked at her with a blank face, understanding what she meant as he remembered what she told him before. Sanji, a familiar voice suddenly shouted out, startling everyone there and break the uncomfortable moment. They looked up to the voice and saw Zeph at the balcony. He was looking down at them with a serious face. I was looking for you, he barked at Sanji before he notices the empty plate on the floor and Jin. Jin looked very guilty and started to apologize to Sanji. Luna took a berry coin from her pouch and threw it to Zeph, which he caught it instantly. No need to bark, old man. He already paid, she said with a smirk as Zeph also smirked in return. Luffy and Sanji also smiled at her. While Jin was sailing away, he fell to his knees and bowed his head. Thank you again. I'll never forget your kindness, Chef Sanji. They watched him until he disappeared on the horizon as Luna was softly smiling to Sanji's prideful face. Once Jin disappeared, Zeph talked again. Well, time to get back to work, you brats. Sanji, you have tables to serve. And you, chore boy, go to the kitchen to help. Dismissed. As he went away, Luffy's face lit up that he is going to the kitchen, and Luna laughed at this before she went back to join the others. It's been 3 days now. Zoro and Usopp were on the ship. Zoro was doing his training, and Usopp was taking inventory of cannonballs, powder, and others. In these 3 days, Luna showed Usopp her fun gun and party bullets and told him her ideas about the bombs. They talk a lot of things that day, and they come up with really strange ideas. Since Usopp's weapon ideas were similar to Luna's, he loved her fun gun and party bullets. He really enjoyed it when he fired it. It ended up with Nami yelling at them though. They had to clean up the ship afterward. Well, they had fun in the end. Right now, Luna and Nami were having breakfast while Luffy was doing his chore boy job. Well, if one could say if this is how he is doing his job, he has fired from the kitchen long ago. And right now, while Sanji was preparing their table with hearted eyes, Luffy was trying to eat breakfast with them. Sanji was kept yelling at him though. Just the moment Sanji was on his knees in front of Nami, and promising her words of love and devotion, Zeph appeared behind him. Sanji, he said with a gruff tone. Stupid geezer, Sanji said with irritation while getting out of his love world before they start to fight. Well, Luna only saw a caring father who wants his son to go, but can't say without being harsh. So, she just smiled while watching their cute fight. Just Zeph was about to throw Sanji at their table, Luna took her coffee since she still wanted to drink it, and kept watching. After Zeph went, Sanji lit up another cigarette, while murmuring insults to himself, and complained about how Zeph always had to have the last word. Luffy, on the other hand, was looking overjoyed while slapping Sanji's shoulder. See? He said, it's cool, now you can become a pirate and join us. He said excitedly, causing Luna to shake her head and took a sip from her coffee as she turned towards Nami to talk about something else while Sanji was yelling at Luffy again. Shut up and do your job. The next 2 days were full of with Luffy asking Sanji to join and Sanji to say no. He even started to hide when he saw Luffy. Luffy was also so in this hide-and-seek game, he completely forgot about he had a job as a chore boy. Well, not that anyone complained though, since he was that bad. Luffy and Sanji were having their daily argument beside the table that Luna, Zoro, and Nami were sitting. 3 of them were ignoring the 2 of them and relaxing while drinking tea and talk about different things when a man rushed into the restaurant with a horror-filled face. Luna turned her head to the window and saw a ship approaching from the horizon at a dangerous speed. He came sooner than I thought, Luna said with a little smile while drinking her tea. With more people too, Sanji added after her as he blew off smoke. Sanji went to join the other cooks after that while Luffy and Zoro were watching the scene, and Nami went to Mary to take it out of the way as Usopp also came to see what's going on. After the ship finally come and docked beside Baratai, Jin came in with his captain. Luna didn't watch since her back was turned to them, and she didn't bother to turn either. She heard the Jin's begs for food and even Krieg's, but she didn't care. Of course, she cared about hungry people since she saw so much and lived so much, and she also thought that it would be best to feed him and then fight him later. But she also knew Sanji would do that too, so she didn't care. Right at that moment, she was thinking this, Sanji came and cleared Patty from his way with a kick and put down a large bowl filled with food in front of Krieg. While Krieg was eating the food, one of the cooks couldn't believe what Sanji had done and began to list all the horrible things that Krieg has done over the years and like making prove all of it is true. The moment he ate all the food, he attacked Sanji. Even Jin was shocked and injured from his shoulder as he tried to stop him, while the customers went running with screams. As Luna sighed and shook her head at this, Krieg looked around the restaurant and said that he likes it, and he will take it before he demanded more food to serve for his crew. Well, the world was not that easy, of course, as all the cooks refused this and prepared to fight. Krieg laughed and told them that he ordered and they can't refuse, saying that no one who has even dared to disobey him before was still alive today, while Jin was holding his injured arm and apologizing to Sanji. Sanji didn't care anything as he stood up and went into the kitchen. The rest of the cooks were horrified by his behavior, as they circled around him and pointed giant knives and forks at him, ready to fight to stop him to go to the kitchen. I'm cook, Sanji said calmly, every hungry person is my responsibility. My hands are meant to feed those who are hungry. As he opened his arms wide, he went on with determined eyes, so go ahead, the only way to stop me will be by force. The cooks didn't impress with this as they actually stopped him while slamming him to the ground. Luna had a smile on her face while looking at her tea. Her eyes were looking at far away. She came back to the present with a cannon sound though. It was Patty. He shot a cannon to Krieg, and was laughing with a proud look on his face, causing Luna to sigh as she thought, idiot. Patty's laugh stopped when he saw Krieg. He was standing without a scratch on him, and before Krieg caused another scene, suddenly Zeph came and dropped a huge bag at Krieg's feet, telling him that there should be enough food for 100 person. He then walked away from Krieg and headed back to stand with his chefs. Owner Zeph, why did you do that? One of the cooks asked. If his men regain their strength, they will kill us, another cook yelled out as he was looking scared. That's only if they still have their will to fight, Zeph said as he turned to Krieg. Tell me, did your will to survive defeated? He asked, causing all the cooks to look at Krieg in disbelief. Krieg kept looking at Zeph while Jin was covering his face beside him, and instead of answering to him, Krieg suddenly began to talk about Red Leg Zeph's pirate life. He said Zeph was thought to be dead for years, as he also added that having lost one of his legs must force him to retire. Zeph didn't budge from anything he heard though. If anything, he looked at Krieg with a bored face. I don't need to fight anymore. I chose the life of a cook. As long as I have both hands, that's all that's matter, he said with a proud expression, causing Luna to smile as she thought they really are father and son. Enough with the chit-chat. What do you want from me? Zeph asked, and the answer was simple, the ship and the logbook, which of course Zeph refused. Krieg said that since Zeph went to the Grand Line and came back alive, the logbook must contain important information, and with that, he can conquer the Grand Line and can even become the Pirate King. Hearing this, Luffy made his way towards him, and stand in the middle of the cooks as he said that he will become the Pirate King while glaring at Krieg. This isn't a game, Krieg said with an irritated and cold voice. Of course, it's not, Luffy said casually, but he added with confidence still. I will be the one to conquer the Grand Line. This only caused Krieg to snap. No, you won't. It's true that the Grand Line beat me. My fleet of 1,000 men had been wiped out in just 7 days. I didn't have the necessary information the first time, but I'll fix that now once I got that logbook. While everyone was stunned by this and looked at him in silence, there was one voice. A girl, who was drinking her tea, was trying to cover her mouth since she spouted her tea while trying to hold her laugh and getting everyone's attention. Oh my, sorry, it's just, she said as she was clearly trying to hold her laugh. She then slowly turned her back and looked at Krieg for the first time. He was a tall, muscular man, with short-cut purple-gray hair and long sideburns. He was wearing a golden wood steel armor, which is fur-lined like the rest of his attire, consisting of a chest plate, shoulder guards, and elbow guards. You think having that logbook, or having more information, means that you are going to survive in the Grand Line? She asked with a raised eyebrow. While the information is important, it doesn't actually matter how much information you have or how much ship and men. I mean, it all means shit if you're weak. I thought you would understand this already. She shortly glanced at their ship for a second before she turned to Krieg with a face that was clearly saying he is a complete idiot. And you know Zeph wasn't the Pirate King. How come you say you will be the Pirate King with his logbook? Are you lost your mind after your defeat or what? She asked with a tilted head. She was really thought he is an idiot or lost his mind. What he said didn't make any sense to her. There was a difference between being overconfident and have the will. This is the difference between Krieg and Luffy to Luna. While the cook seemed terrified for the girl, Zeph burst into laughing. Well, isn't it true now? He said with amusement. Krieg, on the other hand, was looking at Luna intensely as there was also an irritated glint in his eyes. Just for a moment. So, you are the girl who has also been the Grand Line? Luna raised an eyebrow at this and glanced towards Jin. Oh, she let a questioning voice. Of course, he would tell his captain. Such royalty to such a man, what a pity, she thought before she turned to look at Krieg. So, she asked with a tilted head, causing the cooks and even Zeph to look shocked at this. Zoro and Usopp were also taken aback with this since they didn't know Luna had been in the Grand Line. The only ones who had a normal face were Luffy and Sanji, but the two of them frowned after they heard Krieg. Maybe, I also should take you two along with the restaurant and the logbook since you've been there too. He then looked at Luna up and down with not good eyes, causing her to question why she always attracted these certain types. She was sure that it wasn't her though. Despite every thought in her mind, her face and even her eyes were empty while looking at Krieg. She tilted her head a little. Sorry, but you're not my type, Trashkin, she said with a cold voice while looking at his golden armor. Before anyone can even react, Krieg held up his pistol and shot at Luna, which she easily deflected the bullets with her right bone hand. While Sanji was frowning at Krieg and was murmuring how dare he to a lady, Luna went on with her cold voice. So much for Sam Dash. But before she could even complete what she was saying, Luna, Luffy cut her with a cold voice that it made her feel awkward as she turned to look at him. He was looking at Krieg with a blank face before he turned his gaze to Luna. She understood the message as she let a sigh. She knew the moment Krieg said that he will be the Pirate King, Luffy was made his mind to beat him. She smiled, getting back her emotions. Sure, Captain, she said, and turned back to drink her tea, which was starting to get cold now. Captain? Krieg looked at Luffy with a frown, which he was looking at him with his still blank face. Krieg then turned his gaze to Zoro, who was holding his katana, and then to Usopp, who was trying to hide behind Luffy, and burst into laughing. That's all you got? Her and two striplings to go conquer the Grand Line? He asked mockingly as Luffy was frowning while raising two fingers. That's not all. I have two more, he said with a serious face, causing Sanji to yell at him. I told you, I'm not part of your crew. Not that anyone listened to him though. Krieg ignored them and picked up the bag of food and left while saying that he will come back and take what he wants. I'm so sorry, Sanji, Lunajin said, looking really sorry. I never thought he would do something like this. Luna glanced at him briefly. It's okay. It's not your fault that he's a pedophilia bastard, she said with a low, monotone tone. You owe no apology to anyone, kid. Every person in this restaurant acts according to what they thought was right, Zeph said with a surprisingly kind voice. But owner, Patty yelled out as he was outraged. Why do you act like you're siding with Sanji? All that mess is his fault, he stated as all the other cooks nod with an agreement, while also saying similar things, causing Luna to look at him with annoyance. You fools don't know what you are talking about. Zeph shouted out, shocking everyone before he explained more calmly. None of you have any idea of what it's like to be on the brink of starvation. Being in the middle of the ocean without water or food, you don't understand the fear and desperation that one feels in such a situation. What? I don't understand, owner. What are you talking about? Patty asked with a confused face. Zeph glanced over all of them. The difference between you and Sanji is that Sanji knows. With this, a silence fell to the room as Sanji sat on the table and lit a cigarette. If all you're going to do is stand there like fishes out of the water, then get out of here and never come back, Zeph said, causing every one of them to tighten their grips on their weapons as no one wanted to leave, so they were prepared to fight. Hey Jin! Luffy suddenly called out. Didn't you say that you don't know anything about Grand Line? He just said you were there too, he asked as Jin started to tell what happened to them while looking like he was talking about his worst nightmare. I just want to forget. His eyes, they were like a hawk's, he said while crying and hold his head with his hands. Hearing this, Zoro's hand moved on his pure white katana and tightly hold the handle with excitement eyes. Well, Zeph began as he folded his arms on his chest. With your description of his eyes and looking at your ship, that can only be the Hawkeye. Hawkeye, Zoro murmured, causing Luffy to turn to him. Isn't he the one you were looking for? He asked curiously, causing Zoro to nod his head. Yeah, he is the whole reason I set out to sea. After this, Luffy paid more attention to what they were talking about while Sanji was asking Jin what they did to earn the wrath of a man like Hawkeye. We didn't do anything to him at all, Jin yelled out, looking like he really didn't know. Maybe you disturb him during his nap? Zeph made a suggestion. Or he might just be bored. Luna made another suggestion as Zeph and Luna looked at each other with smirks. Don't be stupids, Jin shouted out with a breakdown. Why would he destroy a whole fleet for a reason so stupid? Zeph turned to him without breaking his smirk. No need to yell. This is just an example, a piece of friendly advice on what kind of place is that the Grand Line. Usopp gulped nervously while his legs were shaking. And what kind of place is it? Causing Luna to turn to him. A place that anything can happen at any time. She then turned to Jin. That's why I told your captain that it doesn't matter how much he knows about it. While Jin's head fell down and keep going with his breakdown, Usopp called out at Luffy with a fear-filled face. Hey Luffy, are we really going to go such a place? As he looked at Luffy, he noticed that his face was shadowed with his hat, and he was slightly shaking. Luffy? He asked more calmly in a low tone this time. That sounds like such a thrill. We definitely got to go there, Luffy said as he threw his head back and laughed loudly, causing Luna to laugh too. Usopp turned to Zoro after this. He was looking like he wanted to say something, but Zoro beat him finally. He said with an excited glint in his eyes as he was tightly holding his katana. Grand Line is the key to achieve my goal. Finally, Usopp cried out. You're all insane. Zoro relaxed his pose. My rival is somewhere out there, and I'm going to find him, he said, causing Sanji to look at him while asking if he was as stupid as he answered back. Seems like you might meet your goal sooner, Zoro, Luna said calmly while looking out of the window to the horizon. Zoro turned to her with excitement at this. What do you mean? He also looked out of the window, but he didn't see anything except Krieg's ship. No way Hawkeye would let his prey to flee, Luna murmured, but everyone heard her. Just then, they start to hear battle cries from outside that made everyone go there and prepare for battle. But just as they jumped to attack the restaurant, the huge ship that belongs to Krieg suddenly cut in half and created huge waves with a mini tsunami. While everyone held on for dear life as to not fall down, Zeph ordered one of the cooks to raise the anchor before the restaurant sank. While this was happening, Luna noticed that the Going Merry is gone. Nami, she thought as she started to run over there. She was actually happy that Nami stole the ship though, or it would be sinking at the moment. Seeing Luna, Johnny and Yasaku start to swim towards her while screaming out that Nami had thrown them from the ship before fleeing with it. Luffy, Zoro, and Usopp also came just at that moment. She did what? They yelled out with a panicked face. Damn! Zoro yelled out as H slammed his fist to the wall as if the situation wasn't already like this. She had to go and make it worse. Usopp also yelled out as he was looking upset. That heartless thief. That ship is a gift from Kaya. Luna went to the railing while Luffy and Zoro were helping Johnny and Isaku to get back on the deck. She calmly looked at the horizon for Mary, which didn't take too long to find. She is not that far, she said as she turned to Luffy, causing him to look at her before he also went up to the railing and looked at the place Luna was pointing out while standing up. We can still catch up with her. He turned to Johnny before he asked, where did you put your boat? After Johnny said that they tied right behind the restaurant. Zoro, Usopp, don't just stand there. Take their boat and go after Nami. Luffy said as he turned towards them. Zoro folded his arms as he seemed calmer now. Calm down. Let her take the ship. Believe me, that woman will bring us more trouble than she's worth, he said nonchalantly, causing Luna to punch him on the head with anger. While Zoro was holding his head with a pained expression. What the hell are you saying? She asked furiously. Nami is our friend, causing Luffy to nod with a smile. Mary is our ship, causing Usopp nod vigorously with a happy face, and more importantly my baby's on that ship. Of course, we're going after, she finished, causing the three of them to sweat drop. That's not the most important, Zoro murmured, but he didn't continue after Luna glared at him as if asking what he just said. He cleared his throat. We'll find a way, said coolly, causing Luffy to frown. She is the only one I'll accept as a navigator in my crew, Luffy firmly said, making clear that no room for argument about this. The two of them start to look at each other for a while, and Zoro lost in the end. He sighed. Fine. I'll do it, with a frustration expression. The boat is ready, big bro. Zoro, Johnny and Yasaka called out. What about you guys? What are you gonna do? Usopp asked as he turned to Luffy and Luna. I still have to pay back to the restaurant, so I'll stick around, Luffy said as he pointed the mess behind them. You know what I mean. Well, I want to see that trash can get beaten, so Luna said with a shrug. Be careful, you two. The situation here can really escalate quickly, and not in a good way, Zoro warned them. But before they can say anything, they heard the screams. It's him. He came back. Don Krieg. The guy who destroyed our fleet is back. What are we going to do? All their eyes turned to the horizon, especially Zoro, focusing on the little coffin-shaped boat with several candles burning with green flames. Luna had the same thought twice in her life. His name is so fitting, Dracula Mihawk. Is he the one that destroyed their ship? With just a sword? Usopp asked, sounding more to himself than to anyone though. It's all he needs, Luna casually answered him. It's been a while that she didn't feel this much power. So it's him, Hawkeye, Luffy muttered seriously, looking like he also felt Mihawk's power. The greatest swordsman in the world, Zoro added after him, never takes his eyes from Mihawk, and holds tightly his white katana. While Krieg pirates were in horror, cooks start to talk about Mihawk. They couldn't believe he could destroy all the ships with just his sword. Mihawk's eyes were fixed on the white-haired girl though. While everyone was still in shock, Luna held up her hand and started to wave towards Mihawk with a big smile. Luna, Mihawk said with a sigh, looking like he is already tired. Hey, Hawkie! It's been a long time, she shouted out with a happy face, causing Mihawk's eyebrows to twitch. I told you not to call me like that, he said with a calm tone, but before they continue, Zoro turned to Luna with incredible speed. You know him? He yelled / asked. Luffy, Usopp, and every cook also turned to her. Luna looked at him with confusion and blinked a few times. I told you I knew him, she slowly said before she turned to look at Luffy. Didn't I say? Looking totally lost, causing Luffy to blink. Yeah, you said you know him, he answered blankly. She did say something similar before, was his thoughts. I thought you were talking about know him with his name or something. Zoro yelled out as Luna turned to him. Oh, she let a voice as she was looking. She realized it now. Well, you know, I was looking for him to ask about my katana, Luna said while holding her katana, Naraka, causing Zoro to blink this time as he started to understand how she knows him. I thought he knew since he is the greatest, but he didn't know too, she said with a sigh. I told you, I'm not a smith or something, Mihawk said with another sigh as he was listening to them. You didn't go to the place I told you? The masters there might know, he added, causing Luna gasp before she went furious. Are you out of your mind? She yelled out at him as everyone flinched that she yelled at someone like him. You know who lives in that place, and he is not good with outsiders. He would kill me with his pinky, she shouted out in outrage while holding up her pinky finger. While everyone was looking scared, confused, and shocked at the same time, Mihawk was still looking cool and calm. Oh, I forget, he said with a smirk, causing Luna's eyebrows to twitch this time. You forget? She said slowly while looking at him with her twitching eyebrows and causing the railing she was holding to crack a little. Of course, she knew that the masters in the Wano might know, even before he told her. But there was no way she could go there alone. He is mocking me, was her thoughts as she was gripping the railing. After a moment later, she let a sigh and calmed down her body. Whatever. As she looked another side, and before anyone can say anything, they heard a voice. You monster! One of the Krieg's pirates yelled out in fear as he got out of the scene. Newly, why are you doing this to us? What the hell we have ever done to you anyway? Mihawk glanced at him with an uninterested expression. Just killing time, he said with boredom, causing Luna to sigh and shake her head a little. Bastard! As the pirate was yelling at Mihawk and shot at him with pistols, Mihawk just handled them with his sword with a very delicacy way. Luna once again thought that his sword style was truly beautiful. While everyone was speechless and the pirate was in shock, Zoro already prepared himself for a fight with Mihawk and go a little more closer to him. "I've never seen a sword handled so gracefully," Zoro said as the surroundings were gasping after seeing Zoro's 3 swords, and start to recognize him. He didn't pay attention to them though. Mihawk looked at him without even moving his head. "There's no strength in swordplay based solely on brute force," he said casually. "Did you also use that sword to slice up the ship?" Zoro asked, even though it was clear that he knew the answer. "Indeed," Mihawk answered as if talking about the weather. "So it's true," Zoro said slowly with an excited glint in his eyes. "You're the best." As Mihawk was looking at Zoro with his calm attitude, Zoro continued, "I set sail for one reason only," he said as he took his bandana from his bicep, "to meet you." "And for what reason?" Mihawk asked with a little curiosity now. "To defeat you," Zoro declared with a wide smirk while tying his bandana on his head, causing Mihawk to smirk while saying, "How foolish." Zoro drew one of his swords. "You said you want to kill time, right? How about a fight?" he asked as he stared at Mihawk. Everyone there now finally recognized who Zoro is and was questioning the fight between them. Sanji was also surprised after recognized Zoro, while Usopp was yelling at Luffy that they should hurry up and catch up with Nami before it's too late. But Luffy didn't even look at him. His eyes were focused on Zoro and Mihawk. Luna, even without knowing the future, knew Zoro couldn't do anything to Mihawk. She calmly sat down on the railing and watched them with an emotionless face. There was a little concern in her eyes, one could see, but she knew that Mihawk would like Zoro. In fact, if one would ask her, she would say that this might be fate. She knew Mihawk stopped his fights with Shanks because of his one arm, and it was because he chose to savor a little boy, Luffy. Now, here they were, after 10 years later, that same little boy find a swordsman that one day who could be a real rival to Mihawk. Luna came back from her thoughts with Hawkie's graceful jump from his boat to land on the platform. Mihawk was questioning Zoro to understand why he is challenging to him. He was also insulting him while doing this though. After a moment later, Mihawk revealed the small dagger that he carried hidden in the cross pendant around his neck. Of course, this made Zoro realize that he was mocking with him, but asked him what is he doing while looking annoyed. "It'll be more than enough. After all, you wouldn't kill a fly with a cannon, would you?" Mihawk said with a calm voice. However, Mach was there. Luna also couldn't help but also agree with him as Mihawk went on. "You may have quite a reputation here at East Blue, but that doesn't mean much to me. This sea is far the weakest of 4. He went on, his eyes slid to Luna for a brief of a second as she was still watching them with an emotionless face. "I don't carry a blade smaller than this one, unfortunately," he said dramatically. "I hope you'll excuse me if it's too difficult for you to handle with this." Zoro lost his temper and went forward to attack him. Luna could see Zoro was trying his best but couldn't match with Mihawk's skill, and he was also pissed off because he was using a small dagger, not his sword. Everyone was watching as Mihawk stopped Zoro's most potent attack with no real effort, and a small knife, and Zoro started to question his strength. Luna knew that this would make Zoro stronger, as she didn't even flinch when she saw that Mihawk stabbed Zoro right in the chest. She was only preparing herself for the moment that it's ended, and she can go there to patch him. Others weren't the same thought. Everyone was shocked. Luffy was holding Johnny and Yasaku while he was also holding himself. Mihawk asked questions to Zoro, and Zoro answered them. They couldn't hear it all, but Luna knew the look Mihawk gave to Zoro. There was respect in his eyes. Mihawk took away his dagger and asked him his name before he grabbed his black sword. "I'll remember it. It's been a long time since I've crossed the road with a man like you. A man with a will as strong as yours," he said as he also said that he would defeat Zoro with his sword, Black Sword, Yoru, as a courtesy, and with this, they prepared for their last attack. After they clashed, Zoro's 2 swords broke into pieces. But before Mihawk made his end slash and finished, Zoro turned to him and opened his arms wide while still holding his white katana. That made Mihawk to look stunned for just a moment. "What are you doing?" he asked, causing Zoro to smirk. "Scars on the back are a swordsman's shame," he said honestly, causing Mihawk to smile this time. "Well said," and with a single slash, he cut across Zoro's chest. The moment Zoro began to fall, Luna jumped at the sea and began to swim towards the boat to prepare the necessary things to patch Zoro. Luffy and Usopp yelled out Zoro's name. "You shouldn't rush to your death, young man," Mihawk said with a calm voice. Johnny and Yasaku also yelled out his name as they start to swim towards him. Sanji was also yelling out in the background, "Don't be stupid. Give up your ambitions and live." Luffy was shaking with rage before he stretched out his arms to the wreckage, and he rocketed himself to Mihawk while Johnny and Yasaku lift Zoro to their boat, and Luna began to work on the cut. She was thankful that with both of her life, she was trained in this kind of thing. Everyone cried out in panic and shock after they saw Luffy's powers for the first time, even Sanji's jaw was on the floor. Mihawk just stepped aside to Luffy's attack and caused him to crash on his face. "Are you the comrades of this young warrior?" he asked while Luffy lifting up his head. "There is nothing to get upset about, your friend will live," Mihawk added, causing Luffy to calm down and look towards Luna, who was still working on the cut without focusing anything. She was working more carefully since they would be going to Arlong. After hearing Zoro's cough, Luffy called out his name and worry Zoro. Luna was still sewing the cut when Mihawk talked again. "It's still early for you to die." Crossing his arms over his chest, "My name is Dracula Mihawk. You're strong, but you still have a lot to learn. No matter how many years it takes, I will hold this title as the greatest in the world and wait for you. Until that day you have to perfect your skills. Once you are ready, seek me out, Roronoa Zoro," he declared. Luna smiled at this. To her it was a historical moment no matter what. Mihawk then turned to Luffy and asked him what his purpose is. Luffy, without showing any emotion on his face, answered without hesitation to be the king, causing Mihawk to smile again. "Your ambition is even more impossible than your friends," he said as Luffy told him let him worry about himself while sticking out his tongue at him. After smirked at Luffy, Mihawk turned towards Luna this time. "So, pirate now?" he asked with raised an eyebrow. Luna didn't look at him while she was about to finish her work. "Yes," she said simply. She made a slight smile. "I always knew you were the dramatic kind, you know," as she had a knowing look on her face, thinking that it was a good moment. Mihawk ignored her comment though. "How is it going with your sword style?" he asked with his calm attitude but with a serious expression, causing Luna to finally glace at him even for a second before she turned to Zoro. "I can finally use all 8 hot hell at ease, but they are still not that strong," she answered honestly and also with a serious tone. Mihawk nodded at this as he could sense a little. "So are you going to work on to stronger them or finally focus on the cold ones?" Luna made a smirk at this and glanced at Mihawk with a challenging glint in her eyes. "I was thinking both, actually," she said, causing Mihawk to chuckle a little. "I'm sure you two will improve each other good," he said as he threw a glance at Zoro. Luna also smiled at this, but before she can say anything, Zoro raised his katana in the air as the sun reflects on the silver blade. "Luffy, do you hear me?" he asked with a hoarse voice. Luffy, who's also listening to the talk between Mihawk and Luna, turned his head to Zoro when he heard his voice. "Yeah," he answered as he was looking relieved. "I'm sorry to have disappointed you," Zoro said as he was gasping and breathing hard. "I know that you need nothing less than the best in your crew," causing Luffy's eyes to widen at this. Looking completely taken aback, "I swear." From this day he spat out more blood as tears began to flow down his cheeks. "I will never lose a single fight again, until the day I beat him," causing Mihawk to smirk at this, looking satisfied by what he heard. Luna also smiled kindly and softly at him as he went on. "I will never be defeated," he continued with more tears flowed down from his eyes. "Is that okay with you, Pirate King?" he asked loudly as he was declaring, and for a moment, there was nothing but silence. Luffy made a big smile after a moment silent. "Yeep," he simply said as he was looking happy. Luna also finished to sew up Zoro and start to bandage him as Zoro closed his eyes after Luffy's answer. Mihawk also began to head to his boat with a satisfied smile. "You are a great team. I hope to see you again someday." "Hey, Hawkeye!" Don Krieg suddenly called out with an irritated expression, causing everyone to remember he was also there. "I was under the impression that you had come here to take my life," he said as he was actually looking insulted. "Weren't you here to kill Don Krieg, the ruler of the East Blue?" "That idea indeed crossed my mind," Mihawk admitted, not bothering to look at him as he walked away. "But I've had enough fun for today, so I'm going home to get some rest." Krieg, however, smirked at this. "I don't care if you've had enough. I have not even started yet," he stated, causing Luna to look at him with a weird face. "Oh, he is more idiot than I thought," she said as she shook her head. "Already finished bandaged Zoro." Mihawk couldn't help but nod in agreement at what Luna said. "Well, some people just never learn," he said with a sigh as Krieg suddenly revealed guns and miniature cannons from underneath his armor and attacked as Mihawk's hand went to his sword again. No one saw what happened to him, but when the smoke cleared out, there was no trace of Dracula Mihawk. Luffy wrapped an arm around Luna's waist as he held Barity's railing with the other one and landed on the fence of the Baratai. He put Luna beside Zeph while he was hanging on the railing. "Usopp!" he called out, getting Usopp's attention, who's also on the boat that Zoro was on. "Go ahead, I leave Nami to you." Usopp stood up and shouted back to Luffy, "Roger that." He was holding Luffy's hat. "Don't worry about anything, Zoro, and I will bring her back in no time. Make sure you convince the cook, and then we'll all leave for Grand Line," he finished as he threw Luffy's straw hat back at him. "Yeah, let's do it," Luffy shouted out with a big smile as he caught his hat. While the Krieg pirates getting ready to attack Bartai again with Mihawks gone, Luffy turned to Zeph. "Hey, Pops," he called out while still hanging outside the railing, "if I take care of these pirates for you, will you erase my debt?" "Suit yourself," Kid Zeph nonchalantly said as there was a small smile on his face. "If you work here more, you will cause me more damage anyway." He then glanced at Luna. "That was a dirty trick, by the way," he said with a smirk. "What are you talking about?" Luna also glanced at him with a smirk. "Yours was way dirtier." Luffy looked both of them with a confused expression at first, but he shrugged it off. "Deal then?" he asked Zeph, which he nodded nonchalantly. "So you said you wanted to become the Pirate King, were you serious?" Zeph asked with an interested expression this time. "Of course," Luffy answered without hesitation. "I will definitely become the Pirate King," he added with a big smile, causing Zeph to smirk. "I've seen a whole lot of pirates in my days, but you're the only one who's ever had the guts to expose his dreams so clearly and without single regard at the opinion of others," he said, causing Luffy to ask if he wanted to be the Pirate King too. But Zeph said that he forget the past, and he is the owner of Bartai now. Seeing the Krieg pirates coming, Luffy turned to Luna and looked at her for a moment. Feeling eyes on her, Luna also took her eyes from Krieg pirates and looked at the black holes. He was looking at her with a blank face, and she couldn't understand what he is saying from his eyes this time. After feeling like for a long time, which it wasn't even a minute, she decided to ask what's wrong, but before she could, Luffy put his hat on her head without breaking their eye contact. He could see the surprise on Luna's face as he smiled a little before turned his back and rocket himself to the pirates, and send all those on his way to fly in the air. "It's really hard to believe," Sanji said. "Bringing Luna back to the world. Is the Grand Line really filled with guys with powers like those?" he asked, sounding more like to himself though. "Yeah, there is a lot of people with very different powers there," Luna casually answered. Sanji Zeph suddenly called out, while he was still staring ahead. "Pay special attention to how this kid fight. Don't take your eyes off him until the fight's over, is that clear?" causing Sanji to look confused. But he focused his attention on Luffy as he told anyway. While Luffy and Krieg were talking, suddenly, the whole restaurant began to shake, and underwater fins appeared, enlarging the deck and giving more space for battle. Sanji lit another cigarette and walked in the middle of the platform, asking Luna to stay safe with Zeph, which of course she wouldn't listen to him, but she preferred to watch for now. The fight was going normal as the cooks were able to defend themselves until a weird guy came out. "I'm Pearl, the invincible shield," he dramatically introduced himself and took out Patty and Karn very quickly. After seeing this, Sanji intervened, and they start to talk as Luffy sent to fly. He ended up hitting Pearl, who was bragging about how he won fights without even shedding drop blood. After Luffy accidentally hit him, his nose starts to bleed, casing Krieg pirates to beg him to calm down as he began to yell danger while banging two shields on his hands together, all the while Luffy and Sanji were trying to understand what's going on. Even Luna was trying to understand as it was a weird thing to see for her while she was thinking a new level of ridiculousness. Pearl suddenly ignited the deck and even his own comrades on fire, creating a wall of fire around him. Sanji, who loses his patience after this, jumped through the flames, causing Pearl to make a horrified expression as someone came close to him. As they continued to talk, Pearl suddenly snapped and began to send flaming pearls to the restaurant. Zeph created a gust of wind as he swung his wooden leg, and Luna blocked them with her skeleton hand. Both of them were looking calm as they kept watching as if nothing happened. As the fire spread, Krieg threw his spike ball to the spot where Sanji and Pearl were fighting, but Luffy came and sent it back to Krieg as Sanji was looking surprised at this. Spike ball has been thrown into another mast though, and with its breaking, it ended up falling on Pearl's head and knock him out as, causing flames to disappear. A moment later, Zeph was on the ground while Jin was pointing a pistol at his head as Luna was looking at him with a blank face. Jin asked Sanji to surrender and leave the restaurant, and don't do anything else, or he would shoot Zeph. While they were talking, Pearl got up, and just he was about to launch another attack to Sanji, which he didn't even move because of Jin. Others began to yell at him to dodge. Luna went there in a blink of an eye and punched Pearl so hard that it was enough to knock him out with a very bloody face. She had a rather annoyed expression. "I said no one moves!" Jin yelled out after Luna punched Pearl while shaking the pistol in his hand. Luna turned to him with her still annoyed face. "I'm only a customer, not a cook fighting for the restaurant, and I only take order from one person," she said casually, causing Luffy to make a slight smile. Sanji, on the other hand, was horrified. "Luna-chan," he muttered. He was angry, but he couldn't get mad with Luna either. Hearing Sanji's voice, Luna turned to him and looked at him intensely with a lot of thoughts in her mind. Unknown to Sanji, she was thinking that there is no way her little brother getting hurt like this on my watch, as her memories were flashing. After a moment later, she turned towards Jin, leaving a confused Sanji, who didn't understand why she looked him like that. "You can't pull that trigger since I have no relation with either that old man or this restaurant," she said as if she was talking about the weather, causing Zeph to make a smirk. She began to look at Jin with a face that was saying a lot, causing him to Jin feel guilty, but he was still holding the pistol. She knew that whatever they do, he couldn't kill them. Sanji, who was still standing there, came back to the real world thanks to one of the cooks. "Sanji, why were you standing there? You didn't do anything to dodge," another also shouted out. Even though all were shocked that Luna took care of that guy way too quickly, they were still angry at Sanji. Sanji, who was still a little out because he glanced at Zeph again, and he finally came back to the real world because, "If I defended myself, that rat over there would have pulled the trigger." There was a moment of silence with this, also causing Jin to take his eyes away from Luna and look at Sanji as he went on his talking about giving up the restaurant, making clear that he doesn't actually want to fight. "But Sanji couldn't give up this restaurant my whole life," he declared as his head was down with the weight of his words. "I already took everything else that man held dear. I refuse to let anything else taken away from him," he yelled out, surprising everyone. Cooks were asking what he meant as he stayed in silence for a moment before he began to tell everything that happened in the past. After he finished his story with Zeph, "There is no way for me to show him my gratitude for his kindness other than risking my life for him," he stated. Luna looked at him with an angry expression, and she wasn't the only one apparently, since Luffy suddenly came when Sanji and Jin were talking and did something shocked everyone but Luna. With an outraged look, Luffy swayed his foot and stretched it high in the air, causing Sanji to yell at him to stop, or Jin will shot Zeph. Well, not that Luffy listened to him. With a yell gum gum battle axe, he completely crashed the platform to the pieces, causing everyone to look stunned. Seeing the ship getting damaged like this, Krieg immediately ordered Jin to shoot down Zeph, but Jin hesitated. To Luna's thinking, even this was enough to show the trash can's real face. He didn't order him when Pearl get knocked down, but order him when the ship was damaged. Krieg was even relaxed when Pearl, the trouble who lit the restaurant on fire, "Get out of the way," Sanji shouted out at Luffy, demanding an explanation, but Luffy casually said that he would sink the ship with a deadly serious face. Sanji kept yelling that he can't, and Luffy told him that if there is no ship, then there would be no reason to fight too, as he was looking quite serious while talking casually. Zeph smirked at this while Luna was chuckling as she thought that it was actually quite correct. Sanji, on the other hand, was outraged and kept yelling at Luffy. While they kept going on this, Luffy eventually had enough, grabbed Sanji from his jacket. "That's how you plan to repay your debt? You think that man saved you so you could commit suicide? He did it so that you could do something with your life, not die like a fool," he yelled out as he was looking quite angry. Sanji, who's not understanding anything, yelled back at Luffy, but Luna understood. Luffy already talked about Shanks before, and with everything Sanji just said, Luffy actually understands Sanji the most. Zeph was sacrificed his leg for Sanji, just like Shanks sacrificed his arm for Luffy. Luna looked at Luffy for a moment. He probably thought about Shanks when he said those words. With this, her mind wandered to Shanks. She once again came back from her thoughts with loud voices. Jin left Zeph and slammed his weapon to the floor loudly and looked at Sanji, getting everyone's attention. Krieg yelled at him, demanding to know what he was doing, and Jin said that he will take down Sanji, that he owed him at least that after everything he did for him. They keep talking, and Luffy innocently insulted them while saying that they are not the strongest but the one numerous ones. There was a moment of silence after that, and after a moment later, while Sanji was saying that he hit where it hurts, Luna was laughing to herself. With this, Krieg, also having enough, yelled them to kill everyone and take the restaurant. The battle was centered on between Sanji and Jin, and while they were fighting, Luffy went after Krieg. After a while later, Jin slammed Sanji to the floor, but he couldn't kill him. Krieg shouted at him, but he said he couldn't kill the man who shows him kindness with tears. Krieg said that he is disappointed and actually accused him of betraying. Jin also said that he always followed orders and began to beg him to give up on Baratai, which of course, Krieg didn't even listen to him. If anything, he was angrier and revealed the nozzle of a miniature cannon that made Krieg pirates gasp. While they were begging to Krieg, Luna turned to Zeph. "Go inside the restaurant," she said calmly. "Do you know what's going on?" Zeph asked with a curious expression. "It's a poison gas, just get inside quickly," she said while looking around with a rather calm attitude. "Piece of shit," Zeph muttered with a dark face and started to get in. But he turned his back and looked at Luna. "You're not gonna get in." Luna turned to him, but she just smirked and leaned her back beside the door. Zeph looked at her for a moment before he made a smirk and got inside. She focused on what's going on again and heard Krieg's orders to Jin, saying that to throw away the mask, and Luffy's yellings to him that saying not to listen to him. Jin threw the mask in the end, causing Luna to think the same thing before such royalty to such a man. It's really a pity. As the cooks also run inside, Krieg pirates went underwater. While Luna was watching the scene, she was thinking about taking a mask and throw to Luffy, but after seeing he found a mask, Luna went back to her position. With the gas bomb hit, she held her breath and closed her eyes while opening her senses to know the time when the poison gas fade away. It took minutes until the gas cleared out. Everything and everyone was fine, except Jin. Luffy also noticed Luna didn't have a mask and started to panic. Just he was about to rocket himself to her, Luna said that she was fine and held her breath, causing his panic to fade and replaced with a smile. Seeing Jin was suffering, Luna went there to look at him while Krieg was mocking with him, causing only to made Luffy angrier to him. While Krieg kept going with his no one disobeys me thing and made Jin an example, his crew couldn't believe he wanted to kill Jin. Luffy and Sanji were angry, and Luna made Patty and Karn take Jin to the terrace and put a mask on him. After Jin's gone, the real fight began between Luffy and Krieg. Luna watched the fight without looking anywhere, getting angry again in silence that Luffy always was fighting so carelessly. She could also hear the Zeph words to Sanji, and she could understand what he meant while she watched the fight between them. After one last Gum Gum Bazooka, Luffy was able to destroy Krieg's armor, but Krieg shot a steel net and caught Luffy while yelling that it's over. Luffy, on the hand, had no intention to over it like that, got free his arms and legs from the net and spin his legs rapidly along with the net, and managed to lock his feet around Krieg's head and trap him. While spinning, he slammed Krieg at the platform with Gum Gum Giant Hammer, and finally won this time. Luna! Luffy yelled out just before falling to the sea, causing Luna to take off the straw hat and her katana and give them to Sanji. Hold them for me. And before Sanji could even react, she jumped into the sea and began to look for Luffy. The moment she saw the red dot, she began to swim towards there and saw Luffy trapped inside the net. The moment she got there, she pulled off her dagger and cut the wires of the net and break free Luffy. She hugged him from his waist and began to swim to the surface. Sanji, who was waiting for them, helped her when she came out and hoisted Luffy on deck. She was looking at the scars on his body while brushing the strands of hair on his forehead. Sanji looked at him with a worried face for a moment. Don't tell me that. But Luna shushed him as she got close to Luffy's face. After feeling his breath, she smiled in relief and sat on the floor. A moment later, Luffy's snore could be heard, causing Sanji to hit his fist on Luffy's head and sit reassured too. Just at that moment, Krieg got up his feet back like a zombie, causing Luna to make a weird face, but he knocked out once again, by Jin this time. Jin lifted Krieg to his shoulder and looked towards Luna. Can you deliver a message from me? Luna looked at him before she casually shrugged. Sure. Staying silent for a moment, tell him that I hope to see him again someday, in the Grand Line, Jin said, causing Luna to make a little smile and nodded her head, saying she will deliver the message. After a little later, Zeph came and offered to bring Luffy to Sanji's room to heal his wounds and let him rest and asked Patty and Karn to carry him upstairs. Sanji also told her that he would join them later while giving her back the straw hat and her katana. Luna looked at the straw hat with an emotionless face and eyes for a minute before she put it on her head and head inside after Zeph while waving her hand without turning back. Good luck, Jin. With Zeph giving her the necessary things for Luffy's treatment, Luna made her way to Sanji's room while saying thanks to Zeph. About an hour later or so, Sanji came to his room, and after seeing both of them, he closed the door quietly and made his way towards the windowsill and lit a cigarette while looking thoughtful at sea. Luffy was bandaged up, and he was sleeping on the bed while Luna was also napping. Before Sanji couldn't even finish his cigarette, Luffy opened his eyes and shot upright and was about to yell before he saw Luna. He blinked and closed his mouth while looking at her. She was sitting beside his bed on a chair with folded arms. Luffy's hat was shadowing her face a little, but Luffy could see she was sleeping. Just he was about to raise his hand to reach out to her, he suddenly turned his head to the voice he heard, which was a Puff voice. Sanji was still looking thoughtful at the sea while smoking, not noticed that Luffy woke up yet since he was in silence too. Just then, Luna also woke up and opened her eyes slowly. She felt weird at this silence. Sanji was looking at the sea with a cigarette, looking like a teenager in depression. And Luffy was staring at him with a blank face. What the hell? She thought as she took the hat from her head and put back Luffy's head while startling him. Good nap? She asked, also startling Sanji. Luffy came back fast, like always. Yeah, he answered with a bright smile before he made a confused face after a second later. Where are the pirates? They are gone, And it's thanks to you, Sanji answered as he let puff from his cigarette. Me? Luffy asked with a surprised tone, and Luna, who's getting up from the chair and starting to stretch her body. Yo! And Jin asked me to tell you that he hopes to see again, in the Grand Line. Luffy turned to Luna. Really? He asked as he was looking surprised. Luna nodded her head and smiled a little. You also don't need to work anymore, she added, causing Luffy to ask more happily. Really? Which this time Sanji answered while he went to the balcony from the windowsill and leaned on the railing. It was the deal, he casually said. Hey, I was wondering, Luffy started, but Sanji beat him, saying that his answer is still a no, and he won't become a pirate. He would stay there at the bear tie until Zeph acknowledged him as a real cook. Luna sighed at this while thinking, what a stubborn father and son. She also thought that maybe if they acknowledged this, everything would be easier. Luffy also sighed, his eyes were shadowed with his hat while saying he finally gave up. Well, of course, his words and actions didn't match. He held out his arm to grab Sanji's collar and caused poor Sanji to struggle against it while yelling, your arm hadn't given up. After a little struggle later, he hesitated a little but said that he just could not leave now. But he promised himself that one day he would leave for the Grand Line, causing Luffy to make a big smile after this. So what are you waiting for? He asked. It's not the right time. Not yet. There's one place. Sanji turned to them as his face was suddenly glowing with excitement. Say, have you ever heard of All Blue? No, Luffy bluntly answered before he turned to Luna, clearly believing that she knows. Luna just shrugged at this. I would prefer to hear from Sanji, she said with a slight smile, and turned to Sanji. Sanji, never breaking his smile, smiled bigger as he started to explain what is All Blue. This sea is a miracle. In the All Blue, there are fish from East Blue, West Blue, South Blue, and North Blue. While he was talking, Luffy and Luna also went to the balcony. Luffy was carefully listening to Sanji while sitting on the railing, and Luna was listening with a soft smile on her face. Sanji was looking like a little child when he was talking about his dream. That one stretch has all the fish in the world. To us cooks, it's a culinary dream come true. If there is such a fantastic place, it must be somewhere at the Grand Line, right? While thinking about the All Blue, Luna lifted her head to the sky. She saw Zeph on the balcony above them while she was raising her head and glanced at him for a moment. He was listening with a kind smile on his face that made Luna smile at him with the same kindness. When he noticed that Luna was looking at him, he put his index finger in front of his mouth and kept watching Sanji with fondness as Sanji continued to talk about All Blue. After a while later, they heard Patty screaming, saying that lunch was being served. When they came down, they met with a strange atmosphere, and there was no free chair, forcing them to sit on the floor. When the three of them finally take their plates, they go and sit on the floor and start to eat in silence. The silence was a very uncomfortable one and very tense. Then suddenly all the cooks began to complain about the soup, saying that they hated the taste of the soup, which had been prepared by Sanji. What followed next was a fight, and even Zeph complained about soup, and after the fight between Zeph and Sanji, Sanji ran out of the room. Luffy and Luna, who's drinking the soup in silence until now, look at each other for a moment, trying to understand what's wrong, but they both had no clue, so they both shrugged it off, and got up to take another plate. What was that all about? Luffy asked while filling his plate. This soup is really delicious. Yeah, Luna said besides him as she was also filing her plate. It's been a long time to eat something so delicious, she added with a smile. We all know the soup is good, Zeph said, causing Luffy and Luna to look at him in surprise for a moment. I know he is an exceptional chef. Everyone here on Bartai agrees on this, he added as other cooks also nod with it while saying that Sanji is a good cook. But that thick-skulled idiot wouldn't listen to us if we tried to reason with him, Zeph said with a snort while Luna began to smile as she felt that Sanji was just outside right that moment. While Luffy and Luna were still enjoying the free and delicious food, Zeph made a request to Luffy. Hey, listen, you said you need a cook in your crew, right? That's not something I would normally ask, but take him to the Grand Line with you. He made a smile as he continued. It would be better for him. Grand Line is his dream, he added, not losing his smile as the cooks start to talk about their acting skills with smiles too until Luffy's answer, that is, it's not going to be possible, he said, almost made them all fell over and lose their smiles. But you said you needed a cook for your ship. Zeph said a little loudly and with an angry expression. What are you saying? Sanji's not good enough for you? Luna smiled at this while Luffy went on like he is talking about the weather, not taken aback with his anger even a little. That's not it at all, causing Zeph to calm down as his anger is gone, fly away instantly. So what's the problem then? He asked curiously. Luffy turned from his food and looked at him for a moment. I'd really love for him to join my crew and come with us, he said before he took another gulp from his soup, but it seems like he really wants to stay here and cook with you all. Ask me as much as you want, But I can't take him with us if he doesn't want to, he finished and turned to keep eating as Luna also nodded in agreement with a smile on her face as she also kept eating too. So you say you can't take him with you unless he asks you himself, Zeph said with a thoughtful face while playing with his mustache. Is that it? That's it, Luffy replied before he asked more food from the cooks. While they keep eating, Zeph and the cooks start to talk about how to convince Sanji to go, but not for a long time after. With a crash sound, the wall broke into pieces. After the dust cleared out, they saw Yasaku in the mouth of a shark. That's an interesting way to come back, Luna said while the cooks were trying to take out Yasaku from the shark's mouth and free it back to sea. Yasaku, while sitting on a chair with a blanket around his shoulders, told Luffy and Luna they couldn't catch up with Nami, but they figured out where she was heading. He also said that the place she was heading was a dangerous place, and they need everyone, so he came to pick them up. All right, Luffy said after he listened to Yasaku. I didn't understand everything, but I got it, causing Luna to also nod. If she didn't know, she wouldn't understand anything from what Yasaku said either. Sanji was outside, leaning against the railing when they passed him, but as soon as Luffy walked past him, he suddenly asked them to wait, causing Luna to smile a little when they stopped. You have a crazy dream. He started as he was looking at the sky, but then again, so is mine. Luffy didn't look at the Sanji as Sanji was also still looking at the sky now as good as ever. Why not start today? Luffy turned his head slightly while asking in a low tone, Sanji? Standing up against the railing, Sanji looked at Luffy this time. I'm going to join you and your little crew in your journey to become the king of pirates. He took out a cigarette and lit it up, and of course, a goddess as Luna-chan needs good nutrition to stay in perfect health, and only I can make sure she has everything she needs, he added dramatically, causing Luna to smile big with shiny eyes and Luffy to turn to him completely. Do you hear me? I want to be the cook of your ship. So what do you say? He asked as he finally looked at Luffy, who didn't say anything for a moment. A big smile formed on Luffy's face. Yeah, of course, he said with a happy expression as he and Yasaku began dancing and grabbing Luna by her waist. He twirled her into the air as she was also laughing with him, celebrating that Sanji is coming. Sanji smiled as he watched Luffy and Luna happily were jumping that they can finally eat delicious food anytime now and turned to the cooks. Are you happy now or what? He asked grumpily, but he smiled when he saw their sour expressions. Sorry, really, but I'm leaving today. As they talk about bad acting and all, Sanji told them he was going to take his things, and he would meet them at the boat later. Luffy and Luna left to pack some food, especially a lot of meat, and with Luna's insisting a lot of sweat. While Luna was choosing the ones they wanted and ordering around to the cooks, Zeph came and offered his logbook to Luffy, but he instantly refused, causing Zeph to make an annoying smile. Around 30 minutes later, Luffy, Luna, and Yasaku were waiting on the boat with all the cooks out on the deck when Sanji finally showed up. He stopped at the doorway for a moment, and slowly started to walk towards the boat. A couple of cooks tried to attack him for the last time, but he kicked them while the others called them stupid. After that, Sanji walked in silence. Let's go, he said as he finally reached the boat. Luffy was looking surprised. Don't you want to say goodbye? As he asked, but Sanji smiled and said it's fine as Luna raised an eyebrow at his rather sad smile while saying this. Just Sanji was about to hop on the boat, they heard Zeph's voice. Sanji. He called out from the upper balcony. Try not to catch a cold. Sanji, who still turned his back to him, frozen for a moment, but tears start to fall from his eyes, and suddenly he turned toward him. Chef Zeph. He fell to his knees and bowed low, his forehead was touching to the floor. Thank you. I will never forget everything you did for me. I owe you my life, old man. So, thank you. Zeph also had tears at this, and all the other cooks were also starting to cry while saying that they will miss him. Sanji got up and there was a big smile on his face that stained with tears. Real man should part without words, Zeph said while rubbing his eyes, and the cooks start to pick themselves up with that. Luffy and Luna were smiling as they watched them, and finally, Sanji get on the boat. Let's go. Set sail. Luffy yelled out as they began to set sail while Sanji was waving at them with a big smile on his face, promising them that they will meet again. Luna smiled to this for a moment, and turned her back while looking at the horizon, to the place they are going next. It was about an hour or so now that they left Baratai. Luffy was jumping around the little boat while the others sitting. Overexcited, Luffy suddenly came over to sit with them too while asking, so, are we getting close to where Nami is? Causing Yasaku to slam his hand down on his knee. You're way too happy. Don't you get it? Every second that passes, bring us closer to the infamous Arlong, he yells while pointing a finger to Luffy. Luna, who was eating a chocolate in silence until now, you didn't tell us where are we going before those, said nonchalantly, not even looking at him. Yasaku turned to Luna. I didn't? He asked stupidly. She looks at Yasaka like he is an idiot. You only told us that we are going to a dangerous place and probably to our deaths, she said while Luffy and Sanji also nods. Yasaka then starts to explain, saying that Nami's behavior was suspicious when she was looking to Arlong's wanted poster. Johnny and he was suspected that Fishman's was surely involved this matter or Nami was wanting the bounty on Arlong's head. Of course, Luffy, Luna and Sanji didn't worry about this at all, and while Luffy asked for meat from Sanji, Luna also asked for more sweat things since it was an energy source for her. Well, Yasaka was on the verge of tears at this though. He started to yell again that they don't understand and begin to tell them everything he knew about Arlong. This caused Sanji to get excited about the idea of seeing mermaids, and Luffy draws a really funny picture of what he thought a fishman and mermaids looked like, all the while Luna was laughing and Sanji was getting angry at his mermaid image. Yasaka, getting angry, also start to tell them about 7 warlords by mentioning Mihawk and Jinbe and how awful they are. His power is easily surpasses everyone here. Jim left Arlong here in East Blue and since then he have taken control of 20 Town. Luna frowns at this. Jinbe didn't left Arlong here, she says while frowning at Yasaka, making them turn towards to Luna. What do you mean, big sis? Yasaka asks with confuse. Jinbe and Arlong were in the same crew before their captain's death. After that, Arlong along with a few other fishermen who thinks they are superior to humans left fishermen pirates and came to the East Blue. She sighs a moment and looks at the horizon. I'm not even sure if Jinbe knows what Arlong is doing here, since Arlong pays to the Marines to keep them shut up, she says. She didn't remember this at first, but after spending almost a year in the East, she knew about this. She then turns to Yasaka and frowns again. Don't believe every rumor you heard. For all I know, Jinbe is a good and honorable man, she finishes and takes another bite from her chocolate. You know Jinbe too, Luna-chan? Sanji asks after they listened what Luna said. Luffy also looks at Luna with curious. He knew that Luna would somehow knew things even without knowing this Jinbe guy, but they learned that Luna was in the Grand Line and she knew the Hawkeye. So maybe she could know Jinbe too? Luna's eyes looks far away for a moment when she talks. I didn't met him before, she starts slowly, but I have friends who knows him well and I believe what my friends told me, not the rumors. She shakes her head a little, like getting off from her thoughts. She then looks at them again anyway. It wasn't Jinbe who left Arlong here, she finishes. Luna didn't want them to blame Jinbe for this. Not that the things she know from her previous life, but what she said was true. She would believe what her friends told her. If they would say Jinbe is a bad person, she would basically think that something has changed and Jinbe became a bad person. She would also start to gather information about this afterwards though. Luna-chan, Luna looks at Sanji after hearing his weird voice. He was looking like he was about to explode from something. You were in the Grand Line, right? She had a feeling. Where is this going? Yeah, she asked hesitantly. Luffy and Yasaka was also looking curiously to Sanji, to hear what is he's gonna say. Have you ever seen a mermaid? Did you go to the Fishman Island? Sanji asks with a very excited face and tone, causing Luna to sweat drop a little. I didn't go to the Fishman Island, but I saw mermaids before, she says. Since she never go to the Fishman Island, all the mermaids she saw were the slaves though. She shakes her head mentally and looks at to Sanji, who looks at her with a bright hopeful eyes. No need to open up this dark subject right now, she smiles and mischievous. Don't worry, Sanji. They are even more beautiful than you think, she says, causing to Sanji a nosebleed. Yasaka also had red cheeks a little at the thought of the beautiful mermaids, while Luffy and Luna laugh at Sanji's bloody dreaming state. After 5 minutes later, Sanji goes to his little cabin with an over-happy face to prepare something to eat. Yasaka, who also get out his dreamland, comes back and start to tell again that Arlong is still a dangerous, while Luffy also says that they will worry about it once they go there. Soon, all of them was around their little table and eating meal. Luffy and Yasaka were fighting over food while Luna happily praising Sanji. She was, in the end, loved to eat, and the food was so delicious. She was happy that they had finally Sanji. Sanji was also happy from the praise he got from Luna, had hearts on his eyes and was keep going his goddess poems to Luna when the boat start to shake a little. Everyone turns their head and see a giant sea cow. While Yasaka starts to scream in panic, Luffy, Luna and Sanji looks at the cow with curiosity. A cow, Luna says. She looks a moment longer and turns to her meal and keeps going to eat calmly. It didn't interest her much. Yasaka, who's still in panic, says that maybe the cow smelled the food and if they give it to it, the cow would leave them alone. Of course, this makes Luffy panic and he punches the cow while yelling, "Stay away from our food." Luna also nods at this while still calmly eating her meal. Sanji, however, gets angry to Luffy, tells him that if it wanted food he would feed it. But when he goes with a plate there to feed it, he also kicks the cow the moment it opened its mouth, shocking Yasaka, who yells, "Why did you do this?" What happened to the love? It was going to eat me with the plate. I couldn't let that happen, Sanji answers to Yasaku coolly as he lit a cigarette, while the cow gets up and roars to them with fury. Sanji let a puff from his cigarette and kick it from neck so hard that the poor thing fainted in the ocean. After that, Luffy and Sanji came back to the table and joined Luna to finish their meals like nothing happened in the beginning. Yasaku, on the other hand, was murmuring "You're crazy" and looking at them with mix of horror and awe. After finishing their meal, they tied a rope around the horns of the cow to pull their little boat. Go cow! Luffy yells at it, and terrified poor cow starts to pull the boat. When the boat almost flying with the cows fast pulling, Luna was laughing happily while eating the dessert Sanji made for her. After less than 30 minutes later, they finally spot the island on the horizon. Luna narrowed her eyes at seeing Arlong Park. Not just its name, but also it really looked like Sabaody Park. She hated slavery after all these years. She even could understand Arlong's hatred to the humans, but coming here, to East Blue, and do things to the humans who doesn't even know anything was wrong. In Luna's mind, if Arlong was so full of hatred, then he should go and take revenge from humans that responsible, not this humans who are innocent. She came out from her thoughts with Luffy's scream, "Not this way." He was pointing the building your other left, to the building. Stupid cow. While the cow ignores Luffy, "It's better if we go another direction and find others first," Luffy, Luna says calmly. Luffy looks at Luna in confused a little, then smiles big and turns to cow again. "All right. Keep going, cow." He laughs loudly and with excitement when he saw the shore. The cow hit it with a force that it threw their little boat straight to the air, towards island. "Oh! It's like we're flying!" Luffy yells with excitement and laughs happily while Sanji and Yasaku yells, "We are flying, you moron!" They were trying to hold on while Luna's arms were on the air and laughing happily too. "This is so fun." After a little longer, Yasaku screams again, "We're falling." The answer he got was the laughs of Luffy and Luna though. When the boat started to slide on the ground, "Luffy landing successful," said happily. Luna, who feels like at the amusement park at the moment, felt a presence and looked at the front with more focused eyes and saw Zoro, standing right in front of them with a bewildered state. "Luffy," he says lowly, like he tries to decide if it's real or not. "Zoro!" Luna happily yelled at him while waving her hand, but before Zoro even react, the boat crashed him and dragged him along with them. Just about the boat was finished its slide and was get destroyed, Luna jumped and landed on besides it. As the smoke and dust starts to clear up, "That was awesome. We're finally here," Luffy yelled with a happy voice. Luna also was laughing. "We should do this again," while Luffy nods at Luna. Yasaku, who heard this, was grounding under the pieces of woods, which was what left from the boat. Sanji, on the other hand, was sitting coolly and smoking a cigarette when a voice come under the boards. "What the hell?" Zoro comes up under the boards and yell with a furious tone, "Were you doing? Flying, landing and then stopping?" Luna says lowly while moving towards to poor Yasaku to pull him out under the wrecked boat. "Zoro," Luffy says happily, "we came for Nami. How come you're here?" "Where is Nami?" He then stops, as if remembered something else. "Oh right. Where is Usopp and Johnny?" With this, Zoro's eyes got wide. "And Usopp?" He get up from where he sits. "Shit. We have to get hurry." He starts to run. Luffy asks after him, not understanding why. "What's going on?" "That stupid got himself caught by Arlong." Zoro tries to explain quickly, "We have to hurry before they kill him." Before anyone can react, they heard a voice, "He's already dead," Johnny said while coming towards them with a tired look. He was breathless and there were tears coming from his eyes. They all turned to him with a widened eyes except Luna, who had a blank face. "What?" Zoro asks, coming out from his shock. "It's too late," Johnny starts while falling to his knees. "Big bro, Usopp is dead." He starts to punch the ground. "Nami, she killed him." Yasaku, who's still in shock, "You're joking, right?" asks slowly with a bewildered voice. Luffy, however, was furious, not believing Johnny. "It's a lie," he yells. "It's true." Johnny also yells as he starts to sit cross-legged. "She was a traitor from the beginning. She won the favors of Arlong to be able to seize the treasure buried in Kokoyashi village." He slaps his hand on the ground as he kept going. "That woman is a cold, heartless killer. She won't stop until she gets what she wants. She had fooled us this entire time." Luna's eyes got hardened to this words. Luffy doesn't want to hear any more than this, goes towards Johnny while yelling, "Liar." He grabbed him by his collar and start to shake him violently that he even drop his hat. "Say one more word and you will regret it. There is no way Nami would kill Usopp. She is our friend." "Who are you calling friend, Luffy?" They all turned to cold voice they heard. Nami was standing on the road. She was wearing different clothes, a green t-shirt that showed her shoulders. She was standing there with a long staff in her hand. Her arms was folded and was staring at them with the cold eyes and as if staring at strangers who bores her. "Nami!" Luffy said in a surprised voice. Nami didn't answer for a moment and narrowed her eyes coldly. "What are you doing here?" she asked with a bored tone in her voice. "What are we doing here?" Luffy asks with a confused "You're our friend. We came to get you, of course," he says while he takes his hat from the ground and put it on his head again. "What an idiot," Nami says while rolling her eyes. "Nami?" Luffy asks slowly, trying to understand why is she acting like this, friends. "Don't make me laugh. It was nothing but a stupid little cooperation," she says with a cold tone that make her really different. "You killed him!" Johnny finally shouts while pointing a finger at Nami. "Big bro Usopp. You killed him!" Nami glace at him briefly. "So what? You want to avenge him? What?" Johnny gasps, completely shocked by this. "Let me tell you this. After the idiotic stunt that Zoro pulled, Arlong wants him and all his companions dead," she says while looks at Zoro. "No matter how monstrously strong you may all be, you're no match at all for the real monster," she says while playing with her staff. Sanji, who didn't react until now, looks like he's suddenly struck by lightning. Her heartless face and words are so attractive. He waves his arms excitedly. "Hi Nami. It's me, Sanji, do you remember me? Let's set sail together." He had a blush on his face. "Shut up. Can't you see you're making things more complicated by butting in?" Zoro yells at him with annoyance. "What's that? Don't you know that love is always hurricane?" Sanji also says with annoyance, but Zoro ignored him. While Sanji yells at him not to ignore him, "Where is Usopp?" he asks to Nami. She looks at Zoro for a moment. "At the bottom of the ocean," she says with a smirk, causing Zoro to lose his temper. "That's it. I've had enough of you," he yells while getting ready to attack her, but Sanji stops him with a kick which Zoro dodged. "And I've had enough of you." "Does a swordsman harm ladies as well, Roronoa Zoro?" Sanji says coolly while smoking. Zoro, on the other hand, "The hell did you say? Don't butt in when you don't know anything," says with an irritated tone. "Hey, aren't you quite irritable after your shameful loss?" Sanji says with a smirk, makes Zoro more irritated. "What? Watch your mouth, Romeo, or your head will go fly. I'd like to see you try." Cripple Luna, who stays silent until now and watch everything with an emotionless face, turns to them. "Enough, you two," says with a cold tone. They stop and looks at her only to see she was looking at them with an angry face. Sanji immediately stops himself along with Zoro, who glance at Sanji but doesn't say anything. Luna turns to Nami and looks at her hand at first. Nami, seeing this, gone a little uncomfortable but tries to mask it. When Luna look at her at the eye with a little kind smile, she falters a second. The two of them looks at each other for a minute in silence. Nami knew Luna was know everything when she saw her eyes. That makes one feel like they are drowning deep in the ocean. Luna always knew there was something with her. They even talk about this a little, even though it wasn't an open talk. So she knew Luna already figured out everything. She might be an idiot sometimes and might be a crazy weirdo, but she was also clever in the end. Nami didn't know what happened to Luna, but she remembered telling her that she felt like looking at a mirror, and while looking at her now, she too felt like looking at a mirror for a moment. "You promised," the words left Nami's mouth unknowingly while still looking at Luna's eyes. This was the first time Nami acknowledged that even in this situation, she couldn't reject Luna like she did to the others. They didn't know anything unlike Luna. Zoro frowns at this. "Promised?" he asked slowly to himself. Even though Luffy and Sanji heard, it was also the question in their heads. They were watching the two of them to look at each other intensely but didn't understand the thing in their eyes at the moment. It was looking emotionless to them, but there was also something that looked like only the two of them understand. Luna closed her eyes and sighed a little. "Don't worry, I always keep my promises," she said lowly while looking at Nami with a little smile. There was a sadness one could see though. Nami was right. Luna promised to her that she won't meddle with her business or ask or say anything until Nami wants it. She already knew everything, but even without knowing from her past life, it wasn't that hard to understand that her mother was also death. After their little talk they had days ago, and knowing her hatred against pirates, it was clear like sky. A little research about Arlong, one could guess who did it, and what happened to Nami. Arlong is someone who hates humans. There was no way Nami would be in his crew like it's nothing. She could see the chains around Nami. She felt bad a little though. She made that promise Baki. She also knew everything will be fine in the end. If she didn't know this, she would never promise to something like that. She would even act before and changed everything. The only reasons for not doing this was because she knew, and also she respected Nami's wish to handle this alone. She knew that asking for help is not weakness, but it was something Nami had to come up with herself. She had to learn. Nami turned her eyes from Luna and looks at the others with her cold eyes again. I'd rather not have outsiders stick their noses in this island's affairs anymore, she starts. I only stuck with you for the money, and now that you don't even have cent, I couldn't care less about you, she says with a smirk. Makes Luna also smirk while she shifts her hip a little, making a clicking sound from her pouch that hanging from her leather belt. Nami's eyebrows twitch at this a little. She didn't look at Luna again though. Lucky for you, she never left her money out of her sight. So, since you're not completely broke, why don't you take your ship, find another navigator and go search for your little One Piece or whatever? She points her staff at them. Now get off of this island. You're an eyesore. Johnny and Yasaka growl at this, looking like they want to attack her. Nami sighs and her eyes was hidden with her hair's bangs as she say farewell with a cold voice. Luffy was looking blank at Nami all the while, but he was noticed something. Nami's behavior, Nami, he said softly, and for a second later he closed his eyes and fell back on the ground. Big bro Luffy, Johnny yells in surprise. Sleepy Luffy says like he is not in this kind of situation, makes Luna smile a little. Sleepy? Johnny asks with a disbelief. Right now? In the middle of the road? Yasaka also asks with a surprised tone. Well, I don't feel like leaving this island yet, and I don't really care what's going on in this island either, and I'm sleepy, he yawns, so I'm sleeping. Yasaka's jaw falls at this, unable to say something. But Johnny also can't keep going with shock while Zoro slap his face. Sanji face palms and Luna giggles. Nami on the other hand, lost her temper. Fine. Do what the hell you want. You can die for all I care, she yells while shaking with rage, and without looking at her back she turned and ran away as fast as she could. Luna watched her gone and sigh again. She was going towards the tree to sit under it when Zoro, what promise you two were talking? Asked while looking at Luna. Others, also curious, turned to her when she finally sit and leaned her back to the tree. She looks up to them for a moment, and turned her eyes to the sky while letting out a tired sigh. I always knew there was something with Nami, and it wasn't that hard to understand everything when I see her looking at Arlong's wanted poster before we go to Bar Tai, and I know about Arlong enough to understand what's going on here, she says nonchalantly, like talking about weather, which this only makes Zoro's eyebrows twitch. You knew from that long? Why didn't you say anything? Makes Sanji to frown at him. Hey! Don't yell at Luna, he says, causing Zoro to snap at him. You shut up. Sanji's frowns get deepened with this, but before he could say anything, Luna cuts them because starts harshly to shut them up, which she successes. They turns to her once again. I promised to Nami that I won't meddle with her business or say anything as long as she doesn't want me to, she says while looking at them. She turns her head towards the sky again, and it was Nami's to tell something about it, not mine, she adds. She had a sad look that one could see though. Besides, she suddenly turns to Zoro, like she remembered something. Didn't I told you before that if you work up with everything like this, you will get old early? She asks, makes Zoro forget everything for a moment and remember her words back then. That brings my bad memories, he says with the twitching eyebrows again, and turns to Sanji, who laughs at this. Shut up, you curly eyebrow. With this, Sanji also snaps at him. What did you say, you Marimo? When they were about to start to fight again, Johnny, who had enough. You're all out of your minds. It's as that insane witch just said, brother Usopp's been killed and Arlong's out to get us, he yelled. Just what reason do you have for staying on this island any longer? I believe in what Johnny said he saw. Yasaka also says it's been a short while, but I'm afraid this is where we must depart. We have no desire to be hunted down and killed by Arlong, Johnny says, makes Luna to raise an eyebrow. Fine, Zoro says with an emotionless face, and Johnny and Yasaka goes with saying goodbyes. Well, don't worry, Luna starts as she gets comfortable where she sits. I don't think Nami killed Usopp. Whatever she says, she had no heart to do something like that. Zoro looks at her for a moment, then closes his eyes and sigh. Well, it's not like we can go anywhere anyway, he says while he glances at Luffy for a moment, and he too goes to sit under tree. Sanji also moves to sit somewhere. Right, Luna says with a yawn and goes to nap. Luna wakes up with Luffy's yelling, Usopp, did Nami do this to you? He was shaking poor Usopp with a shocked face. No. That was actually because of him, and I, Sanji says with a big smile while pointing to Zoro. You mean just you? Zoro also says with a bored tone. Luffy, you're here now? Usopp yells, finally coming back to the world. Yeah, Luffy says while letting Usopp go with a relief and big smile. I've decided to come along too. Nice to meet you, Sanji butts in happily. While Usopp says that he will kill Sanji, Luna suddenly hugs Usopp. Usopp, I knew you were alive, she says with a happy voice while laughing. Luna, you're here too. Usopp also says happily too. Of course, she says while looking at Zoro with a smirk causing him to shut up. Yell with another twitching eyebrow. I didn't say anything though, she answers with a pout. Your face said enough, Zoro says, but his voice was low against Sanji's. You lucky bastard, he says with an anger towards Usopp, then with a blushing face, oh. Luna-chan, I too come back from death just now. He opens his arms wide, don't you hug me too? Luna looks at Sanji with a blank face. Sanji, we already have a liar on our crew. We don't need more, she says, makes Usopp to get out from her hug. Hey, she laughs and pats Usopp's head, not moved from his anger. So, we heard you killed by Nami. Care to explain? Zoro asks casually, causing Usopp to blink as if he just remembered what's going on. That Johnny. Luffy says with a frown. I knew he was lying. Usopp, hearing this, well, it's not completely lie though. He made a thoughtful face. In a way, it is the truth. But I'm alive and she actually saved my life, makes everyone blinks at him with confusion. Luna sigh, tell everything from start, we don't understand. While others nod at this, she turns to Zoro. You two tell what happened. What was the thing about that Nami saying the stunt you pulled and Arlong wants you dead, she asks. She might had a good memory and all, but there was no way she would remember everything after years later like this. With this, Usopp and Zoro starts to tell them everything happened while they were here. So that's it, Usopp says with a tired sigh after telling them everything. That's how Nami pretended to kill me and made sure I escaped from Arlong. If you asked me, there must be some reason why she ended up joining the Arlong pirates. Zoro looks at Luna after hearing this, but Luna avert her gaze, makes Zoro sigh. So what? Are we going to destroy Arlong Park? Luna hums a little. Well, since they already after us, she says slowly with a thoughtful face, but Usopp doesn't agree with them. Wait a minute, you two. We should find out what's going on with Nami first, he says loudly while waving his arms around. It's useless. No matter what you do, you won't be able to change Arlong's rule. They all turns to new voice they heard and see a young woman with a light purple hair and a lot of tattoos, giving them a stern look. No, Jiko. Usopp says in surprise, makes Luna also remember that this is Nami's big sister. Who is she? Luffy asks to Usopp, which he answers without looking away from Nojiko. Nami's big sister. Sanji blushes at this. What? Nami's big sister? No wonder she's so beautiful then, he says with a hard eye. Zoro on the other hand asks, what do you mean useless? With a confused. Nojiko places her hands to her hips. Don't involve yourselves with this village any further. I will tell you about Nami's past and all, so I want you to just leave quietly, she says bluntly. I'm fine. I'm not really interested in her past, Luffy says at the same time with Luna, who says I already know enough. So, I don't feel like to listen. They blink at each other while Zoro face bombs. He knew that they had moments like this sometimes, but Usopp on the other hand, you already know, asks with a shock. I know enough, she says as if it's nothing, and turns around as she starts to walk. Luffy also turns and walks besides Luna while saying, then we're going to take a walk. Usopp understands Luna since she knows, but take a walk? You're not going to listen? He asks after Luffy. No, I'm cool, Luffy says as they walked away. It was uncomfortable, if one were to ask how Luna feels at the moment. They were only walking about 5 minutes now in silence, and she could see from corner of her eye, Luffy was glaring at her every now and then. And so, after this 5 uncomfortable minutes later, Luna having enough, sighs as she looks at to Luffy. What? She asks tiredly. Luffy also finally looks at her without averting his gaze. So you knew? He asks. Luna looks confused for a moment, then makes an understanding face. Right, you were sleeping when I said that, she says and makes another sigh. I know enough about her, and that was the promise I made to Nami. That I won't meddle or ask anything, she says and turns to look forward, making clear that's all she is going to say. Luffy, however, was confused. So, she told you? He wasn't interested in Nami's past like he said before, but a little surprised she told Luna about anything after seeing everything happen just before. Luna glanced at him briefly at this. No. I figured myself she knew. Luffy doesn't know anything but can feel something was wrong with Nami when he saw her earlier. Luffy hums as he too turned towards and doesn't say anything more than this. They walked about close to 10 minutes now. This time was more peaceful as Luna started to humming a song quietly at some point, and Luffy listened to her without saying anything. They even keep going like this when they walk past the 3 fishmen. Luna didn't stop her humming and Luffy didn't even bat an eye towards them as he kept going to listen her. He only looked at them briefly when he saw them the first time, which he was looking forward, and it was impossible to see them. Hey, you two! Wait! Luffy and Luna stopped and turned their back. Both was looking so uninterested that 3 fishmen taken aback with this. I don't think I've ever seen you on this island before. Who are you? What are you doing on this island? Asked Octopus Fishman. It was looking familiar to Luna, but she didn't mind right now. Luffy and Luna blink at him. Why? What does it matter to you? Luffy asked. Well, it's just. We don't usually have many visitors, Octopus said. He was looking like he lost in the words. Luna raised an eyebrow at this. He didn't look that dangerous. Who was this octopus? Oh. I'm Luffy and she is Luna. We're just passing through, Luffy said as he took Luna's hand and pulling a little, like saying let's go. What? Passing through? He repeated in surprise as Luffy and Luna turned their back and kept walking. Octopus Fishman, seeing that they are leaving, pulled out 6 handkerchiefs with each of his hands and waved. Well, have a nice time, he yelled with a smile. Other 2 was not the same though. Hey! Where are you going? One of the other fishmen yelled. Don't know Luffy's word without looking back as they keep walking while 3 fishmen talked with each other. They seems like fun to have around, Hachi said while smiling towards the Straw Hat Boy and the song humming girl. Sure, but who the hell are they? One of the other with big lips asked as the Ray Fishman glared. The 2 of them, both of them walk right past us and weren't even flinch. Never happened before, he said. Luffy glanced at Luna for a moment and pouted a little when he turned his eyes to straight ahead. She stopped humming after their talk with them. After walking a little more later, both of them suddenly stopped while looking ahead. Luna fixed her eyes on the Marines. She was sure those were the ones Arlong had a deal. The 2 of them stopped there in silence as they passed them. She heard that they were talking about Nami, and she narrowed her eyes. She didn't remember what happened with the Marines, but she had a bad feeling. Did you see that? She came back to the world with Luffy's voice. Yeah, Luna said slowly as she still stared where they had gone. That pinwheel was so cool, right? I wonder why does that man have that on his head? Luffy said with a smile, causing Luna to blink. Right, she looked the road again and let go of Luffy's hand. I'm gonna go to look at something, she said to him as she started to walk to the same direction as the Marines. Where? Luffy asked with a confuse. He was about to follow her, but don't worry. I will come back shortly. Luna waved her hand and gone. Luffy looked after her with another pout, but since she said she will come back, he gone to sit under the nearby tree to wait for her. Luna was watching what's going on from the shadowed place she hid. Those damn corrupted Marines. It's not like she saw something like this for the first time, and she wouldn't even care normally, but this was her friend in this situation. She clenched her fist. She promised, but this wasn't count, right? Just the Marines hold up their guns. Luna stopped to think and moved in front of Nojiko. Everyone was shocked as a girl come out from nowhere and deflect the bullets the Marines shoot with her right bone hand. Oh my, are the Marines start to shout at innocent people at their home now? She said with an emotionless face and monotone voice. Luna? Nami yelled in shock. Everything was going on so fast for her that she couldn't make her mind. Luna turned towards Nojiko and looked at her. Sorry. Seems like I couldn't made in time. Luna narrowed her eyes a bit. She still had an emotionless face and monotone voice, but her eyes were enough to say that she was angry. She was looking at Nojiko's bleeding arm. I should stop thinking sooner, was Luna's thoughts. Nojiko, who was in shock, came to the real world with white-haired girl's voice and looked at the place the girl's looking. It's just a scratch, she said while looking at her arm that just a little bit bleeding. Thanks, she said as she looked up to the girl, which she was looking angry. You should still show it to the doctor. It could cause infection, Luna said and turned to Nami. Why don't you take your sister and go to see a doctor, Luna says as she looked at Nami with a little smile. Nami's mind was still full of anger towards Arlong that she was still trying to progress what was going on. Who the hell are you? 4 of them turned to the voice. It was the Marine Captain Nezumi, apparently. Luna turned to look at Nami, Nojiko, and the man who heard his name is Genzo. Go on, you 3. Seems like I had a date here, she said with a chuckle. One should say it was a dark one though. Genzo also came out from the shock and helped Nokiho to get up. Thank you, he said to the girl, which she smiled at him like saying it's nothing with waving her hand. Nami. Come on, he said to Nami. Nami was still looking at Luna, which caused her to sigh. It's not like I broke my promise. Okay, I just don't like this types, Luna said as she looked at Nezumi while saying last part. It was clearly a lie. She wouldn't even care about those types, but Nami was looking angry. It was towards Arlong, but she didn't want to be targeted from her anger right now. Nami looked at Luna last time and started to run after Nojiko and Genzo. She was thankful to Luna, but right now wasn't the time. She also knew Luna can take care of herself against those Marines, so she didn't even look at her back as she kept repeating Arlong's name in her mind with hatred. I said, who are you? Don't ignore me, yelled Nezumi. Luna sighed at him while thinking he looks like a rat. What a fitting name. She didn't want to get into trouble with the Marines right now. So she smiled as the most innocent way she can against this man. I'm just a stranger who's passing through, she said as she slowly get close to them. They all had blushing face seeing the smiling Luna. She looked like an angel for a moment that they even forget this girl was the girl who deflect their bullets. A stranger who's passing through? Nezumi repeat while looking at her like a prevent. Before they can come back to the world, Luna moved fast and hit them back of their neck, starting with Nezumi. "Sleep for a while, you guys, would you?" she said as she hit the last Marine too. She didn't like to do things like this, but she didn't had much choice. If she wasn't wrong, this guy was the one who responsible for Luffy's bounty, so she couldn't kill him, and killing his men wasn't the choice either since it would draw attention. She can't effort to be known this soon. They were still in the East Blue, and this guy was looking like a revengeful one. Her mind gone to buggy for a moment with this, but she shake it right away and start to walk towards to where she left Luffy. "Why are you pouting?" Luffy turned his head to the voice. "Luna!" She looked at his smiling face a moment, and start to walk to sit beside him. "Where were you?" he asked while she was sitting, looking curious. He ignored my question, Luna thought. Looking around a little, she answered him while looking at the people. They were probably heard Arlong send Marines, so they were preparing to fight. She hums lowly as she thinks that they really are loves Nami. They knew they would die, but still trying to give time to Nami for her escape. It wouldn't work though, and they would die for nothing. Their enemy was fishmen. Catching Nami before flee wasn't that hard. When Luna felt familiar presences, she turned to look behind and saw Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji was coming. 3 of them sit a little away from them and start to watch what's going on too. Almost entire village was out and holding weapons, mostly things like clubs and spears. There wasn't even a gun. They were all gathered around, and Genzo was cheering them with his speech. Just as they start to move, Nami came and tried to stop them. Not that it worked though. As the villagers gone, Nami fell on her knees and was shaking as she glared at the mark on her shoulder with tearful eye while digging her nails into it, like she wants to rip it off. As she start to stab the mark on her shoulder while saying Arlong's name, Luffy get up from where he sit and walk towards to Nami while Luna was watching the entire thing with emptiness. As Luffy stoked Nami and put his hat on her head after Nami asked help, "Let's go," Luffy ordered. "Right," they said as Luna, Zoro, Usopp, and Sanji get up and start to walk. Luffy pulled his fist back and punched the door with such force that the door blown away. As the dust cleared out, they could see the surprised face of Fishman. Luna's eyes traveled on the shark Fishman instantly and fixed on the mark that shaped of sun on the left side of his chest. In her eyes, he didn't deserve to carry that mark. Even thought Fisher Tiger didn't like humans. He didn't kill them, and he was so against to slavery since he was one of them that he even saved the humans he hated so much. How dare Arlong use Nami like that while carrying that mark? As much as Nami wanted to rip off Arlong marks on her, Luna wanted to rip that sun mark off on Arlong. "What the?" Arlong said with a surprise. "Who's the one called Arlong?" Luffy asked while holding up his fist. Getting over his shock, Arlong leaned back on his chair. "Arlong?" He repeated, "That would be my name." Arlong said as Luffy walked towards to them. "I'm Luffy," he said with an empty look as he walked without fear and not even looking anyone else but Arlong. "Luffy? And what the hell are you?" "A pirate," he said as Hachi, who was next to Arlong, pointed to him with a surprise. "Hey, I remember him. He is the guy who's like to go on walks with that girl over there who's humming songs." With that, most of them turned towards Luna, which she waved her hand to him. "Oh, and you're the guy who likes to ask questions to the strangers," she said with a smile, causing Hachi to also smile, but before he too waved his hand, he gone back to his serious attitude once more as Arlong glared at him while calling his name Hachi. This also made Luna to remember. So he was Hachi, she thought. No wonder she didn't felt danger from him. "Hold it right there. Where do you think you're going?" one of the fishermen says as he and one other attempt to stop Luffy. "We can't have you go through without talking to us first," other says. They had a evil smirks as they apparak Luffy, but he just banged their heads together and knocked them out as he told them move and keep going to walk towards Arlong. "What does a pirate wants with me?" Arlong asked darkly as Luffy stopped in front of him and glared at him momently, and the answer he gave was a furious punch that threw Arlong and causing him to smash to the wall. As his men yelled his name with a shock, Arlong looked at to Luffy from where he was landed with a dark face. "Just what the hell?" he said lowly. "Don't you dare make my navigator cry," Luffy said with a face full of fury. With this, all the fishmen start to run towards Luffy as they yell, "How dare you!" but they stopped as Zoro and Sanji moved forward and attacked them too. Usopp was walking besides Luna as they go towards Luffy, Zoro and Sanji. Luffy was saying, "Don't worry. I'm not gonna lose," to Sanji as they finally came, and Sanji was yelling at him that he didn't worry about him, but he only wanted to Luffy shouldn't take all the fun. Well, Usopp didn't mind that though. Hachi start to yell as soon as he saw Zoro, saying that he tricked him. From what Zoro told them, it wasn't actually his fault though. To Luna, both of them was an idiot for what happened. After seeing Usopp, Hachi yelled again asking how he is alive and causing the Ray Fishman, whose name is Karubi, say that Nami was a traitor after all, with a dark face making Luna's eyes to narrow at him. Pirates, huh? So that's how you're all related. Arlong starts to say, so your goal from the very beginning was only to get Nami, is that it? He said and start to laugh. Shaha. Just what could 5 measly humans do? Hachi also laughed with him and walked confidently. You idiots. As if Arlong would fight the likes of you. I'll turn you all into fish food, he said as he blew his long mouth like a trumpet. Come out, Momo. After a moment later, a poor, beaten-up sea cow appeared in front of them. As Momo leaned forward to see what Hachi wanted, it suddenly stopped after seeing Luffy and Sanji. Oh, him? Luffy asked as he folded his arms. So he is one of them, huh? Sanji said while puffing his cigarette coolly. Momo turned his back with a teary eye and was about to leave, even thought Hachi was yelling to come back at it. But it stopped with Arlong's order and turned back to attack them. While everyone preparing to attack it, Luffy, leave it to me. They're just a bunch of time wasters, he said as he stuck his feet in the ground. Sanji and Zoro was trying to figure out what Luffy was doing as he started to twist his chest around his body several times, and then stretched out to grab Momo's horns. As the villagers and the fishmen freak out and in state of shock to see Luffy, Devil Fruit, Usopp start to screaming and run as Luna, Zoro and Sanji also start to go away from Luffy, and Luffy start to pick up Momo and spin him around while yelling Gomu Gomu no Pinwheel, causing to Luna sweat drop at this. What's so cool about Pinwheel? She thought as she watched that everything within its reach got destroyed. When he was finished his spinning, the only one who left was Arlong, Hachi and 2 other fishmen. While Luffy was throwing the sea cow far away, rest of Arlong's crew were laying out around them with only a couple of them awake, but they were groaning in pain too. As Luffy caught his breath, I didn't come here to fight these small fries. The one I want to beat up is you. Luffy yelled as he pointed to Arlong, who looks very angry even though he was smiling. How excellent. I was thinking of killing you myself just now as well, he said, but not like anyone paying attention to him at the moment. Sanji was kicking Luffy's head. That was way too dangerous. And Usopp was also yelling, are you trying to kill us too? Zoro was smirking, though looks like the main force is out to meet us, he was saying while holding his pure white katana. Luna was looking blank to the way the sea cow go fly. She was still thinking why Pinwheel. As the villagers still living their shock, Hachi was looking angry. How dare you hurt my brothers? As he said. Kurubi, Arlong, please sit right there, he said. He was looking so confident. If we let you fight when you're that enraged, Chew, all the Arlong Park will end up destroyed, said the fishman with the long lips, whose name is Chew. Before anyone can say anything, Hachi said, take this, while hugging himself and looking ground. Zoro was saying that octopus is trying to do something, and Sanji was in his own world and talking about some octopus dish. At least think before do something, Luna says as she sighed, and Luffy was looking at her helplessly. Should we cut your feet now? She asked with an evil smirk while looking at his feet and holding her katana. Eh? Luffy asked as he started to sweat while looking at her evil smirk. I'm sure we can get them out. White dash. Takahashi Black. Luffy's words cut with Hachi attacking them. You. That's disgusting, Luna said as she left Luffy and dodged the ink Hachi throw. Zoro and Sanji also dagged, leaving Luffy. Luffy, you dumbass! Why didn't you dodge that? Zoro yelled as he saw Luffy was yelling that he can't see. Hachi then picked up a large piece from the destroyed building and turned to Luffy. Luffy! Watch out! Dodge it! Usopp yelled at Luffy in panic. It's not like it can harm Luffy though, Luna thought, while Luffy was saying he can't move since he's stuck and make others understand the situation. When Hachi threw the broken stone on top of Luffy, Sanji stepped in and destroyed it with a single kick while saying that he had chosen to follow a dumbass for a captain. Zoro sighs at this while agreeing him, and Usopp was amazed by Sanji's power. Luffy was cheering him though, but it's still 100 times better than being in a pirate crew that would harm a lady. Lady? Kurubi asked like he heard a weird joke. Ha! You go into your certain death for one little traitor bitch? Why do you even bother when you already have good one already? He says as he looked at Luna, who had a dark aura around her. A traitor bitch? She asked with a cold voice and turned her gaze to him slowly. If you ever talk about Nami like this, I will cut your tongue and feed it to you, she said darkly while glaring at him with a murderous gaze. I would be happily cooked it first before you feed it. Luna-chan, Sanji said with an evil smirk too as he looked at Kurubi, then his look turned an angry one. If you insult Nami again, I promise you will be a fish steak from a fishman. Got it? He said as he lit in another cigarette. Kurubi, who didn't even budge, gone to his talking with confidence, and ended up with Sanji and him attacked each other, all the while Usopp trying to pull out Luffy. When Hachi picked up more stones and was about to go after them, Zoro also stopped him, and since Hachi was angry to Zoro, they also start to fight too, and with Usopp letting Luffy go while cheering Zoro, he accidentally hit Chu and he start to follow running Usopp. This all thing was made Luna to pout. Should she go and attack Arlong since there is no one left? She didn't want to take Luffy's enemy, but it's not like he can fight right now. While Luna was thinking those, Arlong was already get up and stopped Luffy's punch. Do you seriously think you can win against us? Arlong asked while holding Luffy's punch and glaring at him with a smile, making Luna think again that why bad guys was always this overconfident. As Arlong throw Luffy to the sea, Luna start to stretch her body a little and walk towards there. Arlong was laughing. Now let's see who's going to die first, you or that rubber kid, he said while laughing more loudly as Luna also pick up her speed and start to run towards there to jump into the sea. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Kurubi yelled as he saw Luna and start to make a move towards her, but stopped by Sanji's kick. Don't you even dare to think of laying a finger on her. Sanji yelled at Kurubi while kicking him. Zoro also yelled, Luna, you two take care of these, she yelled as she jumped into the sea. Except Arlong, there was only two anyway, and they were already fighting, so she can at least took Luffy out of the sea sooner. After Luna jumped into the sea, Arlong looked around and yelled at his crew who still had conscience. Get up and go after her. He looked at their beaten form. It wasn't that much, it's still one little girl and underwater is our territory, he said with a laugh, clearly enjoying his little game. As four fishermen start to get up, Sanji turns towards to see. When he was getting ready to jump as well. Don't act rashly. Going into the sea is exactly what these guys want, Zoro says as he stops Sanji. He throws a glance to four fishermen who are about to jump into the sea. They are just weaklings, she can handle with them. We have to take care of those, he said as he looked at the three fishmen in front of them, which they were laughing. Sanji frowns at this while smoking. Well, I just have to beat this guy first fastly, then jump in then, he says. Luna, on the other hand, was already reached to Luffy and her right fist was pulled back, like gathering power, and was about to punch the rock when she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked up to see what and saw Luffy pointing her back with a worry clear in his eyes, which he was worried. Luna looked at her back and saw four fishermen was coming towards her. She mentally sighed at this while thinking great, she focused too much on the rock that she let her guard down. They weren't that fast. Must be because they were hurt, but they were still coming towards them faster than a normal human. She glanced at Luffy for a moment. He was holding tightly his mouth and his nose. She didn't have much time. She turned her back against him as she started to unsheltered her katana, and with a push she swam towards them too. Second circle, Kokuju Jigaku. She focused and calmed herself as she started to cut four fishmen. Luffy watched Luna to cut fishmen with a frown. She was looking calm again, but it wasn't why he was frowning. There were cuts on their body, like their arms and legs and chest, but her cuts weren't deep or big, and Luna was already started to shelter her katana slowly. Just the four fishmen was turned and about to attack Luna again. Luffy noticed that there was some black threads coming from cuts and following their body parts like veins, and the moment Luna completely sheltered her katana, black threads suddenly turned into cuts and start to bleed, all the while surprising Luffy. He thought for a moment if this was one of the hells she talked about before. Normally, only Zoro knew about her hells and what they do, but Luffy was also awake when Luna told Zoro, so Luffy also listened, and he also heard the talk between Luna and Mihawk. Luna, who was watching her enemy, was mentally pouting at the moment. This was only the second hell, and it was still not enough to her liking. The black threads were still few and couldn't go too far away from cuts. She still couldn't cover their body completely, and the cuts they made were still not deep enough to cut them limb by limb, or to kill like how it's supposed to be. They were enough to make them unconscious with the sudden blood loss, but well, I just have get better, she thought as she moved towards to rock once again and pulled her right fist before punch it. She also saw Sanji and Kurubi also jump into the sea and fighting before she turned to Luffy. It was very disappointing to Sanji if one were to ask. He jumped into the sea to help Luna, but he saw she took care of herself, and he was stuck with that fishman to fight underwater now. Not that anyone cared his disappointment Thoga, nor that anyone even knew. As the rocks start to break into pieces, she looked up to Luffy, who was also looking at her, and go towards him. He couldn't hold much longer, so she hugged him from his waist as she started to swim to surface, all the while living a weird deja vu. When the two of them were finally out of the sea, Luna took a deep breath while Luffy started to cough a little water with tiredness. Luna saw Nojiko and Genzo waiting for them at the edge and start to swim towards them. They helped Luna to pull Luffy out from the sea and made him lay for a moment, since he was still coughing. Luna also pulled herself and sit beside him while taking deep breaths. She wasn't under the water much, but she wasn't used to fight underwater, especially with her katana while using her hells. She looked around a little. She saw four body was floating on the sea with blood, but she didn't care as she kept looking around. She saw Zoro holding Arlong and Sanji kicking Kurubi for the last time. Thanks, she said to Nojiko and Genzo with a little smile. I should be saying that, Nojiko said, also smiling, and Genzo was nodding, making Luna confused face for the thing earlier with the Marine's Nojiko ad, making Luna finally understand what she's talking about. Luna blinked. You already thanked me for that, she said, and made a little smile as she spotted Nami, standing with the rest of the villagers. It's not like I chewed sit and watched Nami's sister got shot in front of me, she said and turned to Nojiko. So, you don't need to, she added with a smile. Marines? Shot? Luffy asked as he started to get up from laying to sitting, finally getting back his strength. Luna looked him. It's nothing, she said while waving her hand, but it's not like Luffy was a complete idiot. He understand from what they said that the Marines tried to shot Nami's sister and Luna helped her. He wondered when this happened. Was it the time she left, he thought. Luna glanced towards Arlong when Luffy was in his own world. If you're fine now, go before that idiot shark ruined my handiwork, she said with the narrowed eyes. Arlong was now start to hold up Zoro from his neck. Zoro's scar was already bad and he was clearly pushing as he fight all the while now, so more than this was bad. Luffy also looked where Luna was looking and saw it too. He laughed a little as he get up. She was always getting angry when someone ruined her bandage or something while saying that her handiwork gone for nothing. He struck his arms and rocketed himself to the air while yelling Zoro and throw him away, making Luna's eyebrows twitch at this while at the same time making her also sweat drop. She just said she doesn't want her handiwork gone ruin and he throw him away. Well, she was sure he was going to be fine. She too also get up as she hoped that he at least landed to the sea. She walked towards to the blown away door and see Nami. Luna! Nami said hey. Luna said with a smile while waving her hand and walked past them, making Nami, Usopp and Sanji frown. Where are you going? Nami asked. Luna turned to her with a serious face like she is going to say a very important thing, making them gulp for a moment. Then she suddenly smiled big to find Zoro and check if he is still alive, she said as she started to walk and waved her hand without looking at her back, making everyone's sweat drop a moment, but they all turned back to watch Luffy and Arlong. It's not like there was anything she can do there now, except watching and getting angry Luffy's careless fighting style, so she decided that she would at least go and look for Zoro. She didn't remember Zoro's condition at all, so she hoped he is fine. She knew he didn't die though. She could hear the voices as she walked towards the other side of Arlong Park. She stopped when she heard what Luffy was saying. Of course I don't know how to fight with swords, you dumbass. Luffy was yelling so she could hear more clearly. I don't know a thing about navigation either. I can't cook. I can't lie either, and I'm not that smart. I'm confident that I wouldn't be able to survive if other people aren't there to help me. After that, Luffy answered Arlong that he can beat him, and she could hear Zoro's voice that murmuring, I'll kill you if you lose. She turned towards him and started to walk again. Zoro was already noticed Luna when she suddenly stopped. What was that face? He asked as he saw Luna start to walk again. What are you talking about? Luna asked with confuse. You had a weird face when you were listening what Luffy said, making Luna to understand. Oh, that. I was thinking complicating world problems, she said with a sigh as she get closer, making Zoro confused this time. What? He asked. You know. It's just, actually everything that easy. Not just humans but every kind in the world. Every person is incomplete. We all need each other in the end. And yet she stopped herself and looks at Zoro as she started to sit beside him. He was looking at her intensely until now, but you look bad, she said with a deadpan face and voice, causing Zoro's seriousness and intenseness to fly away instantly. His eyebrows was twitching. Thanks, he says sarcastically, makes Luna laugh as she looked at the scar. There was also blood coming from his mouth and the bandages were also bloody. She sighs a little. You really gonna need a good rest after this, she says. She didn't had much she could do except trying to stop bleeding for a while now. His stitch probably needs to done again, and he needs new bandages too. I'm already sleepy anyway, he said as he closed his eyes, makes Luna's eyebrows twitch this time. She didn't mean this way of rest, she sighs again as she leaned her back against the wall and watched the sea while listening the voices of Luffy and Arlong made. Arlong was yelling, how dare an inferior human do this to me, a fishman. She could also heard that Nami was yelling it's Kiribachi after a little more crushing voice. Everything gone to silence. Hey! Zoro, she said as she looked at him. He opened one eye. Huh? He asked tiredly. Get up. Fight is about to over, she said as she get up and hold her hand for him. As he took her hand and start to get up, he turned his head to Luna suddenly. That caused her to raise an eyebrow. What? She asked. You have to tell me about how do you know Hawkeye, he said as they start to walk. Luna's sweat dropped at this a little. Is this even what he should think right now? She thought with sigh. Like I said, it was about Naraka. He was glaring at her after this for good a minute. Fine. I'm gonna tell you after all this over, she said with an annoyance, making Zoro to smirk. As they got close, the rest of them both see the building collapse, so they fasten their walk. Everyone was staring with the distraught expressions on their faces. They were waiting to see who won, and suddenly the top of the rubbles moved and Luffy burst out, and was standing on top of the remains while everyone was staring at him in silence. Luffy took a deep breath. Nami, as he yelled. Nami, you'll always be our friend, he yelled again, causing Nami to cry with a nod yes, saying lowly as everyone started to scream in joy. They were all cheering and crying, for their nightmare is finally over now. Marines also came, but Zoro and Nami took care of them, while Luna waving her hand towards them with a smile, while they were yelling and running. Uff, you dumbass, the doctor snapped at Zoro while stitching him again. How could you go and fight in this state? Seriously, pirates these days. He kept going while murmuring, idiots. That's why I always say too, but they call me evil for that. Luna sighs with disappointment because you're evil when it comes to ouch. He cut in half with pain, makes Luna smirk. After the fight, while villagers were all so full of joy, they came to the doctor. Johnny and Yasaku was sleeping and Luna was bandaging Luffy while he was sitting on the chair next to Zoro's bed. So you're the doctor? Doctor asks Luna. No, I'm not a doctor, she says with confusion. How come he thought she was a doctor? You're not? Those stitches were good, like a doctor made them, he says with a little surprise, causing Luna to blink. Oh no. I just know how to deal with scars and all, but I can't deal with a disease or something. We still need a doctor, she sighs, but smiles a little as she thought about Chopper. Doctor? Why do we need a doctor when you're here? Luffy asks while Luna is about to finish to bandage his arm. Like I said, I can't deal with a disease. Even if I know what it is, I might not know how to heal it. We're going to need a doctor in the end, she explains with patience to Luffy. A doctor, huh? But we need a musician first, he says, makes Luna sigh. Why? Zoro asks from his bed. Because pirates gotta sing. You know, Luffy answers him, very serious as Luna finishes and gets up. Thanks, Luffy says with a big smile. Sure, Luna Aslo answers with a smile too as she starts to walk out from the room. Where are you going? Luffy asks as he saw Luna was going. Take a walk a little, she says and waves her hand. It's not like she would stay in a little room all the time. They were there for a while now and the smell of medicine was suffocating, so she wanted to take a little walk before night fell. When did I walk this much? She looked towards and saw Nami sitting in front some grave and looking at the sea. Must be her mother's grave, she thought as she walked towards her and stopped just beside her, as she also looked at the sea. Do you want me to sing? She asked, causing Nami to choke in shock. Luna? She looked up from where she was sitting. You scared the hell out of me, idiot. Luna laughs at Nami lightly. Sorry, says lowly, not really meaning though. Sing? Nami asks as she get out from her shock. Luna looks at the sea again with a little smile on her face. Her eyes was looking far away. Yeah, you see, there is this song in ANC- she stops a moment in very old language that my mother taught me. A song for keep souls in peace, she says as she keeps looking far away. Nami looks at Luna in surprise for a minute, then smiles softly. If you want, she says as she also turns to the sea. As she start to sing, Tenku and I Mautori yo, Nami look at to Luna in surprise. She heard once or twice Luna's humming quietly but never heard her sing before. Even thought she didn't understand the words she said. She felt so light as she listened. When Luna finished her song and kept looking to the sea, Nami was wiping the one tear that fell from her eye. After almost a minute silence later, Luna, why did you become a pirate? She asked, not looking at her. Luna, however, looked at Nami with confused what? She asked, causing Nami to sigh a little. I always wondered. You're strong, beautiful, clever, and even had a beautiful voice like this. Why pirate with everything you could be? She asked. She always wondered this. Especially after what happened today. Luna keep look at her. Why are you asking me this while you also thinking becoming a pirate? She asked with tilted head, causing Nami to snap at her just answer. Of course she would understand. She pouted a little at this. Luna turned to the sea again with a sigh. I also have a dream, you know. She said it's a shared dream. A promise I made with my twin. She keeps makes Nami to turn to her. She didn't know she had a twin. After seeing her sad eyes, Nami's eyes slide her tattoo with 3 letters while she was thinking her own tattoo. I know a lot of things about the world, but most of them things I heard, read or saw with a shadow on my eye. I wanted to see myself, to see the world with my own eyes, freely. That's our dream, she says with a little smile while looking far away again, but, like I said, it's a promise and a shared dream. I also had my own dream. A dream that I forget a very, very long time ago. Nami was still looking at Luna, waiting for her to say. Luna suddenly smiled, making Nami taken aback with this. It was a smile that Nami had never saw on her face before. Her eyes were burning with passion and desire. I wanted to see the end, Luna says with her big D smile. Nami blinks at this, lost in the words a moment, and she asks, End of the world, Luna says with desire, making Nami's eyes gone wide. End, like getting destroyed, or end, like the last island, end of the sea or something? She asks in shock. If it's the first one, she would be sure it's not just she is crazy but insane. Luna laughs at this. Either we're not that wrong actually, but no, she says while laughing, makes Nami to relax and like the tale. I wanted to see how the world is going to end up when everything is said and done, and when the truth come out, Luna says with the same burning eyes. Right, this was her first dream. A dream she had the moment she understands she is in the One Piece world. She had this dream since she was born, and only got stronger when she learned more and more. But she was gave up long time ago, thinking it's impossible to see in the end. She was even forget about it, a dream that thrown away. I was forget about it, but I start to remember when I saw all of you. She laughs again. Nami on the other hand was in big confusion. She didn't understand what Luna was saying. What did she mean, how the world is going to end up? What truth? What are you talking about? So she asked. Luna looked at her a moment with a big smile and pat Nami's head. I'm sure you will understand one day. Nami. Luna laughed as she started to go towards village. Sunset was close. I'm not a child, Nami yelled after her while touching where Luna pat. Luna just laughed as she kept walking though. Makes Nami pout a second, but she still smiled big and turned towards to see once again. Luffy? What are you doing here? Luna asked in surprise. She was cursing in her head that she let her guard down too easily in these days. Luffy was sitting under some tree cross-legged while leaning his back and his hands were back on his head. He was gone after Luna and wanted to walk with her when he saw that she left. Of course, Luna was already gone and Luffy was lost when he was looking for her. After the stubborn search he had done for Luna, he heard her voice and go towards there. She was singing, standing beside Nami and some grave. He didn't want to interrupt, so he gone to sit under some tree a little far away and listen to her even though he didn't understand the words. He also didn't move from there when Luna telling her dream to Nami, since he also already knew. He apparently didn't know everything though. Even he was taken aback when he saw Luna's eyes. I was looking for you and then heard you sing, Luffy answers blankly. He was still thinking Luna's burning eyes at that moment. Luna blinks at this. So you decided to sit here and listen everything? She asks. Luffy looks up to her with a little confusion. What's wrong? I already knew, he says with a very serious face and voice. Nothing, Luna sighs. It didn't matter if he heard or some other of her friends would heard actually. She already decided that she wouldn't hide things from them when she joined the crew. Why were you looking for me? She suddenly asks, remembering what he said before. Luffy blinks as he starts to get up too. I was going to come with you, but you were already gone, he says with a little pout. Luna laughed at this. You should just said so. Come on, let's go, she said as she started to walk. Villagers will throw a big party. There will be a lot of food, she says with a big smile, causing Luffy to smile big too as he run towards her and put his arm around her shoulder. We can eat a lot of meat, he says. Luna also, I wonder what kind of sweats and desserts are there going to be, says with a smile as they walk. It has been 4 days now since Luffy defeated Arlong. The whole village throw a party for 3 nights, and they were finally getting ready to set sail. During this time Zoro was getting better without stopping his sake and everyone was relaxing. They were on going merry once again, packing up food supplies the villagers gave them along with a couple of tangerine trees Nami bring at night with Luna's help. All villagers were gathering around to say goodbye along with Johnny and Yasaku. Sanji came to join them while getting out from kitchen. Just Usopp was asking, where is Nami? She is coming, right? Usopp asks while Luna smiles at him. Don't worry, she'll come, she says, while Sanji, of course. She is the half reason that I'm here. Other half is also Luna, Sanji says with a serious face that makes Usopp to facepalm. While Luffy and Sanji was arguing about some melon, Luna turns to look for Nami. After a couple of minutes later she saw an orange hair and her smile get bigger as they all heard set the sails. She shouted and she started to run towards to the ship as the villagers tried to stop her and say her to at least to say goodbye. What is she doing? Usopp asked while Luffy, she said, set sail, remind him as he watched. As Usopp and Sanji were doing what Nami said, ships start to leave the coast while Nami passed throughout the last villager. She jumped from the coast and landed on the railing of the Going Merry. She looked back at the villagers with a smirk as she pulled her shirt up, causing dozens of wallets to fall. As Luna started to laughing, take care, everyone, Nami said with a big smile as the villagers' jaws drop. You rotten little thief, as all villagers yells their goodbye and Nami waving her hand to them. Usopp was saying she hasn't changed a bit. Zoro was questioning if she's going to betray them again, and Sanji was saying good job with a blushing face while Luffy and Luna laughing. Alright. It's time for the grand line now, Luffy yells when Nami turned to them with a big smile. Everyone cheers at this with laughs. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Manny for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.